The planet is fine. The real catastrophe is happening to people. People themselves have huge problems. If we compare, the planet feels just fine compared to what is happening in human society. Georgy Carlin, Viktor Anatolyevich Strykov, who is 31 years old, had experience in the service and then ended up behind bars. Article 105 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation provides for murder as the intentional deprivation of another person's life. Such a crime is punishable by imprisonment for a term of 6 to 15 years with a possible additional restriction of freedom for up to 2 years. Part 2 of the same article defines murder as the intentional deprivation of life, committed for mercenary motives or for hire, and also containing elements of robbery, extortion, or banditry. Another part of Article 105 refers to murder committed with particular cruelty, which aggravates the punishment. Article 111 is established for intentional actions that cause serious harm to health, dangerous to human life. The perpetrator may receive up to 8 years of imprisonment. Guilty. This word, consisting of 3 syllables and 7 letters, bursts from paralyzed lips suddenly and effortlessly, as if it has no meaning, as if human fate does not depend on it, as if no one cares. And yet, why? As if. Viktor Anatolyevich is kneeling, his eyes lifeless and empty. He is still alive, for now, but his mind has retreated far into the world of distorted reflections of physical reality, where a deadly cocktail of pharmacological substances has sent him. Shadows of fiery reflections play across his face, on his eye sockets and cheeks, hidden in the dark twilight, giving him the appearance of a terrifying skull or an ugly, grotesque mass. The palm, caressing the skin through the fabric of the glove, carefully and almost tenderly touches the chin, covered with 3-week-old stubble, and lifts the head. A narrow knife with a single-edged blade, balancing on the thinnest edge separating a pocket toothpick and a piece of sharp steel, will penetrate between the ribs, smashing muscles and internal organs, then exit from behind like the sting of a pending ed. Predatory insect. Misericordia. My personal dagger of all-encompassing compassion. The movement is precise, with a drawl, slightly above the vocal cord, almost from ear to ear. A bloody mouth spreads across a thin neck, spitting out hot streams of life. Blood. Blood. I enjoyed the sight of someone else's blood spilled for a purpose. Blood runs down into an abyss that resembles the gaping grin of a freshly dug grave with no teeth. An area of about 2 by 2 meters with the same depth. Lumps of damp earth stuck together with blood, tears, saliva, bile, and filth. 2 bodies lie face down in the sticky mud. We will all eventually return to the earth. The blood pulsates with convulsive impulses. My facial muscles distort into a semblance of a smile. Evil, mocking, bloodthirsty, which splits my face into 2 halves. The first is an ordinary person, one of many, millions, billions of the same representatives of the species, Homo sapiens. And the second is a real demon of the dark gods, who has inhabited the mortal suit of a trembling soul made of flesh and bone. I am death. I am darkness. I am hatred. I laughed at the sky. A push in the back, meant to The bloody body falls down, slides along the dirt wall and freezes, like a wet sack, falling on the one who was in front. Blood. Noises. A sharp, thick, black anger that is felt deep in the chest, penetrating to the very bones, breaking them and then growing together in a mad and unnatural dance of the real and the living, breaking the chains that fettered the body and mind. This dance is on the graves of reason and sanity, the graves of enemies, the graves of friends, the graves of all mankind, the graves of all forms of organic and inorganic. Such a movement is intended only for one man and 4 gods. Vladimir Sergeyevich Zyagintsev, age 27, Did not serve. No criminal record. Article 244 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. Insulting the bodies of the dead and their burial places. Article 134 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. Sexual intercourse and other intimate acts with a person under the age of 16. The maximum penalty is imprisonment for up to 8 years. Article 131 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. Sexual intercourse with the use of violence, or the threat of its use, against the victim or other persons. Imprisonment for a period of 3 to 6 years. Guilty. The knife goes into his neck like soft butter. I didn't cut, I stabbed. The metal blade tears the skin and tears the muscles. Blood splatters across my fingers, wrists, and forearms. I can taste it on my lips and the taste buds on the tip of my tongue. I can't see it, but I know it's glistening on my teeth, mixing with the thick, bitter saliva. I keep hitting, without stopping. He is already dead, with absolutely no hope of salvation. But I don't stop. I twist the knife in the wound. It makes me drunk, stuns me, drives me crazy. With each blow, I feel myself being seized by a chimerical delight. My laughter gradually turns into a subdued, trembling, almost hysterical giggle. I am covered in blood. It doesn't matter whose. Only blood matters now. The new body falls into the mud. A slight figure against a backdrop of tiny fires, whose flickering flames illuminate a mass grave of fallen scum. I must look impressive from the outside. I often catch myself wondering how I really appear to others. Pavel Yakovlevich Martinov, 46 years old, didn't serve, was in prison. Article 205 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. Carrying out an explosion, arson, or other actions that frighten the population and create a threat of death, causing significant property damage, etc. Imprisonment from 8 to 15 years. Article 105 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation, Part 2. Murder, that is, the intentional taking of another person's life, committed with particular cruelty. Article 228 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. Illegal acquisition, storage, transportation, production or processing of narcotic or psychotropic substances. Article 228, Part 1 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. Illegal production, sale, or shipment of drugs, psychotropic substances, or their analogs. And finally, Article 230 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. Tendency to use drugs or psychoactive substances. Article 234 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. Illegal circulation of potent or toxic substances for the purpose of their subsequent sale. A bottle of whiskey, maybe port or cognac. The label has been torn off with the knife. The cap is not simply unscrewed. It is torn off with force. I continued to laugh. The intoxicating drink is mixed with poison. 100 milligrams is enough to kill a horse. I poured into myself a drink with a pungent aroma, burning the mucous membrane of the nose, wetting my face, mouth, and head. I laughed, choking on the terrible liquid. I choked on joy and this potion, which seemed to tie the stomach in a double knot. Viscous warmth spread through the esophagus. Half of it flowed into me, and the other half covered the head of the last of the doomed. Alcohol trickled down his skin, half covered in peeling skin and sparse hair. The bottle fell into a puddle next to the bodies, leaving a bitter trail of drops behind it. The knife slipped from my hands and sank into the ground almost to the hilt. It was replaced by an axe, more like a small tomahawk, made of metal with sharp corners and a carefully sharpened blade. For the glory of the four, without a doubt, I whisper quietly to the sky, to the stars, the full moon, and the gusts of wind. A cold wind howls pitifully somewhere in the sky. I pray a silent prayer without words, My throat tightens from the silent scream and the ominous hoarseness that comes with it. I raise the axe. It is the executioner's axe, the judge's hammer, the wicked man's sword, the heretic's arrow, the slave's chain, and the overseer's whip. Hit. A wet crunch. Blood. A mangled beak with sharp teeth penetrates the skull, touching the gray and white matter of the brain. I laugh, a wild, shrill laugh, as if it were the last spark of joy in my entire empty life. I spread this joy through my thoughts, with invisible tentacles of hatred twisted inside me towards myself and the entire world around me. Because hatred is the flame that does not allow me to simply cease to exist. Hit. 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 I laugh and hit and laugh. Blood. Lots of blood. There is much more blood in the human body than it seems at first glance. My laughter tears the lungs like sharp hooks, breaks the heart, and flows through the vessels along with the fire that is turned into my blood. Blood. I stand over the body. Heavy breathing. A look directed at the sky, in which a subtle hint is hidden. A powerful swing. Hit, hit. The battered, bloody head is held on by the remains of skin, muscle fibers, and ligaments. To chop off the skull with one movement, simple strength is not enough. Strike! I kick the headless body to send it to the bottom of the pit. I lift up flesh and bones, barely alive. I lift them up along with the axe. Words are superfluous. The four present listen to my thoughts. Hear the vicious melody in which the soul drowns. And the gods responded, cutting space and time with black lightning, twisting the very fabric of the universe, and forever imprinting the image on the retina of my eyes. Somewhere very far away, at the very edge of the audible, where the boundaries of reality smoothly dissolve in hallucinations, leading to other dimensions of the galaxy of worlds, the song of the conductor, a man who ascended to deity, began to sound. This time the composition Panic at the Disco was playing, called Emperor's New Clothes. The day was clearly a great success. Chapter 2, Messenger of the Gods. Darkness, a forked lightning bolt from the deepest blackness, against which the night grew dim, wrinkled, and paled, penetrated the yielding ground like a spear of heroes of distant antiquity. Human perception lacked both shades and facets to fully convey to the numb brain through the optic nerves, retina, pupil, and lens the entire immensity of this reflection of the power of the Great Four. I saw in this pillar of energy the faces distorted in eternal torment of those who broke the covenants of the Four, believing that it was possible to play with the polygon. In it I saw both darkness and light, life and death, the beginning and the end, intertwined in an endless dance. I felt myself in it. I heard the laughter of the lonely and the mad. I felt the fury of battle and the bitter taste of defeat. The essence of the universe was revealed to me, and it is unlikely that I will remain the same after this, no matter what path our conversation with the one who responded to my call continues. Images of those I have killed often prevent me from falling asleep, forcing me to forget myself in alcoholic and drug-induced delirium. But this vision will burn away the very concept of normal sleep from my life, because I will see it even through my eyelids, covered with a network of capillaries. Blood, dirt, and filth from torn stomachs mixed into a horrible mixture with blue convolutions of intestines and flaccid sacs of internal organs rose into the air. They swelled with fiery Gehenna, rising as bubbles of hopeless liberation, of demons repenting on bloody altars, from the darkest and most forgotten corners of the dark polygon. This disgusting mass boiled and seethed in order to spew out from its unholy depths his dark angel of the dark gods. At first it resembled one huge bubble, swelling among the fragments of bones and open skulls. It grew, like the offspring of an ineradicable sin that engulfs the souls of mortals. It took up all the available space in the grave, but continued to grow, tearing off chunks of earth at the edges of the pit. A bloody blister on the body of the universe, ready to spill out what only a few dreamed of seeing, and still remaining alive, or at least with a mind not shattered into restless fragments that beat against the walls of a disintegrating skull. He rose above me, an insignificant worm who had fallen to his knees before the manifestation of the will of the true rulers of everything that ever existed, exists, and that only in the distant future will arise somewhere in the endless dimensions of the space-time continuum. The bubble burst, scattering dried blood and power around, power that was not yet in the dictionaries of the languages of human civilizations. It crushed fires, blew away a whole meter of land and knocked down surrounding trees. It was a real hurricane of evil. Genuine evil, not its sadistic and perverted tinsel. Evil had its own honor, its own rules, although cruel and inhuman, but they existed. And Sometimes evil seemed much better than the false and hypocritical good that strives for glory, trampling the corpses of those who think differently. This storm could destroy me, wipe me off the face of the earth, throw me like a broken doll on a pile of broken trunks, smear me with a thin film on the stones. However, it only touched my face and hair with a gentle, fresh wind, causing a shiver on the skin and warmth, a distant feeling of comfort and protection. The light disappeared, as if it had flowed out of the laws of physics of this world, as if it had been absorbed by the aura of the Lord. But I saw it. I saw it as clearly as I had never seen it before, remembering every detail. Prophet of the Great Four, the word-bearer, whole with the gods, an incomprehensible creation that gave birth to the beginningless and endless dark gods, and was created by them. A cosmic entity whose breath can turn intergalactic empires and the gods that guard these dim spots of other life forms into dust. It manifested itself in the form most understandable to my mind, in the form that walked our sinful earth, the holy bone breaker. In front of me stood a man with a sparse, shaggy beard, with ritual scars and tattoos on his body. His cloudy, seemingly insane eyes reflected the essence of a thought that outsiders could not understand, as if he were reaching another level, unattainable for others. His build was athletic, but with a noticeable stoop. He was dressed in tattered jeans, sloppily laced old combat boots, and a dirty t-shirt with the inscription Civil Defense. He looked exactly like the pictures I had seen in books and documentaries. I can't pinpoint exactly when the tears started to flow. Tears of joy were streaming down my face, dripping from my chin and clinging to the skin of my neck and collarbones. This is the feeling in the chest that everyone experiences when they meet their god or demon in the flesh. Get up. It didn't sound like a command or an ultimatum, but rather a quiet and polite request, which I immediately complied with. I noticed how darkness flowed from the edges of his clothes, mixing like black water with the blood of hardened sinners spilled here. A bloody severed head and an axe fall from my body. There were no words capable of conveying the whole palette of emotions bursting from the depths of my being. I know. He nodded briefly with a slight half-smile. Tears mixed with blood and flowed in scarlet streams from the eye sockets, ears and nostrils forming tiny streams. Bloody bubbles flared up on the lips. This image is forever imprinted in the depths of my mind. I swear by all the dark deities, spirits of fallen heroes and demons I know, I will keep this in my memory until my last breath, and even after the second chance, when I rise from the ashes of shattered hopes, like a phoenix of vengeance, gaining new life in another world and body. Open your dead eyes and see a renewed world. The click of fingers is almost silent, barely perceptible. I smile, not madly, but rather with barely concealed joy. Looking down at my hands, I notice that the tactical fingerless gloves are gone, the flesh and skin a gray dust that crumbles from the broken phalanges. There is no pain at all. Not even the slightest discomfort is felt. The blood had time to coagulate inside the arteries and veins. Then the muscles that wrapped around the bones, saturated with nerve endings, began to dry up. The eyeballs burst, leaving behind a whitish pus mixed with blood on the face, which was immediately carried away by the streams of the wind of black magic. This is the same magic that warlocks versed in forbidden knowledge could only see in the most terrible nightmares, making even experienced killers twitch with fear. This wind washed away my facial muscles from the skull, exposing the bones of the face. It seemed to me that I was observing everything from the outside, as if from a third person. My thin but relatively strong body was disappearing, revealing naked blackened bones. The naked torso, stained with someone else's blood, began to burn and disintegrate into the smallest chemical particles. The pectoral muscles, the abdominal muscles, the biceps. The terrible necrosis spread from the hands to the forearms and grew in dead foci in different areas. The insides became a homogeneous mass, and bone marrow flowed out of the cracks. I could no longer control this fragment of my body. I only watched. The flesh was completely gone without any remnants, but I continued to see, hear, and feel. I was alive. 4 are watching you. And at that moment I died. Chapter 3. The Dead Man. I woke up in the basement. In my old, familiar, semi-basement, which had become a second home, an integral part of my life and everyday life. It was a dilapidated concrete box, constantly frozen to the very foundation, slightly crookedly attached to the wall of a 9-story panel house. One of 3 dusty gray pillars rising on a vacant lot littered with scrap metal on the outskirts of the city. They were once going to build a store here, a powerful shopping center with several floors and huge profits. The site was fenced off with a pale corrugated metal fence, which was completely covered in layers of for sale ads, obscene inscriptions, bizarre graffiti, and links to virtually abandoned social media groups. They erected a frame of metal beams, brought in several trucks with construction materials, and then suddenly disappeared, leaving behind tools and work clothes. No one knew exactly why the construction was frozen for 5 long years. During this time, the beams were covered in rust, and the site itself became a haven for various marginal individuals. Occasionally, the work of construction workers from Tajikistan could be heard in this place, accompanied by swearing from a strong, bearded man in the largest helmet, who served as a foreman. However, after a couple of days, all work stopped, and the noise scared away the local inhabitants of the lower social class, who returned here again. Hungry and angry packs of dogs, homeless people, drug addicts, alcoholics, as well as 9 bodies buried by me personally lived here. In addition, in these chaotic gatherings, the first outlines of scumbags from local gangs are already beginning to appear, joined by self-destructive youth with suicidal tendencies. Such a place has long earned a reputation as a real nest of lawlessness. Who managed to watch Boomer and Brigada? This is the majority of the country's residents, those who, from childhood, absorbed social injustice and a penchant for crime, as if with their mother's milk. And it's not just about watching these films. They firmly hammered into the consciousness the plot, which for many became a reflection of the real world, like an image on the screen of a faulty TV. The harsh and damp life of a metallurgical plant was mixed with the hard work of mines. Various residential areas, private and multi-story houses were added. A tense atmosphere of the perestroika era arose, and an even more difficult situation after it, when it became clear how much you can earn by working honestly and how much those involved in shady business receive, especially the guys who fled from big cities because of the fierce competition. In addition, the remoteness from large centers, reminiscent of a well-known joke, where the whole country, for them, is the Moscow region. Over time, the outright lawlessness began to fade, giving way to satiety and the calm purring of a slightly overweight predator who decided not to demonstrate his abilities and dirty machinations as openly as before. People like Grandpa Macker, a kind of legend among the crazy and funny, the insane and the sick, disappeared for a while, and precisely for a while, because such personalities simply cannot disappear forever. An unruly idealist with the features of a cynical maniac is a very strong combination of human characteristics. Makar loved to douse with gasoline those who, to put it more or less culturally, crossed the established line of what is permitted. And after pathetic, pathos-filled speeches about a thoroughly rotten society, as some guys said when they were high, a burning light on legs, such people were eliminated by the authorities themselves, who exchanged their usual leather jackets for strict business suits and took up positions in the city administrative apparatus. I'm lying on the floor, torn rags, old newspapers, dried mud, broken glass, cigarette butts and crumpled aluminum cans are scattered around me. The walls are worn. The darkness is dimly lit. Rusty heavy metal door, its hinges and huge lock so worn out by the widespread neglect that not even a special forces team with a handheld battering ram could open it, unless they knew the tricky sequence of movements to make that tank hatch creak open, allowing you to cling to your clothes and squeeze through the small gap between the outside world and the maze of sewer and utility tunnels. My back is twisted from the icy cold. Stop. This cold penetrates my body, every cell clutching the next one in a desperate attempt to keep warm. A cold that goes all the way to my heart, shrinking into a lump of horror inside me. The merciless breath of death. Realizing that I was dead was surprisingly easy. Oddly enough, death is one of the most vivid events in a person's life. Even if you passed away peacefully in your sleep, that moment will remain in your memory forever. The first death is like the first time, be it murder or intimacy. These experiences stay with you forever. After the 10th shot, the blood from which dries on your hands, or after many chance encounters, when trouble no longer seems unusual, a change in consciousness occurs. You begin to perceive what previously seemed absolutely impossible. But the first time, pain, a constant dull ache, covering every joint in my body, cooling to the ambient temperature, like a blanket of rotting worms, did not allow me to rise. Its burning foci twisted and broke my bones, spreading painful waves that, like a rock and roll melody, played on my nerve endings with brutal force. However, the sensation of pain was different, unfamiliar. It wasn't the kind of debilitating burning sensation, like a hot knife blade piercing the flesh of my arm, that I would occasionally inflict, leaving a jagged pattern of scars on my forearms. Rather, it was like a tickle. Certainly, it was a pain that squeezed out consciousness like a dirty rag, trying to squeeze out all thoughts except the instinct to stop suffering. I understood and analyzed what was happening with some part of my mind, but I felt a gap between perception and understanding. It was like the pricks of needles from the restored blood flow in a numb limb, reminiscent of the feeling when your hands were frozen for a long time in the cold and then found themselves in warmth. I could clearly feel the transformation of my body. Muscle lumps rolled under a rough skin that looked more like fur than skin. Bones stretched out, became stronger, lighter, and more flexible. And I was forced to lie curled up in a fetal position, quietly moaning from unbearable pain. So wild that washing with ice water constricted my throat, and sharp breaths in my chest did not allow me to scream out loud. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, acutely aware of how my mind was changing along with my body. The eyeball was spreading smoothly across the eye. The pupil and lens were swelling into bubbles. Against the background of the whites, which were covered with red-black spots with bursting capillaries, the ears were changing shape, as was the entire hearing apparatus. The hair was falling out, mixing on the floor with the muddy water slowly dripping from the cracks in the ceiling. The small volume of subcutaneous fat was disappearing in parallel with the thinning of the muscles. 4 people literally mixed my old body into sand in order to then create something almost the same, but better, faster, and stronger, created to withstand the coming metamorphosis. I looked at the ceiling. I often looked at it, day and night. What time is it now? Although what difference does it make? Because for my new methods of orientation in space, light and darkness have become equivalent. The familiar palette disappeared, giving way to a black and white spectrum with countless shades of gray, creating various patterns. It was still unclear, but I could distinguish blood. I felt life, distant, pulsating at the very edge of my perception, cigarette butts hitting my ribs, causing my heart muscle to beat. In fact, it was not as far away as my visual perception was still confusing centimeters with kilometers, the first or second floor of a panel house at most. I saw and felt how the blood, hot and life-giving, flowed through branched blood vessels. I wanted to smile. I smiled and the dry crust on my face began to crack, revealing still fragile skin, soft and light gray. Once again I observed my body from the outside. Blood flowed through my veins and arteries, but it was completely different, not connected to the previous one. It was thick, black, poisonous, and burned everything around except myself. The blood of a creature of darkness. A creature born in the deep night and called to drag everything into this blessed darkness, where it would enjoy desperate cries for hours and savor the life force flowing from jagged wounds. With this blood, power flowed through me. The power of the Great Four and the power of the Blood God. Precisely one of the countless half-mad gods with such a nickname, obsessed with violence, familiar with the Four. Bloody Drax. He is the patron of vampires, ghouls, werewolves, and all who feed on the blood of the living, prolonging their semblance of life in the mortal world, or simply seeking all available shades of perverted pleasure. After his death, Drax chose to remain in the darkness, enjoying its gentle touch. His knowledge, thoughts, scattered memories, and feelings gradually seeped into my being, drop by drop, like the tiniest grains of sand. Not all at once and not all at once. Because if a stream of information, loaded with a single array from a being who had lived for many centuries, poured into my 24-year-old mind, it would break me, reducing me to a senseless state in which I would lose understanding of where I am and who I am. The basics of rituals and control of the undead are a tiny gem in the depths of my brain, shimmering with shades of old cruelty and violence, which is enough for me for now. Everything else will come with age. The knowledge of a bloodthirsty god, at whose command entire cities and regions were destroyed, is a breeding ground for experiments with living and dead flesh. The pain subsided. I rose slowly from the floor, my joints creaking, my body still undergoing changes. The new scaly shell that covered me would take several more hours to transform into the skin of a very pale and sickly person, tightly wrapped around the protruding bones. I smiled even wider, feeling within me a changed being. One might even say a soul, marked by the seal of the Four, the flow of the Force. This power was in me, under my feet, in the walls, in the murky water, in the air, in the rhythm and breath of those who lived above, those who were already doomed to be dead, for I had risen from obscurity. I was the messenger of the dark gods, the herald of the tide of evil, the bringer of suffering and hatred, the Black King, the immortal ruler, the devourer of worlds, the destroyer of hope, and the commander of despair. With each new nickname that grew on my newly begun grasp of all-encompassing self-awareness, Bloody Drax rumbled in the depths like a contented chainsaw, biting into soft flesh. This god enjoyed being feared and revered. When his name was spoken with awe and fear, as if behind these sounds bursting from the throat, creatures could rise that had no name in any mortal language. Claws slid across the concrete. Claws? Of course, it was my limb, but transformed. I felt neither the shock nor the numbness that should have accompanied this event. But something inside me had broken the usual order of things. Even the most imperturbable person would probably be surprised and confused if he woke up one morning in his room and discovered that instead of his left hand, he had a slimy, tentacle-like appendage, like a snail. My hand, of course, did not become so strange. But it was no longer at all like the old limb, with swollen knuckles, unevenly cut nails, and faint traces of dirt on the pale skin. Each finger, noticeably elongated and gracefully thinned, acquired an additional joint, and the previous ones became incredibly flexible, bending in different directions. The hand transformed, taking a shape resembling something between a bird's claw and a frightening spider. Pale skin and curved black claws, about 6 or 7 centimeters long, looked creepy. I ran them along the dusty floor again, and the sound caused a chilling wave of unpleasant goosebumps along the spine. Deep furrows were clearly visible on the surface. Not bad. Very good indeed. The attempt to stand up failed at the very beginning. I found myself scattered on the floor again, not understanding why my legs refused to obey, although in fact they were completely fine. I felt them just as before, felt the work of the muscles and the touch of the remains of clothing on my skin. My legs also underwent changes, temporarily throwing me off the movements that had been practiced to the point of automatism and had become unconditional reflexes. And suddenly, a terrifying thought pierced my head. I hadn't breathed. Not a single inhale or exhale since I regained consciousness. I'm dead. But I still existed at the same time. Click. Returning memories of the blood god. One specific name for my new form was missing. It is something between a vampire, a lich, and a necromancer, made of living flesh and blood. Just a few scattered and blurred memories. This is how I look now. Or will look when the transformation is complete. A tall, painfully thin creature with pale skin, completely hairless, with pointed ears, long, sharp fangs like needles, with teeth like a saw, peeking out from under thin, withered lips. Another joint was added to the arms and legs. From a distance it doesn't look too noticeable, but upon closer inspection it seems unnatural. My attack and running speed, as well as the ability to jump incredibly high and climb walls and ceilings, were unique. I had never had this before, because to unlock the full potential of such a creature, ritual sacrifices, leaders of drunk blood, and at least dozens of undead minions were required. The most powerful representatives of my people were able to destroy entire armies. My people? I got used to it so quickly. My powers depended on the number and quality of my servants. After their death, the acquired abilities still remained within me. If I resurrect 100 dead, I will become stronger, tougher, and more resilient, but even when they die, I retain this level of power and can raise a new 100 from the ground again. Now I will not have to conquer the steep stairs again, starting from the shaky skeleton of the first step. Blood, torn flesh, and the energy that comes from someone's death restore my body, strengthen my skills, and grant new knowledge. Suddenly my consciousness momentarily merged with what I had inherited from Drax. I will sing the energy of this terrible world. The obsession vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a bitterness and a slightly blurred sense of duality. Would I degenerate? become a likeness of the blood god, lose my individuality, or become one with him forever. Slowly I rise from the ground, getting used to my renewed body. The first step, I almost couldn't hold on, but I grabbed the wall. Second, my legs are shaking treacherously. Where does this tremor come from if I'm already dead? The 8 awkward steps to the door took me almost 15 minutes. I leaned my whole body against the iron door. It was not locked. Heavy black drops fell from a gloomy sky covered with gray, torn clouds that blocked out the daylight. They hit the roofs of houses, the wet asphalt, and collected in puddles that squelched under the weight of footsteps. Dogs howled. It was raining the color of blood. Chapter 4. Hunger. Interesting fact. Every second, a person dies on the planet. If you look at the statistics more deeply, it's about 1.7 of a person. Let's round down. One person. Someone's parent, brother, son, a complete stranger, an unremarkable person. A vile scoundrel or a life-tested friend. Plus or minus about half a hundredweight of lifeless remains, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. About 1.5 meters tall, the global average fluctuates around 162 centimeters. With my height of just over 1.93 meters, it's hard to believe that most people are so small. But it's a fact. Let's get back to the death figures. Every second, the world balance increases by 1 corpse, statistically, without taking into account other factors. Every breath you take, every thought that flashes through your head, and someone will never breathe again. The reason is not important. This person has become part of a cold body. Optimistic, isn't it? We don't know their names. We haven't heard their voices. We haven't seen their faces. We don't know what was going on in their heads. But they are already gone. 107 deaths every minute. 107 people per minute. 107 people who could have been scientists and invented a cure for a previously incurable disease. 107 people who could be raising children or just starting to start a family. About 100 people, even those who do not particularly care about their health, will be able to destroy an impressive number of their fellows with ordinary kitchen knives, especially if they act in a coordinated manner and according to a plan. 6,390 dead. Every hour. What can 6,500 people do? A terrifying number. 153,000 deaths daily. Every damn day. 56 million victims a year. How many people are buried? How many of them were burned in crematorium fires? Fires or funeral pyres? Another very curious fact is that, according to the most approximate and unconfirmed estimates, about 100 billion representatives of the species Homo sapiens have died on planet Earth. Now here's the question. Has anyone ever thought about the obsessive, crazy, impossible, and partly paranoid schizophrenic idea, what if they come back? What if at some point in history, the dead rise from their graves? Not all of them. Just those whose bodies are still able to move, but even that could seriously upset the established global economic and social balance. No. This is not another reason to joke with banal phrases like resurrection often depends on the place of events. Resurrection in Jerusalem, a miracle. Resurrection in Hollywood, a zombie. When a person dies, his body is opened. A death certificate is issued. A funeral service is held. He is placed in a wooden coffin and buried at a depth of about 2 meters. If after all this he suddenly returns home to his loved ones who mourned him, and if this story attracts the attention of the press, someone will certainly be able to make a good profit on this. What if it's not just one person who returns, but 2, 3, 5, maybe even a dozen? Such sensations set the nerves on edge. The recently departed begin to wander the earth again, led by vague, death-covered scraps of memories and a fragmented personality.
Every day, new creatures that were once people appear. The longer time passes, the more the ancient remains become saturated with darkness, so that, rattling with crumbling bones, they bring horror and death. The fresh dead transform, taking on increasingly bizarre shapes and sizes, gradually losing even the slightest traces of human appearance, causing fits of panic in anyone who looks at them for more than a few seconds. Some may awaken their minds, gathering in their skulls as a chaotic puzzle of many fragments of memories. Others will remain at the level of eternally hungry animals. Faded silhouettes of bygone eras glide through streets immersed in dense darkness, barely speaking words whose meaning is simply incomprehensible to most. This is the blood rain of Nostergoth, a sinister act of necromancy and black magic of the highest order, penetrating the very fabric of reality. It is the death of an entire layer of the universe, an incredibly exciting spectacle, illuminated by a ghostly light, to which, sooner or later, the scavengers of the dark realms will come. But this end will be far from quick. A cruel, painful extinction, as if the blood slowly drips from a martyr chained to the altar of the ritual. The living, fighting for every last breath, inevitably fall into the crimson mud as lifeless bodies, to be reborn from it after the offspring of time in the form of cruel creatures of the underworld. These monsters tear out the throats of their former relatives, friends, and loved ones, turning everything into an endless circle of violence and torment. Drops of blood, the blood of forgotten gods of this world, and purulent formations bursting out of malignant tumors of matter, in combination with some metaphysical principle, descended from the skies, creating a quiet whisper, similar to a funeral song. People on all continents turned their gaze upward, bewildered. Each of them was now marked with the sign of death. Even in the most secluded bunkers, remote forest thickets, on the top of Everest, and in the depths of the Mariana Trench. This rain was only an external manifestation, a visible and tangible signal of what had engulfed the souls of all living, those who had lived and those who had yet to appear on this version of planet Earth. The recently deceased suddenly stirred in their graves. Fresh corpses shuddered, arching in convulsions, and in the ancient bones buried in Egyptian pyramids, ancient tombs and castles, something was awakening that our technocratic science had not yet found a name for, and could hardly have imagined its existence. I stood under the stream of rain, with my eyes closed. Blood trickled down my head, neck, and clothes. Worn jeans and a dark hooded sweatshirt, spreading across the broken asphalt. I felt myself being filled with power, the same energy that makes the most sensitive and emotionally sensitive people in their apartments go gray. Along with the power, a burning need flared up in me. The natural physiological hunger of a person who has not eaten for several days in a row, and the thirst for power is the thirst for control, the thirst for strength, the thirst for new opportunities. The memories of the blood god fueled my hunger. I knew what I was capable of now, and I knew that I could create if I sated myself with life energy. Energy so attractive, sweet, and leaving a wonderful, indescribable shade of blossoming on the taste buds. Every movement became easier than before. Staggering, I reached the entrance to the nearest building, readapting to my own body. A heavy metal door. Torn ads about buying scrap metal, old electrical appliances, and turning off the hot water for several days. The intercom had been missing for about 3 years. A gaping black hole clogged with chewed butts of the cheapest cigarettes. Straining the muscles of the shoulder and forearm, a simple action at first glance, is done with effort, as if turning the brain inside out. The fingertips helplessly slide down the round handle polished by hundreds of hands, a dull, shiny metal ball touching it for the last time with claws. Second attempt. It's getting better. The door slowly and humiliatingly opens. Creaking sound, similar to the sound of sandpaper, pierces the extremely sharpened hearing. But immediately the feeling of discomfort disappears. The effort is insignificant, like a slight cough. By the way, I practically did not have real nasal cartilage, only a damp gap in the middle of my face, capable of capturing the subtlest shades of smells. I literally suffocate from a new range of sensations, altered vision, touch, hearing, and perception. Necrotic transformations gradually return to the original state of my human body. The brain is not yet ready to cope with the constant jumps in the load on the recently acquired senses, recording my existence in space and time, a darkness that I cannot distinguish from the heat of the day. Broken steps, shards of glass, empty bottles, a sharp smell of urine, vomit, and spilled alcohol. Dried mucus and petrified excrement. Cat, rat, dog, and human. Stairwell. First floor. Tightly closed doors of this vertical metal coffin, which was supposed to lift or lower a load weighing up to 200 kilograms. A torn-out electrical panel hangs halfway. 2 doors. The first near the elevator, welded shut by someone. No one knows when and why. The second, a matte black piece of tank armor. You can't call it anything else. I clench my right hand into a fist, claws tickling the skin of my palm. Hit. The door trembles from a dull sound, as if vibrating to its very foundation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sound of a lock being released. Every time, day or night, the appearance of this house's main nightmare takes exactly 5 seconds. You're never short of abuse, hooligans. The voice sounded irritated, with a distinct note of hysteria. A hellish mixture of rudeness and intelligence. And no, we are not talking about a subspecies similar to me, but a much more neglected case. A complete disregard for any personal boundaries except your own. Upbringing in the head, and a pedagogical education that shines through in every word. Imperiousness, an unyielding desire to get into places where you shouldn't, and an attempt to pass yourself off as the most educated among those around you. Congratulations. Before you is an example of an unambiguous portrait of the deputy director and teacher of Russian in our city school, better known as the Three Corpses School, a place where the director's daughter, having experienced the bitterness of unrequited love, swallowed potions, the head of an exhausted family hanged himself, and a mechanic was hit by a car of a chicken talking on the phone, right in front of the elementary school building. Many years of service, or however many teachers are entitled to, the so-called penny salary, and a sharp, grumpy character. The door swung open with such force that it almost knocked me off my feet. A plump woman, there is no other definition. Sparsely growing mustache under a fleshy nose. Lips painted a screaming pink and swollen, which caused disgust at the sight of uneven yellow teeth with pale gums. A multitude of wrinkles overlapping each other, and the most wretched wig that ever existed on earth. No one could believe that this mangy cat actually wears real hair on her head. How much does she weigh? Close to 150 kilograms? Short stature and barrel-shaped body did not allow even an approximate estimate of weight visually. And how much blood does she have in her veins? Blood. She takes a deep breath, filling her wide chest with air. Do you know those people who start a conversation with the phrase, "Now I'm going to swear," or throw accusations right from the start? Didn't clean the dust, didn't wash the dishes, and so on, forcing you to swallow the unspoken greeting, "Hello," slowly filling yourself with anger. O gods of darkness, they will witness how long I have wanted to do something like this. The black joy of long-awaited revenge for burnt nerve cells is mixed with thirst. My cheeks tear like dry cloth, revealing a row of sharp, needle-like fangs. Glistening and flowing turbid threads of saliva, soaked in an analog of a neuroparalytic substance that prevents blood from clotting, shoots out of my throat like a harpoon, piercing the carotid artery,
hidden under folds of fat.
Reach closer and sink your teeth into her flesh. Blood, hot, sweet, filled with life. I brought the frozen woman back into the confines of her apartment, closing the door securely behind me. I devoured her with greedy gulps.
High cholesterol, as well as white blood cell, red blood cell, and platelet counts that do not meet recognized medical criteria. And, to put it mildly, my age is not for this matter.
By Bloody Drax's standards, this twilight bat fluid was somewhere in quality between annelids digging in damp earth and the blood of a rat dying from the plague, long past its natural lifespan. But I do not care. Rapture, ecstasy. It surpassed any sex, any intoxication and drug crush combined. Pure magic, a divine sensation. I merge with this stream of happiness, dissolving in it entirely. Our conversation gradually shifts to a horizontal position. We continuously slide down the wall. For a split second, my eyes begin to work like echolocation, catching the slightest signs of life at a short and ultra-short distance. There is no one in the house, or someone is hiding in the most distant room where the invisible tentacles of my perception do not reach. She is completely immobilized, only madly rolling her eyes. Her body shrinks, her complexion pales and shrinks. Death, blood, horror, pain. I am a prophet of these phenomena in this world. How wonderful it is. At some point, all the blood in it disappears completely, down to the very last drop. But I don't stop. Like a spider, I inject an unknown substance into the lifeless body, which immediately begins to liquefy the internal organs and muscle tissue, turning them into a nutritious liquid. The skin bubbles, as if layers are peeling off the bones. A feeling of bliss comes over me. It's been less than 2 minutes, although in my mind it's stretched out for hours. I'm sitting, leaning against the door, smiling. My cheeks are bursting at the seams from this crazy smile that stretches to my ears. Nearby, at my feet, lies a naked skeleton. A little bit of new power and alien knowledge boils inside me. I am the king of the dead. How could it be otherwise? And this creature will become the first fighter of my army. Perhaps I should have hidden in a dark and damp basement, kidnapping people one by one and gradually increasing my capabilities, all so that one day I could quietly and imperceptibly conquer this miserable world, replacing the top of power with obedient undead. Or arrange a real nightmare with bloody bacchanalia to the music of Rammstein. Only in the streams of fresh blood is the true greatness of the new dark god born, who rules the nearest worlds and will enter the pantheon of the four as a younger god. But it seems that now I have a clear plan. The bloody downpour has erased all boundaries of what is permitted, and soon the risen from the dead will begin to sow panic in the hearts of those around them, which will quickly develop into cruel hatred. Crowds of thugs, psychopaths, maniacs, deserters, and bandits will commit lawlessness, because even the united armies of the entire world will hardly be able to resist the chilling breath of death with its afterlife coolness. This is especially felt in the early stages, when no one fully understands what is happening around. There is simply no time for preparation, and complex strategic moves stretched out over years. I will cut out this damned house, suck the life out of every bastard that lives here, and then resurrect them as spineless puppets bringing death. Author's note. The next chapter will contain a lot of text that reveals the main character's views through the prism of his worldview, against the backdrop of many corpses and the basics of necromancy. I will warn you again, if you have not read the notes to the book, everything written here should be considered as an artistic fantasy of one paranoid schizophrenic. I wonder who said that. Do not take it seriously or personally. Chapter 5. Homeless. The more I meet people, the more I love zombies. Rento Baron Garcia. To Rabina.
Turista. Necromancy is considered one of the most intricate branches of dark magical knowledge. Only truly powerful magicians, poisoned by ritual sacrifices, are capable of calling zombies to life with one move. These creatures possess dead flesh, invulnerable to either a sword or a bullet. Their eyes see through thick concrete walls, and their fingers easily crush skulls hidden under heavy helmets and thick helms. Such magicians have brought their spells to automatism, which has become more natural for them than breathing or muscle work. Soon, spontaneously resurrected dead people will appear on the streets of large cities, representing almost independent machines with all the necessary improvements for further existence. Death is multifaceted and endless in all its expressions. Resurrecting a single corpse does not require any special powers, deep knowledge, or much experience. However, it is much more difficult to ensure that the raised corpse does not eat your brain, does not disintegrate into rotten parts in a few days, does not forget how to move and function. Even the simplest serious spell, is a complex structure of interconnected and mutually supporting simpler parts. I have a body now, the bones of a woman worn beyond her years, out of shape by time and neglect. It's far from ideal material to work with. Life is spinning in my cooling heart muscle in a mad dance with darkness, gradually turning into death. This death simultaneously strengthens my body and fills my soul with some unusual calm and peace. The silence and peace of long-abandoned cemeteries envelop me with their mystical atmosphere. Darkness gathers at the tips of my withered fingers. A basic symbol of magic flares in my mind, triggering a chain of memories linked to the dark energy of the blood god. The kami novices who are just beginning their arduous service to Boni, one of the great four, and the being who created the very idea of death, use this energy to strengthen the flesh in the earliest stages of decay. This action plunges the body into a kind of stasis, temporarily removing it from the flow of time. The more power the corpse accumulates, the longer its state lasts. The second component appears when a wave of energy tickles my shoulder blades and gives an intoxicating feeling of power over life and death. The simplest patterns of behavior are fixed in the skull of my faceless servant. Death penetrates his spine, spreading in low-frequency vibrations throughout the musculoskeletal system. Next, spells flow from my hands like a waterfall, and blood mixed with cloudy pus begins to drip from my nostril, settling on my fangs. Muscle memory. The skeleton has no muscles, but bones are excellent at storing the basic characteristics of their body in memory. Fine motor skills that allow you to move your fingertips at least a little. Vision is absent in its usual form. There are no eyeballs, only empty sockets. Darkness thickens in them, slightly thickening, as if forming a semblance of a lens that transmits a black and white image directly to the compressed area of the dead brain that controls the actions of the body. Perception, a complex mechanism of subordination on several levels. I have trouble breathing. The first breath is always an effort. Am I really breathing? The air no longer wheezes out of my lungs because my brain has remembered that it is no longer necessary and simply mindlessly repeats the behavior of my old body. The skeleton slowly rises, leaning against the wall of the corridor. Pale yellow, ridiculously small compared to me, but incredibly sinister. In the dim light of the lamp, it inspired fear and a sense of imminent death. Shadows covered the skull, endlessly bared into the void. This is not normal. This is an optical illusion. This cannot exist in reality. A lie, a hallucination, an illusion, a hologram, hypnosis, and something incomprehensible, therefore, causing a genuine feeling of anxiety. My human part was rushing around inside my chest, trying to find a logical explanation for the silhouette that had already completely straightened up, like a set of bones. But the other, the darkness that had recently awakened in me, simply rumbled from saturation. I am beginning to feel more and more like a real Dark Lord. It is difficult. It requires a lot of strength and nerves, but I felt with my entire defiled being
how my capabilities increased after this dark creature gained the ability to fulfill my desires. It was like resting after a very hard and exhausting workout. My hands moved easily, unusually freely, if you like. I realize that when I perform the dead man's raise again, I will do better, even if far from ideal or even average quality, but the fact of execution is already significant. And what did they say there? Let's go then, our city people? There are many types of people whose mere presence inspires rage and a desire to take up the age-old axe and solve a problem with one precise blow. No, I am not talking about Nazism, racism, or other such things. I am talking about a character and a way of thinking that is so repulsive that it makes you feel sick. What is it that irritates me most about women? Besides the fact that they are people, and I can't stand all people without exception, including myself. Is it a complete misunderstanding of how their brain works? Or, I am the only true D'Artagnan, and there are only scoundrels around. Scandalous female logic? Increased tolerance and indulgence on every occasion? The impossibility of punishing them for this in decent society, when I would have been buried 7 times over for such actions, or that they use this to their advantage, becoming impudent to incredible limits. The idea deeply ingrained in your mind that you owe someone something without any basis in fact, the ability to use closeness to someone for your own gain. When you end up exhausted at work and get nothing in return, pumping money out of you, manipulation, endless tears and hysterics, with which it is simply unclear what to do and how to react. That's it? I'm offended? Do you love me? Continuous control and the desire to subjugate yourself? The usual attempts at blackmail through intimacy? Friend zone? Refusal to give a direct answer to a simple and clear question? That annoying every woman should have a secret? Constant lying? My money is mine and yours is ours? Taking away wages, prohibitions that blur the line between a life partner and overprotective parents. Constant attempts to drag you into an unwanted marriage, after which they will take away half of your property. The decision to have a child not because it was carefully thought out and weighed, but because all your friends have already done it. Or your grandmother said that you should give birth early. Or God gave you a child and he will give you a wet nurse. Or simply because you want to hug cute little ones while you clean up after them and pay for everything. Yes, actually, everything taken together. There was a certain conventional line that divided the actions of men and women, although at first glance it seems strange. Agree. The same actions are perceived differently depending on the gender of a person. Try to imagine the Joker played by Heath Ledger if he were a woman, and Tyler Durden, Nar, father of monsters, James Bond as played by Daniel Craig, Vas Montenegro, Terminator, Hades from Hercules, Captain Jack Sparrow, Sid Vicious, Darth Vader, Ash from Evil Dead. These thoughts make your head spin. If you leave a girl, that makes you an asshole. But if she takes all the initiative, you're still an asshole. When a woman throws out newborn kittens, it seems to justify difficult circumstances and the impossibility of feeding everyone. And if a man has tattoos, then he is immediately labeled as a Satanist and a cruel person. Of course, there are decent women and girls, and many of the men I know can hardly be called pleasant conversationalists. But have you ever met the so-called sculptresses? Their first glance is like a thorough analysis, a damn X-ray that shines through and reveals all the nuances of your character. Something like this needs to be corrected, this needs to be redone, and then you can take it. Sounds in their heads. They rebuild men for themselves, sometimes to the point of complete change. Of course, you can transform yourself for the sake of your loved one, but certainly not in such an intrusive and barely hidden violent way. It's doubly difficult when one person combines the role of sculptress and a distorted understanding of the phrase, "Love me as I am," which, in fact, means, I don't care at all what I look like, but you are already obliged to accept me. This is a selfish lump with legs who demands the ideal partner. A tall, blonde, blue-eyed handsome man with perfect abs and pronounced veins on his arms. It is especially hard when such a person encounters the same hopeless and ridiculous type, some helpless watermelon, whom she of course intends to re-educate because others have failed to do so. But she is a real princess, and he supposedly loves her. Just like that. This is exactly what happened to the neighbors living on the second floor. Once upon a time there lived Mikalich, whose patronymic was, in essence, Pavlovich, although no one cared at all. Next to him lived Ludka the bitch, the heiress of the head teacher of the first school. Ludka unexpectedly had a daughter, whose origin remained a secret. And Mikalich, widely known in the area for his unrivaled ability to disassemble, repair, and assemble even the most complex structures, had a son. The birth of the boy led to his wife seemingly disappearing into another world. Lyudka, leaving behind an apartment and an unbearable character, died as a result of 5 stab wounds to the abdomen, while her purse, in which most of her earnings were kept, was stolen. Mikalich, thanks to his grown-up and stronger son, was sent to a psychiatric hospital to free up living space. Together they formed an ideal couple with an intricate business project: to rent out one of the apartments to people from distant Azerbaijan, who, according to some suspicions, were connected with a batch of Afghan heroin that periodically appeared in our area. The heroin was so pure that it was purer than even the tap water that most city residents received. The doors looked flimsy, made of some material that looked like wood or plastic. You could kick them down, if you knew how. I knew, but I didn't have the strength to do it, especially since the skeleton slamming down the steps didn't have enough physical strength to compare with a normal person. In addition, the dead man wouldn't have responded adequately to all my modest skills yet. A blow to the jaw would have thrown off the lower part, along with several teeth of the upper one, and the head would have shifted sharply, temporarily, breaking the fragile cervical vertebrae and disrupting the flow of deadly energy through all the limbs. Real zombies, who can function even after being chopped into pieces and put through a rusty meat grinder, were yet to be encountered. The claws penetrated the narrow gap between the door and the frame, causing the lock to creak pitifully as it was squeezed by bone plates imbued with necrotic energy. First, a bag of bones entered the room cautiously. I tried to maintain control of the situation. 4 of you, eat this abomination. My weak necromantic skills did not allow me to fully control my corpse-spotted servants in a mode similar to a real-time strategy. After all, this was more like a role-playing game. My brain did not cope for a while, when perception was divided into 2 completely different views of the world, which were significantly different from each other. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to see yourself through someone else's eyes? It is truly an unusual and memorable sight. I watch my skeleton, and it watches me back. And everything our visual receptors record is continuously transmitted to me. You can turn this process off, but then the coordination of the movements of the inanimate body is significantly impaired. In terms of sensations, controlling your own body in space and time with more subtle control than just following elementary commands was like trying to simultaneously draw a square and a triangle in the air with different hands. The wallpaper is decorated with bright flowers, the shoe rack is filled with shoes and sneakers, jackets hang on hooks. My gaze switches to the thermal imager, which paints 2 blurry and overlapping reddish spots. A hallway, a turn, a slightly ajar bathroom door, then the kitchen, a tiny space, filled with cabinets, a refrigerator, a microwave, and a sink almost hidden under a mountain of dirty dishes. I leaned slightly against the wall and closed my eyes. Time to try playing the puppeteer. As soon as the darkness enveloped my eyeballs, my consciousness moved into my only unit for now, but not completely, only partially, remaining detached and adjusting my movements from time to time. There is a fairly spacious room in front of me. A sofa, a table with a computer, a weight bar with a handle, weights and dumbbells blocking the exit to the balcony. Groans can be heard from afar. These are not cries of desperate pain or requests for help, but ordinary sounds made by two people who are engaged in close communication. The head teacher, who did not leave his post even after his death because he had not yet reached retirement age, slowly makes his way to the corner where the amateur athlete is working out. What does a dumbbell weighing about 5 kilograms mean? For the average athlete, this is at most a warm-up or an old thing sent for remelting, and there is absolutely no desire to delve into the intricacies of push-up exercises today. For a child, this is an unbearable load, like a real small truck. For my son, Mikhalich, whose name I did not know and did not want to find out, this object was something from the category of the use has ended, but it is a pity to throw it away. The metal is in my right hand. The bones of my left hand are gently touching the half-open door. The gap widens, allowing me to see two sweaty people doing something that adults are supposed to do. Something I can't feel at the moment. The female figure is on all fours, the male on his knees, and nearby the padded sheets of a double bed with a patterned headboard move with them. The man's back is quite prominent. His shoulders are broad, and his short hair resembles a hedgehog. Mikhalich Jr. has his back turned to me, which is quite remarkable. Whether this puts me or all of us in some position is an open question. Almost silently on the soft carpet, it's time to give this phenomenon a name, perhaps Kostya, approaches those who are groaning. The woman has already finished several times, and the muscular partner has little strength left to finish the job. I managed to take control of Kostyan as much as possible. It wasn't a full blow, more of a push, but delivered at the right angle, in the right place, and with the right force. It sent the giant's body, bloody, falling onto his wife. The phalanges of my little finger and index finger were shattered to the point of being completely useless. They were too fragile. The girl doesn't yet realize what happened, a sudden transition. Her brain hasn't had time to readjust after the intense penetration, if you know what I mean, onto her lover's body, covered in something dark and sticky, which falls with force on her back. She couldn't turn around. The blow landed right on the back of her head. Cinema, even if it does not openly mislead, still slightly embellishes reality. It is impossible to stun a person for several hours, although maybe I just have not encountered this. A blow to the head with a heavy and blunt object is pain, blood, concussion, and short-term loss of consciousness, or coma, and death. I open my eyes and approach the two naked bodies. A still erect penis, sagging breasts with unhealthily swollen dark nipples. None of this matters. Now this is temporarily living biological material for black rituals. Of course, a skeleton is not bad, but something more substantial would be preferable. I run my claws along the wall, tearing the wallpaper and leaving deep scratches in the concrete. Zombie? Corpse? Chimera? Ghoul? Bone horror? The intrigue remains, because I myself have not yet finally decided what exactly I would like more. Author's note. Yay, totally random pictures. Chapter 6. Food, Women, and Wine. Every black magician with self-respect needs a ritual knife. In addition, it is desirable to have several very unusual artifacts. Such a set looks quite impressive, giving the image a dark, gothic atmosphere and, in addition, is very useful in practice. Have you ever tried to cut a human heart out of a still warm woman's chest using a dull kitchen knife? To be honest, it is better to avoid this activity. Cut off the mammary glands. Peel off the skin in strips, exposing the muscles. Luckily, the spell blood clotting came to mind, especially for such cases. Being covered in your own blood looks impressive, but in reality, it is far from convenient.
because your fingers slide along the handle of the knife, and it is difficult to clean it afterwards. Scrape the meat from the rib cage. I stick out my tongue, almost a meter long, and lick the yellowed bones. Delight. Vegetarians don't even know what they are missing out on, ha. Kostian found a saw, although it was an old hacksaw, gradually becoming covered in rust, but still quite strong. In principle, this could be done with claws. After a dozen corpses, I easily managed to rip out the hearts of small mortals with spines. But now the ritual is a little different. Did I really call people pitiless mortal creatures? It's funny. Death can change a lot. Cut the sternum. Carefully lift the rib fragments with your fingers. Move them apart. No feelings of disgust or revulsion were experienced. It's more like a combination of scientific curiosity and gastronomic interest. Lungs, heart muscle, kidneys, liver, and long loops of intestine. The saw falls to the floor next to Kostya, who is swaying lazily from side to side. Take out the heart. Slippery piece of meat. I raise my hand with it up to the ceiling, to the sky, hidden behind several floors, to the stars, to space, and to the four. 4 deities, 3 paths, 2 chances, 1 life. I say a prayer to the dark gods who made me a creation of the underworld. Through a smile on my lips, my cheeks are torn. I've almost gotten used to this feeling. The tongue is extended, and the jaws are slightly pushed forward. The main organ of human blood supply is swallowed whole, without chewing. It goes with difficulty, scrapes the palate, and almost gets stuck in the throat. I feel how it slides along the entire digestive tract, at the end of which it quickly disappears, dissolved in aggressive gastric juice, similar to acid. By the way, there are several rituals that can transform my body so that I can spit this liquid or spew caustic blood, corroding even metal, from the palms of my hands. Power. Like a flash of tension. For a split second, it knocked me out of reality. Now let's move on to dessert. I chose the option with a ghoul, or more precisely, a werewolf. What kind of creatures are these? According to the memoirs of one of the followers of Bloody Drax, the official description of their species sounds something like this. It's considered the most primitive form of material undead, but at the same time more formidable than skeletons or zombies. This is a human body, heavily transformed by death, which has acquired animal intelligence and cannibalistic tendencies. Such creatures arise from the remains of particularly cruel criminals left in territories where death is concentrated, or from corpses specially prepared by necromancers. Outwardly, they are short, thin humanoids with elongated heads and strong jaws, ideally suited for gnawing the bones of the living and the dead. Their faces are flat, completely devoid of hair and lips. The nose is a narrow slit. Fangs are chaotically scattered across the festering gums and vary from thin bone needles to a wide, jagged shape. Their claws are not very long, but sharp and powerful. Due to the unusual structure of the salivary glands, which contain the largest nodes of necrotic energy circulating throughout the body of ghouls, the remains of poorly eaten bodies are able to rise in the form of new ghouls. Their blood is dark and poisonous. When it gets on open wounds or mucous membranes, it causes high fever, vomiting, weakness, dizziness, and loss of consciousness. The claws can contain a variety of infections, including the HE virus, as well as dangerous corpse poison, fueled by necroenergy, which can corrode flesh and accelerate the corrosion of metals many times over. Regeneration and development occur exclusively when eating meat. Such creatures are distinguished by their speed and agility. They mostly live in pairs or threes, deep in forests, or on the outskirts of cemeteries, prowling graves and feeding on corpses. Attacks on humans are extremely rare, due to their well-developed instinct for self-preservation, as well as their cunning and agility reminiscent of rats. However,
If a ghoul is born, they may raid small villages and poorly guarded caravans. Vertilac is the next stage in the evolution of ghouls. It is born under the same conditions as a ghoul, but requires shelter and sufficient food. This species is significantly larger, smarter, and more dangerous than its smaller relatives. They have strong muscles, reinforced bones and tendons, and skin that can withstand a knife strike. Vertilacs take the position of leaders in ghoul packs, after which they expand their ranks. With a constant source of fresh bodies, their reproduction can quickly turn into a local catastrophe. Also, ghouls are able to transform into ghouls, if this can be considered an evolution. A ghoul is essentially very similar to a vampire, differing only in size and physical strength. However, the level of intelligence in ghouls has dropped so low that it is inferior even to animals, so they perform the role of a workforce that requires constant control and clear instructions to complete tasks. The Elder Ghoul is a creature roughly 4 meters tall that has descended upon the world through the countless corpses it has left behind. It is usually accompanied by a small group of regular ghouls. It shows the beginnings of death magic, greatly increasing its threat. It has an intelligence roughly comparable to that of a Vertilac. Night Hunter is the next stage of the Vertilac evolution. Slender creatures, resembling their living ancestors in appearance. Their skin is pale and dry, tightly clinging to their bones. They have needle-like teeth, dark claws, and glittering red eyes. They are fast, agile, and tireless. They have the intelligence of a 14-year-old human. They can speak and use simple magic spells. The Night Butcher is an alternative development of the ghoul, the same size as the Elder Ghoul, but with a distorted appearance. They have a curved spine, deformed limbs, and claws that resemble jagged sickles. The mouth has 3 rows of shark-like teeth. Intelligence is almost absent. They often use the remains of the dead or their bones as a kind of armor, implanting them into the body, which leads to an increase in not only the size but also combat characteristics. The Corpse Hunter is the same form of the Night Hunter, but more human in appearance, and has the ability to spawn different types of undead. The Necromancer is a powerful weapon in the arsenal of a ghoul nest or hive, a true mid-level sorcerer with the unique ability to gain mana through the absorption of carrion. He is skilled in the art of performing complex necromantic rituals and can summon all manner of dark creatures. In appearance, he is a pale and withered creature, with leathery wings located behind his back. His head is bare bone, devoid of a nose, eyes, and mouth. The jaw opens only when he eats, and is a wide gap framed by curved fangs. The corpse worm is the chain guard of the Corpse King. These massive 6-meter-long beasts are made of bone and goop, capable of tearing apart any who stand in their way. The Corpse King is the highest-ranking vampire in the ghoul society. His appearance can range from completely human to terrifying and blink his mind, possessing powerful magical skills. 3 bodies are enough for a weak ghoul. I don't have the strength for serious matters. Kostjan will also be involved. There was an option to raise ordinary zombies. After absorbing the heart, I can control about 5 such creatures. Unfortunately, my potential will soon freeze, and further strengthening will be possible only after long weeks of studying the cursed artifact books or bloody rituals that require taking more than 1,000 lives. Then it occurred to me that 2 ghouls and a skeleton are enough to clear apartments from human mold. But human mold? That's worth remembering. The Vertilac is preferable in all respects. It will take about an hour. Was I afraid that during this time someone would suddenly appear out of nowhere and interrupt the nascent apocalypse by shooting me in the back of the head? Absolutely not. The police only show up here on big holidays or when important officials arrive. And I didn't really leave any traces anywhere. So far. I bled the girl dry completely,
No stains. I even quietly closed the door behind me. The only thing that could raise questions is the pile of clothes at the entrance, because they were designed for a heavy body. But now they began to hinder the bare bones from moving. In this apartment where I am now, I hear the approach of uninvited guests. The more corpses there are, the greater the chance of zombies appearing. Author's note: more detailed and regularly updated information about the varieties of the undead, necromancy, and the Polygon universe is available at https://author.today/work/178630. Remember that every like under any of my works speeds up the release of the sequel. Don't forget about it. Chapter 7. The Ubernagebator. 16.5 tries and a little over 3 hours. I had clearly gone too far. I had definitely overestimated my abilities. I was spitting blood. I was regurgitating blood. I was crying blood. Almost every sweat gland on my face seemed to be leaking blood. That damn blood was the very essence of my masterpiece, coursing through its veins. I might have started pissing blood, but I still didn't fully understand the structure of my new body. Either the sexual organ came out of the muscular sac hidden between the pelvic bones only in moments of intense sexual arousal, or the creature I had become couldn't understand that it would be nice to retire to a clean white throne to completely process all the nutrients and other substances without a trace. Although there's no need to be particularly indignant here. What can I say? The fact that it didn't fall off is already a joy. Having emptied everything that was in the refrigerator of the couple, who had long since merged into one, I swallowed the food with difficulty. The familiar food seemed terribly tasteless, as if I were chewing wet cardboard. Only a few positive emotions and a weak response of taste sensations were caused by raw meat without chemical intervention, which, despite this, seemed like heaven and earth compared to human flesh. And along with the sucking of blood and life force, I began to tremble slightly. My mind was confused in sweet memories of how I had drunk that woman dry. This feeling was similar to the painful withdrawal from giving up cigarettes, real intimacy, alcohol, drugs, and psychotropic substances at the same time. In the first moments of being in the same room with absolutely defenseless people smelling so temptingly of fresh blood, I almost broke down. I wanted to squeeze out of them every drop of blood, every particle of meat, entrails, and the very life pulsating in their fragile bodies. It was too tempting. But I held on, albeit with great effort, knowing full well that in the future, the state of a ghoul only promised more blood, more deaths, more corpse-stained bodies, and accordingly, more chances for survival. This is what became decisive. The stream of death, as if spilling over all three bodies, which had finally lost their former appearance, devoured my organism piece by piece, which could no longer withstand such loads, atom by atom, cell by cell. I really did make an effort. I sincerely wanted to create something that would be as suitable as possible for work in the conditions of a megalopolis, or at least what I understood by this concept. My superficial knowledge was very meager, and most of the followers of Bloody Drax created real chaos and suffering in worlds reminiscent of a magical version of the Middle Ages. What proved itself extremely effective there, surrounded by glass, metal, and steel high-rises, where I was going to move in the near future, significantly lost its deadly properties. Of course, everything could have been different, but I have never experienced sleep paralysis. Before I became familiar with the diverse and expanded materials of meme models, I could not even imagine that such a thing was real, as well as the existence of nightmares with a full immersion effect in virtual reality. The maximum was a light, erotic plot, which always ended at the most tense moment,
due to the fact that it was impossible to resist the harsh and merciless laws of chaotic sleep. I have heard and read stories about the so-called demon of sleep paralysis. I have seen images of this creature, but it is one thing to create a fantastic mixture of painful fantasies and unverified information from unreliable sources, and quite another to see it with your own eyes. And yes, my experience was similar to how I had previously imagined night creatures coming in the darkness. So what? Kidnap into this darkness, or to silently watch from there, with the gaze of a hungry predator patiently waiting for the most favorable moment. If Kostian, who will also be called Kostya, can straighten up completely, straightening his incredibly hunched back, then his height will be about 170 or 175 centimeters. No more. His thin body, like taut ropes of dry muscles running under gray, rough skin, almost does not hide the clearly protruding bones. The skull is slightly elongated backwards, although not as typical as the aliens from TV shows, but is clearly different in shape from the normal human skull, which, like a reliable helmet, protects the brain from external damage. The face is flat with a powerful lower jaw protruding forward. The lips have almost disappeared. Most of the cheeks and ears are covered with a solid crust of dried blood, mixed with exposed flesh, bone, and triangular fangs secreting yellow saliva. The hair is missing. The nose seems to have been replaced by a festering scar, and on the arms, there are 15 centimeters of sharp, angry claws that glisten in the light. The back, the nape of the neck, and the shoulder joints are strewn with sharp bone fragments, remnants of the first version of Kostian, which gradually merge with the jagged blades running the entire length of the forearms. On top of the head is a peculiar mohawk made from the bones of 2 female hands fastened together in a disgusting parody of a praying gesture. I was always an unusual child. He is smarter than any skeleton. Much smarter. His intelligence is on the level of a homeless dog, accustomed to surviving in conditions where it would seem impossible to escape. He is loyal to me. He knows no fear. He is dangerous. He is ruthless. And he is always hungry, an automated machine capable of turning everything around it, except for a Kalashnikov armed soldier, into a bloody mess. A sergeant in my army who is currently coping with a limited number of less evolved undead. Sergeant Kostian sounds quite decent. I need more time, and the opportunity to train in the fragmentary knowledge of the blood deity, after which I will turn you into a true death knight, bone dragon, or some other creature whose mere mention will cause even the bravest paladins of this world to tremble. Paladins. Honestly, I'm starting to lose my mind. However, there is something missing in his appearance. I squatted down next to my pet demon, who looked at me devotedly from his usual crouching and all-fours position. I plunged my right hand into the pool of blood that had spread evenly across the laminate flooring after the work. An ominous wetness. At that moment, I realized that I could absorb the spilled blood with all my body parts. I placed my palm on his face. Perhaps I should have said something grandiose, but my first successful experiment had acquired its own unique mark, distinguishing it from all the following ones, and the rest no longer matter. A little death. And this crimson mark will remain on his body forever. I think it's time to start killing my lifeless friend. Chapter 8. Dad is in the building. Death magic is an incredibly versatile tool in any murder-related endeavor. Have you ever considered that metal can not only rust but actually die? Rust is just decay, but the real death of metal is its transformation into dust. I can share many fascinating facts on this topic. In life, I never trusted people, and now my paranoia is overwhelming me more and more, masterfully using my instinct for self-preservation.
I am not an expert on the souls and thoughts of others, but I have learned something.
People hate everything that is even slightly different from themselves.
Nazism, racism, homophobia, xenophobia. The meaning of these words is sometimes unimportant, because in essence it is an expression of the thought, I am the only hero, and everyone else is to blame for all the troubles. I will be judged and hated at the first meeting, so I am forced to fight back. I don't care about the color of your skin, your size, your sexual orientation. I hate everyone equally. The door to the house is turned into a sealed metal shield. No one can enter or leave. Third floor. Broken railings. 3 barely visible 6s on the wall, superimposed on the Nirvana symbol, and the words, Vovka is a faggot. Ave Maria, motherfucker. 3 apartments. I kick down the fragile door. The lock flies into splinters. Kostyan does something similar with the next door. He just tears out the door hinges along with part of the jamb. A piece of varnished wood falls at his feet. A hunched shadow, like a ghost from a slaughterhouse, bursts into the apartment. Spreading my fingers like a fan, I almost run down the corridor to the other side. There is no need to watch the ghoul with excessive pickiness. The order is clear, and how to carry it out he himself will guess thanks to his abilities. But part of the mind still, as if over the shoulder, watches Kostyan, a tall, bearded man, alone at home, a former candidate master of sports in heavyweight boxing, whose brilliant path was cut short at the very beginning due to a knee injury, along with the loss of his mother, followed by a hard drinking binge, a the refusal to play sports, and a routine cycle of home, work, home, alcohol. However, some skills cannot be completely lost, especially when you are on a loader's or security guard salary. The undead received a side blow with his right hand. The mass of the body, along with the strength and experience, sharply turned the monster's head to the side. Fang fragments were stuck in the fighter's knuckles and phalanges, but the blood also stained his skin. Have you ever had your flesh burn right down to your fucking bones? When an unknown chthonic horror suddenly bursts into your apartment, at the very moment when you get out of the shower wrapped in a towel, clutching something sharp in your fist. This is far from what attracts attention first. When acid appears, skin and flesh peeled off the hand in layers, hissing and bubbling on the dusty floor. The pain beat like a sharp whip, piercing the nerve endings, merging with the adrenaline rush caused by the surprise, fear for one's own life, and anger because the door would have to be repaired. Just a few seconds. 2 meters of barely preserved muscles with fat from an unhealthy lifestyle did not allow you to distract yourself from the pulsating pain, synchronous with the heartbeat, to pay attention to the enemy, who seemed defeated. Such a blow could knock the brains out of any ordinary person. Kostyan is far from the Terminator. A crack in the skull and a deformation of the jaw are a fact. But do you know what is special about most undead? They do not care so much as to hurt. Again, the corridor. But the wallpaper is different. The furniture is unfamiliar. I need to switch my perception. 2 glowing spots are approaching me. Or 3. The door separating the hallway from the room opened, and someone's hairy hand appeared on the metal handle. For just a moment, I notice how the short Caucasian's eyes widen, and his pupils dilate, clutching a Makarov pistol in his other hand. His face changes expression, his muscles tense with caution. My brain is unable to accept the reality that I exist here and now, and not in the place where the devil and other figures from the Muslim world, which I have not particularly delved into, dwell. Like a laser beam or a cutting tool, a circular saw or a chainsaw, although the latter would be more spectacular. Blood gushes from the stump of his left hand, shooting out of the wound like a bullet. Meat and bone are exposed. Claws are a separate story. My tongue, like the venom of a king cobra, plunges into his throat, penetrates the muscles of his neck, and wraps around his uneven vertebrae. The blood flows slowly. Behind the broad back, a blonde woman huddled fearfully, clutching a baby to herself.
Nearby, an 8-year-old boy quietly sobs, clinging to his mother's leg. I only take life along with blood. The body weakens and slowly sinks to the floor, covered with a colorful carpet. Please! I pull my tongue back, my lips covered in a scarlet vein. In general, I should seem to show mercy, but we have equality or something like that. In fact, I don't attach any importance to anything. Morality, decency, and other conventional nonsense are sent to the trash. I am a figure of the Great Four. They are the ones who create a plot about me that can become an immortal masterpiece or sink into oblivion. This world is a simulation, another fragment of some intermaterial space flowing into the void, conceived by the perverted mind of the dark gods. In my ears, the pages of those who read my story rustle. I hear the fourth wall crack under such tension of thought. I clearly hear the clap of the keys under the fingers of the author. I'm the main hero or the main villain. It doesn't matter who likes it, but this is my story, and the rest are just expendable material and secondary characters. As the father of monsters said, "Let there be carnage." The darkness thickens around me. I didn't even try to raise the bearded man's body. Why would I do that? Death by the claws or teeth of any necrotic creature only worsens the effect of the blood rain. During its first day, the recently deceased can only blink and sharpen their nails on any object. But those like this one will be transformed in an hour into a slobbering, necrotic, half-decomposed stump of a man. Why take a pathetic zombie into my retinue? He can handle it himself. And I already have ghouls turned by costume on the horizon. The size of the retinue is too small, and a working body is needed to create death properly. An experienced fighter is one thing, and an overweight, who is this guy anyway? Death floats around me, taking the form of a translucent, torn cloud of night darkness that spreads at my feet. To hell with these perversions. No matter how strange it may sound, I'll sort myself out later, having finally settled all the issues. An interesting fact is that the more a person fears death, the more effective his destruction is in energetic terms. Pain, ritual, torment, and other abuses are connected with another level of perception of this aspect of a human being. The highest value is precisely in pure fear, devoid of the bitterness that comes from the pain tormented by the flesh. And the mother's attempts to save her child, and the ardent childish fear, have their own special power. I approach them very slowly and deliberately. Kostyan is already gnawing at the boxer's face, scraps of skin caught in his teeth, bloody bones. He ripped the throat of the wardrobe open in one go. No matter how much you train, and how much time you spend in various martial arts, when a blade-like piece of bone clings to your spine and you choke on your own blood, your weakening consciousness noticing how you are being devoured, there is almost no chance of salvation. This is no longer just a loss of control, but a transition to a strategic game, you understand? The lifeless cannibal opens his mouth as wide as his joints, weakened by the painful crunch, will allow. The jaw wobbles slightly in the joints, loosened by the blow, but the living or dead flesh consumed by such creatures strengthens and improves their mechanism. In a couple of hours, Kostyan will be even stronger than before, and if he is allowed to taste food. The teeth penetrate deep into the large man's neck, catching part of the pectoral muscles and the shoulder joint. Injection. Unlike blood-sucking ghouls, ghouls could control the transformation of the dead into their own kind. The tension of the glands built into the area of the carotid arteries and connected to the remains of the dental nerves was clearly felt. Death touched the former boxer forever. Sometimes the process takes a couple of hours. Sometimes a few days. The time frame varies. But a new creature from the abandoned burial grounds will soon rise. Under my banners, Kostian breaks out of the apartment in full battle readiness, but no one has appeared from the third entrance. It is alarming. I killed these two quickly, almost painlessly. You could even call it mercy. The claws pierced the soft, not yet formed natural cap of the guy's frontal bones, stirred the brain to the consistency of bloody gruel, and rang at the base of the back of the head. Thin streams of blood baptized the instantly changed face. The facial muscles relaxed. The eyes went out. A corpse. Remove the claws from his skull. The blonde only manages to open her mouth in a shrill scream. Moving backwards, her jaw is shattered, along with part of her larynx. A pink, slimy tongue hangs out of the bloody mess between her upper teeth and the remains of her stained lips. A stream of blood fans out around her. I carefully take the whimpering baby, wrapped in swaddling clothes, from her lifeless hands. Chubby cheeks, beady eyes, a tiny nose, and black hairs on her head. The blood of his mother and brother runs down my fingers. The taste of his father is still on his fangs. I am becoming a wonderful foster parent. There are many rites of dark magic that practice human sacrifice. And an innocent baby who has not yet been tainted by vice is one of the most valuable ingredients of these terrible rituals. But this baby, it has even greater value. The firstborn, recently born, died at the hands of the undead. The world has not yet survived the invasion of death's creatures and is trying to preserve the innocence of its children, the fragile shell of life, which is corroded by the bloody rain, knocking on the cloudy glass. I anxiously put my finger to the lips of my lucky ticket to another experience. The child looks at me trustingly, defenselessly, as if with anticipation. "Where are your gods?" I say, not understanding why I am asking this question. I am unlikely to get an answer in the next 100 years. More souls are needed. I squat down. Kostian breaks down the last door on the floor. I plunge my palm into the pool of blood. Was there a strange glint in the woman's eyes? I turn on the thermal imager. She's dead. It's already getting cold. I smear blood over the face of the trembling lump. It is a kind of preparation for the upcoming ritual. He is silent. I carefully place it on the floor. I grab the head of the family by the leg and pull him toward the common grave. Thanks to my enhanced abilities after the life I've lived, I can easily arrange the corpses into a crooked semblance of a triangle. I take the baby again, add another drop of blood, and with the utmost care, place him in the center of the irregular geometric figure. So who is the smartest and most resourceful now? What a hero I am. Kostian is finishing off the left arm of one of the junkies who have taken over the third room in this human anthill. This is not a den, but rather a gathering of people with the same interests. One, deeply hooked on heroin, doesn't even glance at the blood-smeared, clawed, fanged horror that is bursting in. And the other, with a strong joint stuck between his teeth, although he reacted, but very weakly. Something between a newbie who tried dope for testing purposes and a seasoned traveler between parallel worlds. He simply didn't understand whether this was a hallucination or reality. The stomach is torn open. The entrails roll out onto the floor, and Kostian's claws dig into the ribs. I didn't keep track of how the second one died. Coming out onto the landing, I suddenly wanted to smoke. A mental command to the ghoul not to forget to steal a joint after eating.
I have no idea how alcohol affects the undead, but technically I'm not quite dead yet, and if I do some successful shamanism, I can get into a pretty good state.
Every self-respecting necromancer has only two paths, either madness,
which takes over the consciousness, turning it into a hard shell, or the traditional set: alcohol, women, and gambling. The psyche of an ordinary person is simply not designed to plunge into the world of death without serious changes in the emotional and mental state. A dim light shines through the window bars. A black silhouette flickers in the semi-darkness. Footsteps can be heard. His shoes are worn-out combat boots, and he wears worn-out jeans. In his hands is an axe with a handle covered in nicks and a blade peeling off with rust. It shines faintly in the rays of the sun, which has peeked out from behind the clouds for a moment. I still don't understand how this happened. Death froze between the fingers, only to break away from the shooting hand and plunge into the stomach, covered by a t-shirt with a picture of skulls. The axe slips from his tattooed fingers. With a crash, it falls onto the cold concrete. The lifeless body collapses after it. A direct hit from the death needle. Yes, that's what they call it. Caught the man who came to the noise of the door being opened at the most unfortunate moment, when he was putting his foot down on the bottom step. With a roar, he rolled down the steps and collapsed at my feet. He is still alive. My legs begin to give way at the joints. I lean against the cold wall. Out of habit, ingrained in my subconscious, I continue to breathe. My throats make hoarse, strained sounds. My consciousness becomes clouded by the influx of new information and unusual loads, the existence of which I had never even thought about before. It all sounds much better than it actually is. The needle of death, a small beam of energy from the bony one, the master of all that is inanimate and dead, tearing through space to penetrate the obedient flesh, where hundreds of wonderful biological processes occur every second. My gaze plunges into darkness. The terrifying speed of destruction of all possible tissues occurs not so much on the level of anatomy and physiology, but in some other dimension. It is a soul-sucking weave of destructive energy, flowing in a smooth and unwavering stream. The Needle of Death. A funny name. Sounds classy, sleek, and elegant. Like a killer. A killer. An attractive and fit man in a custom-made suit. A master of his craft. A rifle, poison, or a noose. Why am I thinking about this? Not an executioner. An executioner, an executioner. I was bent in half sharply. Associative twists of the mind. When you think about something, and it suddenly stirs up something deep inside your thought, seemingly unrelated to the original topic, it let go as quickly as, so what happened? I didn't feel any pain, no discomfort at all, more like the breath of the blood deity was felt right behind me, causing a slight tremor in my cerebellum. I blinked. For the first time, for the second time, as if peeling a thin, transparent layer off my pupils. So, I have two choices. On one sits the cursed land, on the other the executioner of horror. Where will I prefer to settle? And where will I seat Kostiana? It's not entirely clear how exactly the data coming from Drax functioned. It was probably a strange mechanism that was triggered as soon as my powers reached a certain limit, and my thoughts slightly touched on a forbidden topic. This concrete box should become my refuge. Cut the throat of a baby on the roof, embed a few skulls in the walls, and then I will be invincible within these few floors, at least in relation to most of the stabbing, cutting, and firearms that an ordinary citizen without criminal connections is allowed to buy. I'm not exactly sure if I can survive a shot to the head from a PM right now. Not to mention the numerous police patrols with machine guns that will sooner or later appear here. But if everything is done correctly, I will become an invisible horror in dark corridors, stairwells, and bloodstained apartments. One of the advantages of the undead is that they, and perhaps we, do not require food. Author's note: Kostian is ordinary, ghoul. Chupacabra. Heaviness is good. Heaviness is reliable. Even if the shot doesn't happen, you can always hit someone on the head with it. Boris the blade. Boris the hard to hit. The needle of death in the back of the head.
Out of habit, he overdid it a bit with the release of necro energy. He was literally carried away. Part of his skull flew off, and drops of blood managed to stain several steps and a piece of the wall.
We finish cleaning the floor of human dirt and go up higher. The door is barely open, and apparently a recently deceased young man came out of it. Some. 41. Green Day. Offspring. Rise Against. Social Distortion. Misfits. Sex Pistols. Ramones. Plus, a nearly complete collection of Sheckley and Zelazny's works. The guy turned out to be worthy, especially in terms of taste preferences. May he rest in peace. The illegitimate fighter of the underground. Even I, despite my love for most of the rock movement and quality literature, didn't know where to find such posters in collector's editions of books. An interesting observation that perfectly reflects the essence of this man. In addition to his punkish character, balancing between an ideological anarchist informalist and simply an annoying hooligan, none of the neighbors dared to leave their narrow apartments. Someone called the police. Someone was praying. Someone was silently pressing against the peephole. Someone was hiding. But no one dared to check what was going on. Of course, this is not about dominating your neighbors or a crowd of teenagers by clinging to some trifle. You can get punched in the face. I love this feature of people. They are sure until the very end that they will be lucky. Like, what if everything goes well? Why should I suffer? An unknown punishment will take someone else. We'll pass through everyone except them because they are unique. Separate from the rest. After all, I am I. Nothing terrible can happen to me. I am better, luckier, and stronger. Pathetic lumps of blood. The rest of the day was spent raiding all the floors. The ghouls, at least Kostian and I, could see pretty well in the evening twilight, which was slightly cut by the uncertain moon that had just risen. We quickly established a working order. The profile ghoul opens the door, bursts into the apartment, and starts slaughtering. Having removed all restrictions on the quality of the loot, Kostian turned into a broken combine, smearing bloody pieces on the walls and ceiling. Spilled blood and the smell of pain fill us with strength. I covered him, settling down on the cold steps. I wonder how many degrees it is outside now. Warm or cool, but the air seemed colder against the backdrop of death's breath squeezing my heart. The boxer has almost changed in appearance. He has lost about 10 kilograms, but has retained his terrifying proportions. The creature that is supposed to emerge from him is lucky. It will not differ much from my usual domestic ghoul. I stopped counting at the 20th corpse. There are so many people living in these concrete boxes. The blood was soaking into Kostian's body like a dry sponge soaking up moisture. I felt my strength growing with each dark drop, in which the escaping life and the beginning of death were intertwined. Some of this energy passed to me, increasing control, power, and possibilities. Dry, gray muscle fibers lay like ash plates on top of each other, turning blackened bones into flexible armor. Death flowed through the veins and nerve endings. I used to think that dying was scary. I was wrong. I had to understand that the real horror was life, or simply existence, now without much meaning. Kostian bites into the neck of a choking teenager. He's about 15, no more. He doesn't suck blood like vampires. His bite is like a circular saw, tearing through flesh. Blood splatters onto the floor, the sagging sofa, and the red-yellow carpet partially covering the wall. Homo sapiens twitches convulsively in the dead, in the most literal sense grip of his claws. Having entered between the ribs, reducing the chances of survival to critically low values. Homo sapiens. What a curious word came to mind.
I wonder if brain matter still somehow influences my thoughts and self-perception. After all, theoretically, at some point in my development, there will be a considerable probability of evolution into a purely energetic entity, free from the laws of physics and the limitations of a bodily form. I've lost my train of thought. Formally, I'm still a human, just like Kostyan.
But it seems like I'm not quite so anymore. Could I be considered a new biological species, previously unknown on this version of planet Earth?
Homo means human, and sapiens means intelligent, if memory serves. It's Latin, by the way.
Mors means death, mortuus means dead. Homo mortuus sounds appealing, doesn't it?
However, there may be difficulties with my classification as a biological organism. After all, I am essentially a magical creature, a corpse brought to life by magic. Magic is also a science, although it obeys different laws of the universe. Sometimes, I get tired of such intricate philosophical and scientific reflections. And in doing so, I become wiser.
Also, a serious flaw has recently been discovered in those who are used to hanging around. The top floor. A muffled scream.
A frightening, piercing cry. A strong guy, reminiscent of either a free wrestler or a sambo wrestler by his manners, clutching his bloody shoulder, runs out of the open mouth of the apartment to the sounds of an unpleasant squelching crunch, indicating a hearty lunch of a hard-working monster.
Did you know that tattoos are disgusting to cannibals? Due to the large amount of paint under the skin, the taste of meat spoils, and no matter how well it is fried, an unpleasant tint remains on the taste buds.
It is safe to say that among those who want fresh flesh of the dead,
complete democracy and tolerance reign. They gnawed Kostya's sister with quality tattoos in the same way as an ordinary person.
perhaps it was worth making a joke about vegetarianism and a salad of motionless vegetables, but let's pass by.
There is still something alive left in me. The grass hits my brain hard, causing not delight, but strange thoughts, weakly connected by the usual, logical chains flowing in a dense web of neural connections.
The man who had refused to die painfully as a result of alcohol and drug abuse,
not noticing my figure quietly smoking in the semi-darkness, rushed down. He was shaking and thrown from side to side. He leaned against the wall, not stopping the trembling of his poorly obeying legs. He scraped an old mitten on the concrete surface, leaving a smeared bloody stain. The needle of death? For what?
the second hunter of the dead is already rising from a pool of his own blood, scratching his claws on the laminate. I feel the fear that is typical of an athlete. I have no control over the living any more than I have control over the dead.
I cannot see the world through his eyes, listen through his ears, or feel what is going on in his soul and head. However, I understand his sticky fear, his uncontrollable panic, and the primal, animalistic terror that tears away his civilized mask are superimposed on a marijuana-like state, plunging me into a strange, almost half-asleep state of absolute peace. This fear settles on surfaces like weightless dust, so that an invisible wind can crumple it into a sticky, slimy something that penetrates my skin and accumulates inside me like dead flies. He sees dead people, mutilated, dismembered, disfigured. He sees bloody footprints. He sees the doors knocked down, gnawed bones, scraps of leather, pieces of meat mixed with entrails. And this increases his horror.
If your psyche isn't so broken that you can't be scared or surprised,
Then even if you're Rambo multiplied by a seasoned commando, under the influence of the primal survival instinct, you find it hard to maintain control. You enter a state of intellectual stupor. You're overcome by panic, incomprehension, and a chaotic movement of thoughts. Unless, of course, you're Chuck Norris. But what does Chuck Norris have to do with it?
this young man, unlike Chuck Norris, had faced a lot of trouble in his life. About 20 years old, explosive temper, head shaved almost to the roots, broken fingers, and rather dubious acquaintances. He certainly could not be called a weakling or a man without will. Without will, yes, his spine needs to be ripped out. Why? So that he will have a real backbone. What? He hobbled towards the exit, stumbling on the steps and slipping in pools of blood. A quiet cry with completely dry eyes, accompanied by a powerful surge of adrenaline, shook his shoulders. He would definitely come back. He would take revenge. Whatever this abomination was, he would come back. He would come back and destroy it in the most brutal way his imagination could devise. The sleeve of the trowel had darkened and become heavy with blood. The wound was shallow, wide, superficial. Kostyan waved his hand almost blindly. The guy was lucky he managed to dodge and avoid a more serious encounter with the manicure of the living dead, threatening a crude amputation of the hand. He was also lucky, or he was simply crazy enough to sometimes pester his own sister. Incest is a family matter, damn it. The boys were from our local orphanage, a grim place, the epitome of most of the horrible rumors about what goes on in such institutions. Mostly mentally broken or crippled people come out of there. Like me. Joke. Or not. I didn't know their names. He didn't know the details of their biographies, but looking through Kostyan's cloudy eyes at the furnishings in the room, he could try on the role of a modern Sherlock Holmes. Light drugs, created to temporarily distort the functioning of the psyche and the perception of the surrounding world, are excellent for the development of a destructive tumor of fantasy, which draws you in completely, turning into an overgrown, colorful abyss. A skinny, awkward boy and a slightly older, fragile girl. Angry wolf cubs, whose only recently emerged teeth have already been broken. He had her. She possessed it. Maybe it sounds romantic, albeit in an unusual way. To be honest, I didn't really understand what the word romantic even meant. They managed to survive hell without becoming empty shells of their former selves. Not broken, just slightly cracked, through which the rot of debauchery, rooted in sublime affection, penetrated. They dissolved in each other's arms, trying to grasp at least crumbs of moments to distract themselves from a dark, cruel, and unfair society that is drowning in its own pus of inferiority and blood, giving birth to dystopia. The nameless lady had a barely noticeable budding, living being in her belly. Don't believe those who oppose abortion. There was no soul in this pulsating cluster of chromosomes, only a set of nutrients that came to it from its mother, and a powerful energy charge of life that had not yet turned into a fully formed organism, that had only just begun to exist. The woman was in her 3rd or 4th week of pregnancy, and her belly was not growing. Kostyan's consciousness completely switched off, completely. The stronger a lower form of undead becomes, the more it craves certain foods with unusual flavors. Vampires prefer rare blood types. Liches enjoy souls torn from bodies. Good old corpse eaters must indulge in all sorts of arduous starvation rituals buried deep in their tortured brains. The ghoul didn't tear off her limbs and joints to keep her from escaping. He wasn't an idiot. Well, he was an idiot, but not to the point of letting such a tempting object disappear so quickly, bleeding to death because of his gastronomic preferences. An unborn, innocent child of incest. Such objects weren't particularly profitable, just like a 3-month-old child, but who am I to stop someone from eating properly? The girl breaks free, writhing under the carcass of the undead creature, losing her breath in horror, furiously punching the angular bone armor with her fists, while her body is covered in urine. Claws almost gently penetrate her sides, just below the false ribs. Slender with a toned figure, dressed only in a revealing top and house leggings, She arches in severe pain. The silver bead of the piercing in her navel flickers with a dim light in the yellowish rays of the lamp. Dark drops of blood stain the velvety tan skin and flow down onto the beige floor tiles. The boy knocks on the sealed door, shouting something incoherently and screaming. I wonder how long it will take before the brave defenders of the law arrive here. After many dead bodies fell at the hands of my eternally hungry creation, I learned to control dozens of them. Admit it, this is impressive power. Even 10 ghouls or vampires in the world of the technogenic future, when firearms have already been invented, but there are no laser guns, and permanent colonies on other planets do not yet exist, is a pretty significant advantage. Do you know why people are afraid of terrorists who praise their gods and set off explosions everywhere? Apart from the fact that their presence in the media is associated with a lot of corpses and charred ruins, civilized people are simply afraid of them. People are not so much afraid of the possibility of dying at the hands of others, but of the very fact that someone is capable of consciously going to their death, and not surrounded by aphrodisiac-addled women of easy virtue, dying from an overdose of Viagra during an endless marathon of passion, but by splitting into the simplest elements in the fire of a powerful explosion. Most people in the first and second worlds have long since lost the habit of real violence, not the kind that happens in families, where a husband knocks out his wife and children's teeth, or when police brutally beat people with truncheons. We are talking about primitive cruelty for the sake of cruelty, blood for the sake of blood. They watch it on screen, read about it in books, play video games, watch the news. For them, violence is something distant, something abstract, hidden behind the false calm of everyday life. What emotions does the strange fact that boys and girls aged 5 to 15 are running around the hot sands of the African continent armed with rusty Kalashnikov assault rifles that have remained since the collapse of the USSR awaken in you? Behind each of them is their own cemetery. They do not value life because, born in terrible conditions, they rarely break out of this vicious circle without having tasted freedom and justice. And they will continue to kill again and again and again, until someone makes a wrong shot. The bolt will spit out an empty cartridge. The bullet will fly off and hit him right in the head, tearing out life by the roots. When you hear or see something like this, the most that comes to mind is a mixture of a sense of meaninglessness of existence and the realization that your own life is not so bad. But most often, it is just indifference. It's a completely different story when it all starts right next to you. Let's imagine a hypothetical scenario. New York, Moscow, Berlin, Paris, London. It doesn't matter which city. In this place, a perfectly coordinated group of individuals is formed who do not feel fear of death. They are capable of pulling a man out of a bulletproof vest and vomiting poorly digested remains of his spleen right into a pierced helmet. They go under machine gun fire without fear or doubt. If the eyes of small caliber weapons are looking at them and not large caliber bullets, they do not care when the line goes point blank. They are capable of firing an entire magazine into the enemy's stomach. And if the monster is resilient enough, it will continue to kill even if the spine turns to dust. If an experienced necromancer lifts it, a direct hit from a high explosive shell will only increase the number of problems, dividing one body desiring flesh into hundreds of fragments from which darkness flows, breaking through gas masks, protective suits, and corroding the flesh to the very bones. Question for the viewer: how many enemies will they manage to destroy? He doesn't notice how, from behind his back, in the semi-darkness of the broken light bulbs, which swing pitifully on twisted wires under the ceiling, a thick shadow crawls out. It is wider, taller than him, more powerful and thicker, a real threat. Two searing red pupils flare with insatiable hunger. As clawed pincers close around his throat, they squeeze with the force of a hydraulic press, squeezing his Adam's apple, his larynx, and creaking his cervical vertebrae. His body falls, frozen, to the dirty, spit-stained floor like a sack. He was still alive when something, crawling out of the depths of primitive human fear of the unknown darkness, began to eat away at his face. The young man struggled with despair. His whole life was a never-ending struggle. For his own existence, for his sister, for money and power. Finding himself on the brink between life and death, he still did not give up, feeling how sharp teeth were tearing warm skin from his cheeks and cheekbones, how blood was flowing down his neck, how juices were being pulled out of his eyes. A few seconds that seemed endless. The vampire was hungry, very hungry. A skull hits the wall with a wet thud, a dark stain on the concrete floor, hair glued together with blood. The guy stopped resisting after the third blow. The vampire, let's call him Boxer, which is a fitting name, smashed the bloody mess of his head with blunt, thick claws. Calloused nails fused to the fleshless phalanges of his fingers. Blood, bones, meat, brain. Chapter 10. Odyssey. Very smart guys. 6 more bodies, worthy of special attention, were dragged up to the second floor and hidden in one of the apartments. Each body bore Kostyan's fanged mark, which had noticeably grown and now had acquired an even more pronounced bony shell. In the end, they decided to let the baby follow his own path of development. The evil castle is, of course, a good investment, but it is too early and the town on the outskirts is unlikely to become a key strategic point on the map of the universe. How did I use it? A very interesting and important question. The peculiarity of the undead is that they feel almost no pain and are not afraid of wounds that for an ordinary person could be critical or even incapacitate in battle, leaving only bloody puddles on the ground. I cut my own stomach open, doing it with my own hands, with a hunting knife found in someone else's apartment. Yes, it may sound crazy. Black blood flowed across the floor and stained my forearms. Have you ever looked directly into your insides? With the help of my boxer's paws, I pushed apart the internal organs, creating a small space. A short, bloody piece of living tissue lay in Kostyan's spider-like hands, quietly snoring. I will not describe these events in more detail. The small body was hidden in the tangled folds of my already partially atrophied inner part. The boxer carefully squeezed the skin, and I placed my palm on it and released death itself from my fingers. Adding minus to minus gave a positive result. The wound instantly healed, leaving behind an ugly scar. Meanwhile, I lay on the floor, bending my spine and joints in a way that seemed physically impossible. The sensation was not pain. It was rather strange. My mind was split into 2 parts. One of me, enriched by the knowledge of the vampire god, and the other, looking through the eyes of a baby. Vague and blurry memories of a warm mother's womb, blinding light and huge figures in white robes. They were other beings, some buildings and sets of letters that made no sense to the fragile mind of a child. It was as if I experienced the disintegration of a child's body along with its consciousness and a piece of soul, literally eating this pain from the inside. Incredible weekend. Flashing red and blue lights, the piercing moans of a familiar view which suddenly caused me to reflexively run away from this nasty sound wave that had eaten deep into my subconscious. The police arrived at about 1 o'clock in the morning, 12 minutes past 12, judging by the watch of one of the deceased. 3 uniformed law enforcement officers with service Makarov pistols and short Kalashnikov AKS-74U assault rifles, the notorious shortened ones, on a gray-blue 9. Police is clearly written in white letters, and a flashing light is blinking on the roof.
They pulled up to my scene of the tragedy together with an ambulance.
A driver with a beard and several gloomy people inside, mentally prepared to take someone's body from the ceiling. The work of a paramedic on the night shift quickly kills any romantic ideas about help. All that remains is cynicism, absolute indifference, black humor, and endless fatigue in the eyes. There is no other choice when day after day you rush around the city saving drug addicts from overdoses, alcoholics from delirium tremens, petty criminals from knife wounds or food poisoning, and lonely old ladies from boredom and inattention, which, with the help of the most extensive version of the Kama Sutra, torment your brain with non-existent complaints and illnesses. There is a popular misconception that our law enforcement system only reacts when something terrible has already happened. There is some truth to this, but it is worth recognizing that failures and various technical problems happen in any complex mechanism. We are still very far from ideal function when the phone lines are literally bursting with panicked calls, and many people simultaneously declare that there is a real local conflict here. It is difficult to miss. It is quite possible, but it is disadvantageous. If a scandal breaks out, which is supported by the media, or higher-ups find out about it, then the responsible employees will lose their positions and shoulder straps. Of course, if an influential person is behind it, the matter will most likely be quickly hushed up, not allowing wide publicity. But such information is unlikely to spread among ordinary employees. This is exactly what is happening. I didn't trust the police or militia. Did you know that? If you have money and connections with certain people, you can actually buy their services? I'm not talking about the hackneyed cinematic, giving a bribe to wind up a case or turn a blind eye to undesirable moments, but about directly buying their services, which are superior to the usual cruel collectors. Some even have price lists for such services. You check the person in databases and find out his address, current location, places of study and work, who he meets with, and what hobbies he enjoys. Basically, you go to his home and, if necessary, break his legs, arms, or fingers. Or you can arrange for him to have a cross-ventilation of the skull, depending on the price, disguising everything as an accident. And what happens if you decide to respond in kind? If you attack a police officer on duty, be prepared to get a rebuff. You will face severe punishment in prison, where fed guards or loyal prisoners will explain your mistakes. The consequences can range from broken ribs and foreign objects in the body to knife wounds in vital organs, or a painful death due to suffocation. Sometimes they put you in a cell with someone sick with AIDS or tuberculosis, or in a press hut where they make you walk in a circle for a long time, like in a ritual dance. You can also be framed for false accusations or even pushed to commit suicide, as happened with the famous Tessak. There are many options, and all of them are extremely dark and cruel. I feel like it's time to move away from the centers of civilization. If I go to Moscow again, it will be pretty funny, but not for long. There will be so many people there that I will simply be crushed by the crowd, even if no one takes up arms. I watched the first seasons of the series The Walking Dead, and I understand roughly what can happen in such a situation. There is complete chaos with lots of violence and piles of bodies. However, the blood rain is not an ordinary virus that turns a person into a zombie when bitten. In order to rise from the dead, someone must first die and turn into something that fluctuates between a zombie and some kind of bone horror. Crime, murder, robbery, looting, desertion, shootouts, and intense chases will literally reign supreme, like in a classic Hollywood action movie. But the most determined will quickly fall into a trap, or unite to become a powerful force that will be difficult to move. The dead will begin to crawl out of their coffins, not all at once and not in a wave, but gradually, allowing the living to feel what despair and hopelessness mean in all their fullness. The military is likely to take over, simply because they are far more organized than most possible factions, and have stockpiles of weapons, rations, and specialized equipment. I'm not so brazen as to start playing with heavy tanks and surface-to-surface missile systems. Sooner or later, people will coordinate their actions to some extent. Enclaves will emerge that will be strong enough to hold back the onslaught of the necrotic creatures. Through pain, sweat,
blood and tears, but enough. And I personally don't want to be anywhere near them unless the power of bloody Drax is fully revealed. We need to escape to Africa. Why there? Everything is crystal clear.
There was a real hell in Israel, there, even before the apocalypse. So I will be able to quickly get lost among the hopeless poverty and hunger, building up an army of the undead, in order to eventually subjugate the entire Black Continent. What will happen next, we will decide, as events progress.
By the way, if you are lucky enough to get to Egypt, there is a good chance to enlist the support of Tutankhamun, Cleopatra, and other inhabitants of the ancient pyramids.
Do you know what mummies that are several thousand years old are capable of? Sandstorms, giant scorpions, and swarms of locusts are just part of their arsenal. 4 times damned, this is truly the most optimal of all options. You heard about the Rwandan genocide? Blood diamonds? I'd be right at home there. And a little explanation, so that you understand the genius of my idea. 1994. Africa. Rwanda. April 6th, July 18th. In a few months, about 1 million people were exterminated. Suddenly, a whole host of Homo sapiens disappeared. If my memory serves me right, almost no one in my circle spoke about this fact. No one was particularly concerned about the fate of the black heir to the Holocaust. Do you still think that humanity is moving in the right direction? As for blood diamonds, these are not large rubies at all. The situation is much more terrible and gloomy. We are talking about a state called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Some claimed that there would never be a better country. Others believed that it was a real cataclysm. I will not go into this since I was born after the collapse of the USSR at the very end of my life, affected by the chaos of the 90s and noughties, and I do not have full information. However, the unchangeable fact that everyone recognizes is that the Soviet Union had weapons, and lots of weapons. Lots of weapons. Just a huge amount of everything. Warehouses are still bursting with supplies. Many understand the simple truth. Even though the country is long gone, the weapons and ammunition remain. Do you understand the elementary arithmetic of life? And in the poor countries of Africa, there is nothing but hopelessness, poverty, burning sand, half-dead bodies, mistakenly called people, and diamonds. 2/3 of all diamonds in the world are mined on this continent. There are 2 categories of people. The ruling power, which currently has the situation under control, and the rebels, who are trying to win back their place in the world. If the first group wins, then sooner or later, new rebels will appear instead of the old ones. If the second group wins, they will turn into cruel, tyrannical rulers, no different from the previous ones, which inevitably leads to the emergence of more rebels. And so it goes on, endlessly. There the stuffy air seems saturated with blood, suffering, and death. It is here that my skill can be fully revealed. Smugglers, arms dealers, and deadly deal makers appear. The names are many, but the essence is the same. Africa lacks the industrial base to provide enough food for a constant war of hunger. All that remains are slaves and the damned diamonds that these slaves mine. Arms dealers supply both sides with guns, watching them exterminate each other and earning a solid profit. The arms business has long been considered a dangerous but incredibly profitable trade. Soldiers are dying, ammunition is running out, weapons are failing, and once again, a tempting offer appears that is impossible to resist. This cycle is monstrous and endless, like the change of power, drenched in blood and torn from icy hands. I do not have the gift of foresight, but most likely, after the first wave of upheavals, the general situation on the international political scene will stabilize a little. People in power will be very surprised to realize 2 important things. First, the eternal truth. The king is gone. Long live the new king. Secondly, the fact that everyone likes to measure nuclear might will become impossible for an indefinite period of time. Because the blood rain mysteriously destroyed the system of warheads responsible for the global explosion. The radiation winter will not come. A power struggle will begin between the factions that have formed, oligarchs with their personal guards, criminals who are crazy with permissiveness, the military, and someone else. Killing each other around the clock is completely unprofitable. Trading comes into play. And along with the rich reserves of precious stones on the territory of the Black Continent, there will always be someone who will pay incredible amounts of money, plus oil, if we manage to subjugate more technologically advanced countries, and not just villages with Kalashnikovs. No doubt there will be attempts to remove me, but a mature and experienced version of the bone horror can easily compete with the famous M1 Abrams tank on equal terms. An attempt to rely entirely on the undead is unlikely to succeed. Most likely, when those who suddenly took the reins of power into their own hands are faced with a horde of bloodthirsty chupacabras sent against them, they will put aside all differences and unite. Of course, intrigue, betrayal, blackmail, and secret games will not disappear anywhere. They will remain a part of politics. But the understanding that the enemy is not just a person born on the other side of the border, but a spawn of damp and fetid. They will darkness, thirsty to rip out your heart, makes you unite. Kill the local ruler, subjugate the dead body, and rule your small land through a puppet that is indistinguishable from the previous owner, who doesn't dream of their own small kingdom. And then, the real fun is about to begin. The guys from the Pepes were struggling to open the doors and came to a grim conclusion. They couldn't do without the help of rescuers. The windows on the first floors were boarded up by paranoid residents, so the only way in was to break in. I was lucky that they didn't notice the traces of blood hidden behind a metal plate with a torn intercom. Boxer clearly didn't pay attention to cleanliness while eating. Like a huge, creepy spider, crawl out through the fourth-floor balcony, clinging with my claws to the bare concrete. It's time to test my new skills. I can't hide behind my allies all the time. The distance was very short. I walked it quickly and almost silently, finding myself on the left edge of a group of policemen and medics quietly talking. There was so much blood on my hands, and there would definitely be more today. Damn it. I froze a meter above the wounded flower bed. It seemed that the grass had already begun to grow back, but thoughts inaccessible to an ordinary dead person were spinning in my head. What if Lenin suddenly resurrected? Chapter 11. The most reckless criminal group. They were even feared, although someone definitely felt fear. It's true. The most effective technique in any fight is to cut yourself, and with blood flying out, shout that you are infected with HIV, and mock the instinct of self-preservation with a sense of contempt. But the real kicker comes when it suddenly turns out that you actually have the disease. Nar, father of monsters, selected sayings. I hid behind empty garbage cans. Boxer and Kostian were finishing off some old lady, choking on the hard, wrinkled flesh. 3 police officers and the same number of medics. 1 driver and 2 strong guys who were transporting half-crazy passengers to the nearest hospital, while trying to preserve at least some spark of life in their bodies. I knew some of them, not personally, but rather through gossip and speculation that, like a net, entangle each separate district of a large city. People endowed with at least some power through government structures are usually recognized by sight. It is better not to argue with them, and generally try not to be seen, unless you have developed charisma and the art of diplomacy to perfection. It is difficult to remain unnoticed, even to express your opinion about some disgusting individuals cannot be openly. The price is too high, because life
will become much more difficult. The influence of power does not change a person, does not distort or turn them into a caricature. It only reveals their true faces, which are usually hidden under familiar masks. Honestly, who among us would behave differently if we were in their situation? You can swear as much as you like, I will never behave like that, or I will become better, I promise. I will not take even small things. But as soon as they take a comfortable and respectable place, everything changes. That's the point. Many who have shed liters of sweat and blood not in vain, having made it at least a few steps higher in the tangled hierarchy, would gladly join the refined society, especially in the matter of attitude towards those who stand below. Because on these people, it seems, the relative stability of civilization rests. They thirst for this, satisfying their own ego, raising their I, feeling superior to the others who, like insects, fuss at their feet. But this is unattainable for them. Always and everywhere the rule applies. There will be a bigger fish. Of course, with the exception of the four, more powerful than whom there was, is not, and will not be, because they are gods for whom base passions are alien. And people have to pretend. Have you ever noticed how much rage there is in the eyes of an ordinary nurse who is forced to endure repeated explanations of elementary truths to a dull person? Each time she is closer to the line that separates a law-abiding citizen from a madman. How often during the day do you feel the urge to hit someone? But you usually resist it. Is it only because of the moral rules instilled in you since childhood? I doubt it. Humans are imperfect, unlike the undead. Despite frequent denials, most of us remain stupid, lazy, greedy, selfish, and frankly, downright idiots. I was one of them too. Some inadequate, out of touch with reality owners of free toilets will be expelled, and in their place will come others who are not particularly distinguished. And so it goes on, again and again. In time, a truly worthy person will come, but he will definitely be expelled, simply because why should he seem so ideal? You have to be able to get out of it, as they say. And if you're lucky enough not to hurt someone's feelings with your presence, you'll have to steadily wear out your health in a hard and low-paid job, under loud slogans about how this is your true calling, that you must work for the sake of an idea and the common good. And when your salary is delayed for several months, all you can do is resign. After all, why should they take you into account? What will you do to them? Quit? They don't care. There are thousands like you. They didn't explain anything to you either? Mishanya asked, taking a drag on his second cigarette. He was a large, broad-shouldered man, with a puffy, fleshy face, a broken ear, and battered fists. Outwardly, he didn't look like an experienced medic at all, more like a hacked-up bouncer from a cheap pub in a movie. But the locals respected this giant in a cowardly way, calling him Uncle Misha and immediately falling silent as soon as he appeared. Sergeant Shapkin, a thin man with a thick mustache sticking out above his upper lip, cursed like a battlefield veteran, directing the team in an unknown direction. He spat on the ground through the gap between his teeth and explained, "They say there's unrest, but to be honest, it's not that serious. Some lady is causing a panic again." He looked with irritation at his colleagues, who, dragging on their cigarettes, were slowly destroying lung tissue. The sergeant himself had been trying to quit smoking for 2 months now, but frankly, so far without much success. If the matter had been really serious, they would have sent reinforcements to us, and not to the guys from the central unit, he added. Misha, smiling, said, "Yeah, we were promised several phones. Duo next, constructors, that even Palich from the second surgery won't be able to figure out. They'll be taken straight to the morgue. Do you know who's working on shift now?" "What? Seriously?" "They haven't kicked her out yet?" the sergeant asked mockingly, smiling broadly. I answer, yes, there are still some left. They both burst into laughter, laughing openly and loudly. A young guy with red hair and freckles, clumsily dressed in a loose uniform,
with an MP-79 pistol holstered and a shortened machine gun dangling precariously on his belt. Tried to get a word in. He opened his mouth wide, showing almost a full set of 31 teeth. A push in the ribs from the second policeman, and it was unclear whether it was a joke or a question stuck in the young man's throat, and the elders did not pay attention to his attempts. The man was noticeably shorter than the rocker, but 2.5 times more massive in the shoulders and stomach. A bright representative of his 30 years, in whose blood-hot Caucasian, Chechen, and Dagestani roots were mixed with assertive Azerbaijanis and Uzbek entrepreneurs. They understood each other without words, making an almost synchronous mechanical movement, covering their mouths with smoldering cigarettes. There was no point in interfering in the conversation of the authorities. They inhaled the smoke deeply, feeling the bitterness of the gray smoke in their throats. Slowly cooling islands on the tips of thin fingers, reminded of quiet death and cancer, snatching tired faces from the hard-to-distinguish gloom of headlights and flashing lights. The second paramedic and the driver, also with a diploma from a medical institution, did not interfere in the conversation. They stood by the open body of the ambulance, telling old jokes, trying not to fall asleep after a torturous night. Some horror had happened again. They had all been called, spitting on the schedule and rest standards. From inside the car, a gurney, an IV, and a first aid kit were visible. All these little things, looking out from the rickety car with interest. "Hey, teenager," Chapin said with a grin. "Come on, walk around in a circle. See if there's a checkpoint or some other nonsense in the entrance. I've never been here. The devil knows what they've built." Snapping his fingers deftly and flicking his cigarette butt into a nearby puddle, the rank-and-file operative went to carry out the law and order. "Hey, are they not discussing this rain at the hospital?" he asked. "Of course, they say it's nothing serious, but then they'll catch up and punish us," Mishanya answered, taking a third cigarette out of a crumpled pack. "There's no news, but Palich is sure that chemicals or some other nasty stuff are involved. Red rain and no one cares, but stay calm." A couple of doctors at the lab offered to do a test, but they were sent away and told not to meddle in the affairs of deputies. "Listen, this idiot got drunk and now drives around town with his lights flashing." The interlocutor grumbled. "Did you bring him last time?" "Yeah, I wish I'd shot the bastard. He puked all over the car and called me a sack of shit. That's what he wanted to say." A couple of our most notorious idiots went outside when the rain was still pouring down. "Really?" they asked. "Yeah, it's already spitting." And they sat on their asses in the puddles. "Oh, really?" they were surprised. Maybe their brains will finally wake up. They tried to sound optimistic.
"It doesn't work that way."
They refused.
"And who cares?"
They say it tastes and looks like blood, and everything feels like blood. "You giving it a go, of course I'm happy for you. Our guys are sitting in the hospital and trying to have as little contact as possible." Palich is laughing like crazy. "Why is that?" they asked. Damn, his father and grandfather were real military men. Straight from the family line. He ran obstacle courses from a young age, but they never took him into the army. And now he's back at the training grounds and parade grounds, as if nothing had happened, watching young guys running around. The only thing missing is machine guns and stern faces. He jumps from bush to bush, damn it. Got it, it's funny. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Listening to the conversation of a group of smart people per square meter of our backwater, I moved towards the guy. How cool it is to see in the dark better than in daylight. I turn into an elusive shadow, a ghostly silhouette in the darkness. The man turned the corner of the house, a few steps, and suddenly I appeared behind him, standing at full height, 2 heads taller, and about the same width in the shoulders and bill. Did you know that at the moment of separation of the head from the body, for those miserable seconds between life and death, the brain is still able to perceive information coming through the senses? The eyes blink, The lips twist in an unsuccessful attempt to say something. What do they think about at that moment? About how much they did not manage to do? How stupid it is to die? Or do they not realize anything at all? Stunned by the shock of the destruction of the usual thought of their own mortality? My hand covered his mouth. He flinched from the unexpected touch and reached for his pistol. I wanted to say something memorable. After all, these would be the last words he would hear in this life. But I simply grabbed his throat with my claws and literally tore his neck from one ear to the other. His gurgling and strangled wheeze, as well as the sound of blood spilling on the dirty gray concrete, are lost in the noise of the blood rain and the familiar sounds of a quiet nightlife. Just a few steps away, there is a real house, full of bodies that no one knows about. And people, unaware of such a thing, continue to go about their usual business. I lift the limp body and carefully lay it in the muddy puddle. These guys are well equipped. Everything is done with attention to detail, fully equipped. I take the Makarov pistol from its holster along with 2 spare magazines and place them in the pockets of my old pants, stained with blood. The Kalashnikov is the most famous and widely used firearm in the world, but in my death-altered hands, its shortened version looks like a plastic toy. After what I experienced in the tomb house of the high-rise, this menacing appearance and the cold confidence of a mercenary no longer inspire fear, awe, or submission. It is just a tool. Barely fit the second magazine into my pocket, along with the pistol ammunition. I cock the bolt, loading a round into the chamber. I take the safety off, switching the weapon to automatic fire mode. I put the strap on my neck and put my right hand through the loop. It looks like it's time to kill. An ordinary person would need to use up several hundred rounds of ammunition to become familiar with a weapon and learn how to use it effectively. However, I am almost dead, and this gives me a serious advantage. My vision is perfectly honed. My hands do not shake, and the shots hit exactly where the barrel is aimed. Of course, I am still far from the level of Special Forces fighters. But you must admit, this is much better than being a rookie rebel who accidentally got a firearm and has a poor understanding of how to use it. The rear sight opening and half of the front sight crosshairs converge into a single line above the back of Shapkin's head. The rate of fire of the AKS-74U assault rifle is from 650 to 700 rounds per minute. 30 rounds of caliber 5.45 by 39 provide aimed shooting at a distance of 500 meters. A real deadly machine. A finger, sliding its claw along the metal surface, presses the trigger. The clatter of shots is heard. Copper-yellow cartridges fall with a characteristic ringing sound onto the cracked asphalt, reflecting the flickering of the flashing lights. After the 5th shot, I emerge from the shadows, walking slowly, like the Terminator from the first film with a heavy tread. The bullet pierces the clean-shaven nape of the mustachioed man's head, knocking him face down, pouring blood into the paramedic's face like bloody syrup from a torn skull, almost right through, piercing bones and brains. 2 bullets into the fat man's head. I miss a little from lack of practice. The first metal projectile, launched by gunpowder gases on a short path, hits him in the cheek just below the cheekbone, tears the tissue, breaks his teeth, gums, and part of the jaw, coming out on the other side. Not every shot to the head is fatal. I'm sure this one did not hit the brain. Nevertheless, he is out of the fight from unbearable pain. Blood flows down his face, neck, and collar. But the main rule of Bloody Drax is firm. Always finish off to the end. Even if we are talking about enemies who are already defeated, this is much safer, although not as fun. Second shot hits just below the chin, destroying the cervical vertebrae and mixing bones with the spinal cord. They are just starting to fall. Surprise, incomprehension, and horror appear on the doctor's faces. Uncle Misha's skull was partially destroyed.
The second paramedic was hit by 2 bullets. One tore off part of his lower jaw. The other pierced his Adam's apple. The driver was hit twice in the knees, breaking his kneecaps, cartilage, and joints. He shouts something as I approach. The sphere is captivating. I lift him off the ground and sink my teeth into his neck. The outlines of people who heard the shots flicker in the windows of neighboring buildings. I was not afraid of either photos or video recordings, nor of the possibility of being caught on film by a police officer. Any equipment, if its insides are simpler than the Hubble telescope, begins to malfunction sharply as soon as it focuses on me. Convenient, isn't it? Death penetrating the body destroys microcircuits and LEDs, turning a distorted figure into a vague spot without clear contours. It's a pity that this does not affect my creations. The body jerks uncontrollably, writhes, tries to break free, and then it goes quiet. About 6 liters of blood, which I swallowed in several noisy gulps. The corpse, like a sack without a drop of blood, falls to my feet. In fact, why not enter this world with style and music? I empty the rest of the magazine into the bloody bodies, turning them into a sieve. The empty magazine flies to the paramedic's broken head. I exchange it for a second magazine. I examine the dead men in search of something valuable. 2 more shortcuts with Makarov pistols and a bunch of magazines. That was some good shooting. I didn't even have to do any special magic. Chapter 12. Who are you, warrior? I probably have never hatched a more stupid and poorly thought-out plan. Most likely I was simply hit hard by the sudden realization of my own power. Just imagine. I laid out 6 people in less than a minute, and now I wander around the apartments of my gloomy castle with a couple of Kalashnikovs. Yes, I am practically a machine, damn it. A cyborg killer. Show off? Trying to get attention? A simple fit of madness? Probably altogether. City Police Department, a rather pleasant and confident male voice rang out. Listen to me very carefully, I interrupted him. The police station is being called by a huge number of different idiot teenagers and panicky adults who simply don't know what to do and are having fun as best they can. So I immediately started talking as if I were a serious person who doesn't stoop to empty and stupid conversations. My voice was even, calm, with a slight hoarseness, radiating power and control over the situation and the interlocutor. I even came up with a cool nickname for myself and a name for our gang. It was necessary to show right away that we were real villains, and not just there for fun. Besides, the improvised trap plan I had conceived had already begun to form in my head with the same energy as the remains of half-eaten bodies that were rising in the form of lower zombies. This is not a prank or a game. Believe me, right now. Recently, a patrol and post-service squad arrived at an address familiar to you, along with an ambulance team. Now all of these people are dead. I neutralized one by cutting his throat. Shot the rest point blank with a machine gun. Calls about shots should have already come in. At the moment, my accomplices and I are holding more than 50 residents of a multi-story building hostage. Among them are disabled people, women, the elderly, and children. If our conditions are not met, I will smash their heads in front of others. First the children, then the women, and then I will rip out the hearts of the men. After that, my people will head to the nearest school, supermarket, or kindergarten. Do you understand the meaning, mortal? Yes. If my limited knowledge of the work of this particular part of law enforcement agencies does not fail, they are now determining my location, verifying information, and doing other similar actions. The main task of the interlocutor on the other end of the line is to maintain a conversation with me and earn time. And what is stopping me from playing along with him in this? How should we address you? And what are your requirements? Common sense insistently suggested not to enter into conflict with a state that operates multi-billion-dollar resources. If they decide to take it seriously,
They will crush you quickly, harshly, and mercilessly. But the treacherous inner feeling of bloody Drax pushed him to continue the fight, because only among people destroyed by his own hands does the true gift of a necromancer manifest itself. At the same time, these victims should not be powerless sheep, incapable of putting up even the slightest resistance, but strong fighters who constantly dream of grabbing your throat. My name is Dead, and I am the leader of the group, Children of the Graves. The conditions are simple. Journalists and reporters, preferably from major news channels, must arrive at the building we have captured to broadcast a message live through the hostage.
The presence of police or special forces does not scare us. You can send everyone. But no, their fate will be your responsibility. Until we meet again soon. Chapter 13. Special Forces.
Yo! Amazing! Penguin, it's fucking huge!
Quotes from the greats. Victor Zeman did not feel love for his profession. No, he liked shooting crazy assholes who thought they were the masters of destinies. He was pleased to receive large sums and honorary awards from high-ranking officials. He valued his position in the system, not the bottom rung. He was proud of his good foreign car and spacious apartment. He enjoyed the feeling of being in control of a tight-knit team of fighters who had perfected the art of neutralizing antisocial types. He also enjoyed knowing that if his life ever went downhill, these reliable guys would definitely stand up for him. Fighting unity. That's what it was. He was pleased by the words of gratitude from those he helped. He appreciated the looks that contained both a bit of respect and a touch of envy. He liked being an attractive man in his prime, whom girls pay attention to, especially after they find out what he does and how impressive his income is. Sometimes he even enjoyed going out on calls. Not always and not for everything, but the harsh reality of Chechnya did not reign here. There was no death around every corner, no bullets buzzing so close that it seemed they would hit your head at any moment. No lifeless eyes of brothers in arms met, brothers who were not related by blood, but who were closer than any family. There was no dust that scratched the throat and creaked on the teeth. There were no drops of blood, pain, and fear. There was only your squad and another idiot. No more, no less. The challenges ranged from trivial tasks to real nightmares. Some guy whose hair hasn't even grown properly in those places yet, with a well-washed head, that's not a threat. But yes, Zeman is a man. An ordinary man, albeit hardened by war and training, but still a man. A shot to the head, and he's dead. A piece of shrapnel hits him in the neck, and he's dead. A stab to the artery, and he's dead. Blood infection, and he's dead. Being a member of a rapid response task force does not make you an invincible Terminator. The aforementioned guy does have a chance to deal with Czech or Slavic, but only if they are unprotected, and he has a weapon. However, the twins Czech and Slavic, who perform in a duet called Czechoslovakia, will not appear in front of him, for they are dressed in bulletproof vests, helmets, unloading systems, and hold an automatic rifle complex, VAL, in their hands. I suggest making a prediction. The level of danger to life shifts to the green zone, but does not become zero. It is never zero. Even when you are at the base, at home, or just enjoying a sandwich with tea. The risk of leaving this world is always present. This is a professional feature. Zeman valued such missions. There was indeed blood in them, and it happened that hostages were found dead, if there were any. But you were sure that none of your comrades would suffer. You understood that you were facing a madman whose actions were not subject to logic and common sense. You knew that by pulling the trigger and leaving a neat bullet hole in the head of a man who threatened an 18-year-old girl with a knife, you would not find a mountain of severed heads of those you loved at home. You realized that you would not become a pawn in someone else's mysterious game of the powers that be. There is only you and your task. Everything is simple.
clear, understandable. It's a completely different story when players, more organized than the chaotic nervous outbursts caused by substance abuse or mental disorders, intervene in the game. With the sixes, everything is crystal clear. Sects, criminal groups, terrorist groups. And so it goes on, and much more in the same vein. Human filth, especially when it has impressive means, is capable of penetrating almost all spheres. They were taken out of the central part of the region because a group of some scoundrels destroyed a local police patrol and held several dozen people hostage. A character nicknamed Dead, who until then had led a little-known group called Children of the Graves, became the object of numerous wiretaps of telephone conversations with him. There was almost no information about the children. Most likely this is one of the recently created cells intended for dirty deeds. We've been there. We know. Who will now bear responsibility for the mass of victims, or crazy fanatics with a name that clearly hints at their essence? These guys clearly lacked experience, but they tried hard to create maximum resonance around their activities. And they did it quite well. A carefully organized information bomb in a few hours dealt a blow to a large number of both ordinary citizens and relatively famous personalities. Scandalous bloggers, convinced journalists, closed and open Telegram channels, popular YouTube authors, promoted communities in VK, and a lot of other useless content that caused Zemin a disgusting rejection, instantly inflated the events to the scale of a deadly massacre and tank clashes within the city limits. Everything is as usual. The situation began to rapidly deteriorate. So everyone who was at hand was gathered nearby. Local operatives from the police department, OMON, and sober officers, as well as an experienced negotiator, and long-requested media representatives, mostly correspondents from regional channels, which are of little interest to anyone, arrived along with them. But a small group from federal news services arrived. In fact, they were little concerned about the hostages. Most were pursuing only the goal of catching the next sensation and creating loud headlines. Who pays attention to such things nowadays? The van bounced over the potholes of a crumbling narrow-gauge dirt track that wound through a thin and dying belt of forest, interspersed with private homes and vegetable plots. This muddy obstacle course of rural land, where mud, muddy puddles, and cow dung mixed with overgrown weeds and dashed big city hopes, was gradually being covered with gravel. They filled the deepest holes with it, which turned into cracked asphalt. An unpleasant dark red rain of unknown precipitation or products of chemical decomposition in the atmosphere quietly drummed on the roof and tinted windows. They were urgently pulled out of the deep wilderness after the recent neutralization of a school shooter, of which there have been too many lately. Another fool gathered a few youngsters and ignored them, as well as the safety rules for storing a licensed smoothbore carbine. They worked quickly and quickly tied him up. Only Gloomy revealed himself, covering with his figure the head teacher with teeth knocked out by a blow from a rifle butt, whom the guys were going to give a demonstration blow to the head. Instant reprisal. Damn. The bulletproof vest worked flawlessly, but no one wants to get shot point blank with such a gun, because it could result in temporary defeat and sending to the nearest hospital. We had to drive on the most disgusting road that could possibly exist. Fortunately, the car was specially designed for fast driving over fields covered with tank tracks, so there were no particular difficulties with movement. However, the suspension clearly failed, noticeably shaking the passengers, who seemed to spread out over the walls of the cabin in a dull and sluggish layer. Briefing completed. The equipment has been thoroughly checked. The team is ready for battle and can break into the building without hesitation. The environment around the target has already been established. Stas Prohodko, the negotiator who was supposed to show up almost at the same time as them, was an incredibly cool guy. Zemin, having worked with him a couple of times, was filled with great respect for this thin, slightly awkward man with a funny mustache and an invariable checkered shirt combined with gray trousers. As long as the authorities do not interfere with his methods, he is capable of performing real miracles. controlling the minds of the most unpredictable types. Last time, thanks to him, 3 hostages were saved, and a would-be killer was caught who confessed to his actions. It was already light outside. The guys are mostly silent. This isn't their first trip, and it's unlikely to be their last. Vultura and the sniper are quietly dozing, barely able to keep their eyes open. Czechoslovakia is telling jokes about Vovochka again. The schizo is constantly checking his weapon. He does it every damn minute he has.
Zeman didn't even notice how he switched off.
His long service in the compulsory army gave him 3 irreplaceable skills: how to meekly carry out meaningless assignments, skillfully avoid immediate duties, and fall asleep anywhere, anytime, and for as long as necessary, absorbing every minute of any endless sleep, like an organism exhausted by drill and hazing. Consciousness was abruptly awakened, without a trace of sleepy weakness, after a jab in the rib. The moose hides his balaclava-covered face behind the helmet shield. "Captain, we've arrived," sounded quietly. The door slid to the side with a light rustle. People began to crawl out of the back of the van. Everything was already prepared perfectly. Snipers occupied the roofs, a cordon was set up, police cars, superiors, and capture groups, which included Zamin's comrades, drove up. The operatives chased away random spectators and passers-by, did not let residents of neighboring houses out of their entrances, and tried with all their might to hold on to the journalists. Victor could not understand whether these people were getting too much for this, or whether something was wrong with their brains in the journalism department. But these cunning and annoying individuals were like those swallows who would rush into the broken, twisted metal mess of a car accident, just to be the first to snatch unique footage and interviews with the victims. The building's layout has already been discovered. The main entrances and exits have been assessed. A door sealed in an unknown manner with a solid metal plate. A passage through the basement that is blocked by an almost equally strong shutter, and several windows on the second and first floors that are not covered by bars. According to unconfirmed reports, the listed objects may be mined with anything from homemade explosives that go off with the slightest push to standard tripwires and anti-personnel fragmentation mines. The exact number of hostages and criminals remains unknown. Electronic equipment fails as they approach the house. The bloody rain, sometimes intensifying, sometimes almost ceasing, worsens visibility through optical sights, blurring the overall picture. According to the snipers who managed to see something through the windows, curtained and painted with a dark substance, there are about 10 militants. They have weapons ranging from stabbing and cutting objects, as well as impact and crushing weapons, to standard Kalashnikov assault rifles and pistols. The hostages are held in different apartments, presumably tied up and possibly drugged. And the most striking thing, besides the huge number of serious and armed representatives of the security forces, was the dissected body hanging over a concrete canopy covering a corner with a fragile, dirty green bench on which elderly women, usually, they warmed themselves in the sun. And a locked door. Zamin is used to the dead. His work requires it. Some of the novice detectives and young authors who had managed to carefully examine everything down to the smallest details turned pale with horror. Someone vomited in the nearby bushes. This is clearly a man. Physically strong, one might even call him athletic. He is wearing a dark tracksuit with a white Adidas stripe, a gray t-shirt, and worn Nike sneakers. He was hung on a brightly colored child's jump rope. His stomach was cut open, his insides were pulled out, and then his neck was wrapped with the tape from his intestines, making a kind of noose. The body swayed slowly in the wind, covered in blood. His hands and a significant part of his skull were almost completely devoid of flesh. Either they were gnawed down to the bone, or treated with acid, or the skin and muscles were carefully cut away layer by layer. Above the man's head was depicted an ugly and twisted halo with angelic wings, formed by dried, blackened blood. Land of the dead. Below at the feet, it is written in liquid.
There is no place for the alive here. Zeman was already outraged by these gumbags.
Chapter 14.
Oh yeah, negotiations. Mom, I promise I won't fight him. I'll just rip his spine out. Nar, father of monsters.
Selected sayings.
Behind me, you see the place where until now there was an unknown radical terrorist group called Children of the Graves. The gang is led by a man nicknamed Dead. More than 50 hostages are currently being held in the building. Negotiations are underway. I repeat for those who missed the beginning of the episode. Zeman had no sympathy for journalists. They mostly responded in kind. I would like to fire a short burst right under my feet, so that the asphalt would fly up in pieces of fine gray gravel. The 21st century will certainly be remembered for many significant achievements. These include computers, technology, and the internet with weapons, but damn how annoying these cameras are. Bottomless, black, slightly gleaming with the indifference of the observer. They are like eyes attached to reporters or to the thin rectangles of smartphones held by ordinary people. Attempts to disperse the latter are frankly unsuccessful. When the arriving security forces were supposed to intervene, the staff member, as the closest to the scene of events and having a connection to the military actions only through computer simulations, refused to participate, explaining that would further increase panic, and the number of employees under control is extremely small. Even if they are evenly distributed among a large mass of people, it is unlikely that anyone will be able to stop anything. Screams and threats from the relatives of the hostages were heard all around. Viktor Anatolievich said that Pavel Yakovlevich approached the issue of increasing tension very thoroughly. That's right. This man really invested and created far more problems than even the most pessimistic analysts had expected. Now, the internet was filled not only with a video of a mysterious man in a balaclava and dark glasses declaring his demands, but also with the distorted faces of those unfortunate enough to live in that house. Many videos showed crying, beaten, exhausted, and dirty people begging for help. In addition, the dead man forced each of them to call their loved ones, friends, and colleagues, and it was these people who became part of the growing crowd. So far, the crowd was not very large. At large rallies, they were dispersed, much more violently. But the fact was that when even a random student passing by was beaten, many of those militant young men, determined, began to suddenly disappear without a trace. Fear of cruel punishment and prison time quickly pacified such loud revolutionaries who liked to attract attention more than to really fight. A completely different story was observed among ideological anarchist radicals or representatives of similar sentiments. Have you ever tried to stop a man who is rushing to save his 11-year-old daughter, torn away from him by a group of strong men with shields and clubs? He can be compared to a fanatic with a suicide belt and a blissful smile on his face. Only this man is not happy at all. He is literally overflowing with rage and determination. The only thing that can stop him is death. 3 rubber bullets in the stomach. Glasses are broken. The lenses are knocked out, the temples are bent and dangling on the bridge of his nose. His eyes are red from tear gas. Several fingers are broken, and a large hematoma is growing on his face, hinting at fractures and a concussion. But he continues to move forward with the indomitable force of a tank, which bites into the mud with its tracks, as if almost crushing small animals. "I'm on the roof," came the voice in the earpiece. "Well, did I hit the target?" "Got it," the voice replied. A minute passed, then 2. The building was surrounded. Inside, you start to want to smoke. "I see movement. Don't shoot." The phrase, "Well, did I hit the target?" was a symbol of incredible accuracy. Moreover, accuracy was demonstrated not only in shooting from sniper rifles at medium, long, and ultra-long range, but also in throwing any object. He threw everything in a row: knives, nails,
spoons, and other junk that was at hand for the son of the Siberian forests and the Buryat. I just wonder, what do the Buryats really live in? One of the windows, the glass stained with dirt or soot, opened. The guns and cameras were aimed at a thin man, wrapped in a dark rag. Against the background of the lifeless interior of the apartment, the light Watman paper seemed blindingly white. Negotiation. And the arrow down. At first, the impenetrable door slowly opens. The terrorist's figure disappears from view. Combat readiness. Where is Prohodko? Already approaching. Target unarmed. Code red, no shooting, this is a hostage. Received. If someone were to argue that an ordinary man should not show tears and emotions, feel free to refute such an evolutionary error. Fragile young man no older than 20, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and wrinkled jeans, had every right to break into a hysterical fit right now. Hardly anyone would dare to reproach him for it. This guy was missing his right arm. The stump was roughly wrapped in a brown cloth, with dark drops of blood seeping out from under the cloth. The worst thing about serious injuries is not the pain itself. It is like a bright, scorching fire, burning from the inside, filling everything around you, and leaving no time to comprehend what has happened. Just pain. Nothing more, nothing less. It becomes truly scary when it retreats. You see the consequences, and the thought that this is forever breaks through in your head. Since ancient times, executioners first cut off the eyelids of their victims so that their teary eyes could fully capture the bloody picture of what happens when their body is cut with sharp metal. Agree. There is a noticeable difference between a neat, brutal scar on the face or body and a missing limb. The human body is imperfect, and now is not the time of cyberpunk, when an expensive, high-tech prosthesis could be put in place of a hopelessly lost organ for the price of cheap food near the train station. You are becoming disabled. Life is divided into the period before and after what happened. Big words and slogans lose all meaning, dissolving against the background of a deep awareness of how much your everyday life has changed, how you yourself have changed. Zemin, it would seem, should have gotten used to this. His work meant constant confrontation with death.
You have to see the pain, to see the horror.
Something inside him twists, painfully every time he sees such pictures, sending a burning phantom pain through the thin, whitish scars on his right cheek, cheekbone, and chin. That day, he lost two close friends at once, and it is not at all impossible that he himself could have been among the dead, or become one of those helpless veterans forgotten by everyone, quietly living out their days on meager payments, and lying like a heavy burden on the shoulders of relatives who had the strength or nerves to care for the disabled. A direct hit to the head. A large caliber lead shell cut through the air with a screech and quickly entered Rizzo's head like a huge screw. Fragments of his skull flew apart and cut Victor's face, splattering his eyes and neck with blood. Zemin rushed on, simply because he had to. There was no time to mourn the comrade with whom he had served shoulder to shoulder in his military service. All that was left was you, the weapon that had become part of your body on an automatic level, and the enemy. Someone was bound to die today. Some minds do not explode immediately. Each time, Zemin seemed to be thrown by flashes of memory at that moment. A dark green patch among the dry grass, the roar of gunshots overhead, the distant roar of devastating explosions and the rumble of engines that turns out the eardrums. The sole of the boot touches the deadly trap. Leshy manages to understand this and quickly turns to Victor. Vitka Pramoy, his faithful friend, whom he sees for the last time. The sound suddenly stopped. The thin lips moved, barely noticeably, without making a single sound. The next second he was torn into countless small pieces. Blood and fragments of internal organs splashed right into the face. The mud turned into a sticky mixture, where the remains of flesh and dried clay under the boots were mixed. Wars are idealized only by those people who do not understand all their cruelty, or by those who get paid for it. Prochodko moves towards him. The distance becomes dangerously small. Well, did I hit the target? They and the other snipers watched the windows carefully. Stas didn't have time to start a conversation. The entrances are not mined. All hostages are dead. Pay for them, please. Chapter 15. Death in the Shadows. If you come close again, I'll suck your spinal cord out through your eye sockets, you bastard. You have to pay for the ride. I warned you. Nar. Father of monsters. Selected sayings. Everything happens according to the standard scenario. Flashbang grenades explode. The first to burst into the building is a moose with a shield. Czechoslovakia surveys the surroundings, turning his head in all directions with maximum attention to notice the slightest sign of hostile movement. The sappers have already surveyed the premises. The snipers are holding their positions, and Prikodka suddenly realizes that something in his work is going wrong. There were no mines or even hints of explosives. No traces of burning gas cylinders to fill the apartments with a cloud of deadly gas. Crowds of journalists surrounded the boy, pushing the negotiator closer to the defenders of Zeman's detachment. He spoke of rain, a red rain, which he called the blood rain. It is both a gift and a curse from the dark gods. He said that the dead will rise from their graves and drink the blood of the living. They will... A crowd of sick perverts. Victor was always amazed by what was happening around him. Several times he encountered experienced investigators from the criminal divisions and enjoyed listening to their incredible stories, which made him want to light a cigarette. It's hard to remember whether it was in Krasnodar or Krasnoyarsk, maybe somewhere between Syktyvkar, Kamchatka, and Chelyabinsk. It doesn't matter. A suspicious guy appeared, maybe a Satanist or Cthulhu fan, gathered a group of thugs and with their help, if memory serves, dealt with about 5 people. Moreover, the methods were especially cruel and perverted. Victor was always tormented by one question. How did he manage to do it? What could he say and how did he convince completely normal and adequate people to take sharp objects and, starting with a dismembered cat hanging on an inverted cross, embark on a short but incredibly brutal journey through the world of ultra-violence? The deceased was apparently from the same group. According to the freed hostage and new videos on social media, he has become some kind of harbinger of the apocalypse, gathering around him a small gang of crazy followers. Zombies, blood rain, the Lord of Death, and some kind of Great Four. Basically, a crazy person. And it's a shame that people often follow such madmen. Stas received a harsh refusal, literally in the form of a pathetic mortal non-entity who is destined to die in the coming days. While trying to establish a dialogue, a burst of machine gun fire was heard again, but it missed its target. The journalists scattered in different directions, trying to get away from the likely fire zone between the tense security forces and the terrorist sectarians. And Zemin was once again convinced that Prichodka had either gone completely crazy or had an iron character and was actually slightly jiggling his left leg, not because of a random piece of shrapnel that had caught his knee joint in his youth, but because it was simply heavy. Without changing his pose, intonation, or facial expression, he continued to make attempts to peacefully resolve the situation. This man is a professional with a capital letter. The main rule of this guy, for which he was deeply respected, was this: if possible, everyone should survive. Hostages, criminals, and even those who try to commit suicide, to whom he was called from time to time. A steel character, nothing superfluous. Having gone through many trials and yet retained faith in people and the main principle of a real utopian society. Human life is priceless. That's all, no more and no less. The countdown began when the bastards threw several severed heads out of the window. Dirty, bloody clumps of matted hair. Stas had to retreat to a safe distance on command. Despite all the statements of psychologists and psychiatrists, unfortunately, there are individuals with whom it is impossible to negotiate. This is a much more severe form of there are only two options, mine and the wrong one, which is reinforced by sadistic inclinations and rust stains that destroy moral and ethical principles, if there were any at all. As a result, a person immerses himself in thoughts that are dangerous for himself and society. The order was given: shoot without warning. The goal: if we can take the dead man alive, or at least one of his closest assistants. If. What a weak word, if. The soles of their boots slide through puddles of fresh and dried blood, mixed with pieces of flesh, forming a disgusting cannibal soup. Anger burns in the boy's eyes. The order to destroy all the guilty instantly suppresses all thoughts, merging with the unconditional combat reflexes programmed into the brain of every soldier. Kill. Just destroy these bastards. Creatures like these don't even deserve to exist on this earth. The walls and ceiling are given crimson splashes. There are shattered bones everywhere. Chunks of muscle, skin, and internal organs scattered chaotically across the landing, doorframe, remains of railings, and dull gray steps. Georgie Carlin once feared the dark. Not so much the darkness itself, but what might lurk in it. Because the unknown frightens even the bravest. Like poisonous tentacles penetrating the weak spots of the mind, causing an anxious what if. You have no idea what lurks in the deep darkness, and you can't react to it adequately. But Zeman soon realized that only a few creatures are capable of harming him after a direct encounter with a 7.6mm burst. By loading an entire magazine of 30 rounds at point-blank range, any living creature inhabiting the central part of his country instantly turns from a potential threat into a riddled, bloody home. It is natural to be afraid. However, it is fear, based on the instinct of self-preservation, that often helps to preserve life and remain relatively safe, remaining intact. After this, many more fears arose. Each stage of life leaves its mark, loading the mind with gloomy worries. After storming the lair of a psychopath, these bloody memories mixed with the terrible images of the horrors of war. Since then, Zeman was afraid of madmen. He wasn't afraid that one of these antisocial monsters would gut him or rip his throat out. Victor was worried that sooner or later he himself might turn into one. Just go crazy, lose touch with reality, and start aimlessly destroying everything around him. Every incident like this, every call to the scene, every killer covered in blood, every body found, none of this goes by without a trace. You may not notice how you are changing from the inside, how your principles are slowly crumbling, but, unfortunately, it definitely happens. And this is it. This is truly creepy. Real horror. Purely. Damn your soul. Georgie was bent over hard. He managed to lift his helmet and move his balaclava off his face. People usually don't eat before operations. The heaviness in the stomach, heartburn for some, the irresistible desire to run to the toilet at the most inopportune moment, food poisoning and the possible consequences of a stomach wound were not a joy to anyone. Georgie was painfully sick with bile. Slavka was already standing next to his brother. His gaze slid over the sight into the depths of the apartment. Some kind of turbidity seemed to penetrate into him as well. "Report what's going on." The authority's voice was sharp, although it was filled with the caustic hatred that reigns between departments. "There are corpses here."
Lots of corpses.
In what condition? Was an off-the-record question, but damn. This guy could clearly hear how Georgie was literally thrown off his stride. In all forms. He didn't look there either. He respected Gorgy Carlin, and those around him certainly wouldn't have let the enemy pass by if they weren't on top. And he needed to give his psyche a rest. To hell with what Deadman had done if it had affected the experienced fighter so much. The apartments have been inspected. Second floor. Again, blood and flesh torn from bones. Here's the curious thing. Zeman didn't even imagine that at the moment when his squad burst into the front entrance, another team broke through the entrance to the basement using a pinpoint explosion. A pale, weakly bending, and lifeless finger, lying in a pool of its own blood on the landing of the upper floors, pressed a single button on the cracked screen of an android that had been outdated for about 2 years. In doing so, he posted a whole set of defensive fragmentation grenades of new content on the internet. Only now, on the screen, was Kostyan among disfigured corpses, gnawing on someone's hand. You thought I was lying? Or that I was crazy? No way, bastards, the dead are already among you. And I have become their new god, the dark god of death. Bow down or perish. They say that today, any image or video can be faked. Yes, CGI and Photoshop technologies work real miracles. If you involve real masters of makeup, productions, scenery, and costumes in the process, then sometimes the on-screen image is indistinguishable from reality. But not this time. Here, both an amateur who is not at all knowledgeable in such matters and a professional with editing experience will say without hesitation that this is not a fiction at all. Modern civilization has simply not yet reached the level to create such a realistic, two-dimensional representation of something that has no name in the sciences of the world. Kostyan stood by the wall, covered with dull yellow wallpaper, with pale patterns of lilies. Little of a man remained in him. Rather, only humanoid features of the body structure were noticeable. 2 arms, 2 legs, and 1 head. After so many murders, everything changed radically, turning the slightly modified base ghoul into something completely different, something terrifying, but at the same time, captivatingly unusual in its twisted, predatory beauty. Necromancy, the energy of death, penetrated every cell of his being, replacing the usual biochemical processes of ATP, RNA, etc., with a completely independent synthesis of necroenergy. Like sickles of claws, curved, razor-sharp, jagged bone protrusions that could tear through a man's body like a heavy shotgun blast through a tin can, the skin of the skull has slid off, revealing dark eye sockets with bright, glowing scarlet pupils. The altered structure of the jaws is more reminiscent of an animal's. The only purpose of these fangs is to tear the flesh of the living. A skinny, 2-meter-tall monster hunched over, covered in a shell of overlapping bone plates and crooked spikes. An ideal device for infantry sabotage and assault operations.
Second group, report.
The passage is clear. There are no targets or wounded.
Accepted. There's no one around. Only dead people. Ascent to the 3rd level.
This is starting to get alarming. Too many corpses in one fragment of space and time. Shots rang out. Uneven, aimed bursts or single shots. And the panicky, crazy shooting range, the clatter of which takes over the entire ammunition supply. They killed Mika! Crap. What the hell is this? Shoot him in the head. Hell no. Second group, report urgently. Fighting with the enemy. The sounds of the radio merge with a muffled death rattle, mixed with the gurgling of blood in the throat. This sound is etched in the memory forever. It is impossible to confuse it with anything. This is ambush fire, damn it. These aren't even people, comes the cry. First group, retreat. There's an ambush here. What is this? Shots fired, screams. Growl? Let's go, guys. A split second passes, equal to the frequency of blinking, and Slavik falls to the ground. His machine gun thunders as it hits the concrete. His tactical helmet is pierced along with the back of his head. His brain is turned into a shapeless mass. Shot. The bullet casing clanks on the floor. Zemina moves sharply to the side. A small shot into an advanced bulletproof vest is more painful than fatal. The Czech sharply presses the trigger. The sound of the bolt ejecting bright cartridges. Bullets knock fine plaster off the walls. The moose makes inarticulate sounds, and Viktor Anatolievich Strykov tries to comprehend what is happening. Someone or something, a dark silhouette flashes close, straight as if thrown aside, like a broken doll, hit against the closed door of the apartment. The crunch of the spine, skull on concrete, bitter metallic taste in the mouth, multicolored circles before the eyes. The shield falls from Moose's hands. The giant staggers backwards on trembling legs, clutching his wounded throat with his palms. Blood, thick and almost black, gushes out from under his tactical gloves with Kevlar inserts. The heel of his boot hits an empty space instead of the usual hard surface. The fighter falls on his back. An explosion of bloody drops flies around. His almost lifeless body rolls down the steps to the feet of the wolf and stops showing any signs of life. The schizophrenic, covered in blood, presses his body against Zemin, pinning him against the wall. It's simple. They turned everyone away like inexperienced youths. Guys, what's going on with you? The voice breaks a veil of semi-consciousness. Some creatures are cutting up citizens along the perimeter. What the hell is this anyway? This thing. It's not a man. Of course, it's not a man. It lifts the screaming Czech over its lumpy head and tears him into two jagged pieces. Blood splashes on the walls. The entrails of the dead man, like a terrible waterfall, fall on the vile creature. They cover his sinister face, slide over his bent shoulders, his sunken chest, and his spine covered in bony spikes, where nature has created a hard armor of jagged segments. Zemin said that he was once afraid of what lurks in the darkness. Maybe we don't give a damn about madmen and lunatics, but this is something truly scary. It turned me off completely. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Darkness, cruel, merciless, and all-forgiving. This is a reference to ritual murders in Yaroslavl. Search the internet or watch videos on YouTube. The author still does not understand how one teenager could convince his friends and several complete strangers to participate in cannibalism, dismemberment of girls, and stabbing 666 times. Please share the instructions so that I can understand how this is possible. Besides, the name of their sect, Word Bearers. As well as the Chaos Legion from Warhammer 40,000, Word Bearers, is not connected with my nickname. No need to invent connections. Who knows you? And by the way, these guys have long since died in prison. So be careful and look around. Chapter 16. Against Terror. Terror in response. Attention. A joke. Please. Enough. Just kill me. No, of course I will. But you didn't listen to the end. So, the Black Stalker appeared in the zone Nar Father of Monsters. Selected expressions. Consciousness returned with difficulty. Only in parts. I wanted to go back into the darkness. There was nothing there except oblivion, which flew by in an instant. There was no pain, no blood, no monsters capable of tearing a person to pieces. Before me opened up the boundless, endless, and unshakable peace of deep sleep, devoid of even the slightest connection with the world surrounding Homo sapiens. Locked in his own consciousness. The first thing Straight noticed, as soon as his mind was able to comprehend and analyze the incoming image through the optic nerves, was Schizo's face. The dead mask of his friend, buried in the visor of the helmet that had slipped off his head. The eyes were lifelessly glazed, the skin faded like a pale ghost. I want to smoke a cigarette and grab my fists into the cold concrete wall, as if trying to throw out my nervous trembling. Anger and rage, like a wild beast, flared up inside the chest, but immediately ran into an obstacle of pain in the ribs. and the gaze slipped somewhere upward, getting lost in the void. Everything that could be imagined hurt. The lifeless state of the brother-in-arms body slides off Priamoy, stopping on the floor, immersed in the blood of his comrades. To survive a bullet to the skull and die on the landing of a remote suburb, it must be deeply offensive. And how can one leave life with dignity? Not from a heart attack that suddenly burst into a weakened body and left a cold shell in the care of numerous children and grandchildren. Not lying in your bed between warm sheets and next to your beloved woman, saying goodbye to this world in a state of mental balance and peace. Yes, damn it. Not even in an endless firefight, where everyone saves their own, civilians and the wounded, but in attacks by a monstrous creature that has escaped from the darkest, psychedelic nightmares. Automatically try to keep the situation under control by fighting the urge to vomit. There is no one around except the dead. As always happens, just when you start to think that everything is wonderful and calm, suddenly you realize that you are in the middle of the burning remains of the familiar world. And this drives you crazy. Leaning your hand against the wall, you try to keep yourself in an almost vertical position. Shaky, my legs feel like cotton wool. The schizo died, having sustained back injuries incompatible with life. The bulletproof vest was torn to pieces, slippery entrails spilled out, as well as bent and broken armor plates, covered in blood. Splinters of ribs stuck out like hedgehogs from the twisted, fleshy lump of a broken spine, and a terrible mess of mangled internal organs in the chest. Heart, lungs, pleura, a section of liver and part of the diaphragm. A lifeless mass. A terrible sight. He had no weapons on him. Piles of spent cartridges creaked under the soles of their boots. The boys had pistols in their holsters, but there were no weapons of a more impressive caliber yet. Some particularly nimble guy managed to steal their barrels, and for some reason, Priamoy persistently rejected the idea that the one who did this could also be the same person who set them free. Such strength and a level of intelligence sufficient to understand how firearms work and how to use them. Imagine that a saber-toothed tiger, or any other animal that children were scared of in the Stone Age, would not stay in place, but would move forward instead of freezing, justifying itself by saying that if I have fangs and claws, why bother with these sticks and fire? And now we are placing bets on who will win, a man with a spear or a fast, strong, and deadly beast armed with a spear. The sluggish brain did not notice when a reliable OTS-33 with 18 rounds of caliber 9x19 millimeters stuck to the palm. Previously, this model seemed a serious argument in any dispute. But now, one single creature, which appeared from nowhere, managed to put a fully equipped team on the ground which had been training for many years to neutralize the most dangerous enemies. And something led Zeman to the thought that his shell of dead bone tissue was not an ornament at all, and small caliber weapons that pierce the human body would no longer play a special role. Bloodstains on the steps and railings, the body of a moose, affected by rigor mortis from the heat of death. Peace, my brother, is eternal. Vulchara is defeated. Curved section, muscle tissue, skin, cervical vertebrae, spinal cord. Or maybe this whole picture doesn't exist at all. Maybe Zeman is just lying in a felt-lined room under the supervision of a psychiatrist, drooling. This option seems much more plausible than those seen before. Base, this is Zeman. Over. Priamoy's voice sounds hoarsely from the floor below. We need to leave immediately and call for reinforcements. I don't care, bring Alpha and the damn motorized rifle company here. This must not leave here alive. Light crackling noise. Switching to another frequency. Second group. Omon, Sober, Operatives, Chief, Prihodko. Well? Am I in trouble? No answer. There is silence on the air again. Zemyan hardly believed in higher powers. He believed that if there was some creator in the image of world religions, then this concept was impossible for the human mind. However, now Priamoy, with a prayer in his thoughts, where they were loaded on top of each other like heavy blocks under the cranium, asked this unknown force that created the earth and people to get out of the protracted binge in which it had been, stuck since the Stone Age, ignoring the horror happening in people, and to arrange it so that the terrorists who enslaved the real mother of him, demon of the underworld, had a simple signal jammer and not die. But what if there was more than one of these monsters? 5, 10? The second group was also laid face down in their own pools of blood, judging by their screams in the last moments, and passed through a rusty meat grinder several times. What if these creatures are capable of reproduction? Where did they come from? Aliens. Are these really demons? A top-secret government bioweapons project? An erroneous turn of evolution, torn from the depths of nature and thrown into the bloody meat grinder of human civilization. The last two assumptions seem to have merged into one. Bloody rain. That's what the dead called this phenomenon. What if this inexplicable event was the catalyst for the emergence of the clawed death combine? Does the dead know something? Has he stolen secret data of global scale? Maybe he himself has made these fanged monsters. Or does the rain, dyed in the color of human blood, affect consciousness? The children of the graves appeared immediately after the bleeding wounds on the fragile firmament. Does this mean that it affects people who are already spoiled? Perhaps Straight also has a chance to join the company of the hallucinating. Exit the building, carefully assessing everything that is happening within its boundaries and around, as if studying a new reality. Nausea and weakness have subsided slightly, returning from time to time with sharp attacks of pain with sudden movements. Medical attention is needed. What if this is internal bleeding? For example, the spleen can easily be damaged, causing blood to slowly ooze out, gradually, almost imperceptibly. You may not have time to understand how you suddenly fall asleep and never wake up again, becoming just a fragment of a living organism. Damn. I've seen dead bodies often in my life. Sometimes their number was astounding, as if the concentration of the dead was beyond any logic in a specific place on the map. But this happened during the war and in dangerous areas. There was dirt there, shaken by boots, tracks of military equipment and wheels of cars. There were explosion craters, charred remains of buildings, the scorching roar of gunfire, and dense rows of barbed wire. When you are in the heart of a man-made hell, you become rougher. You become harsher, both outside and inside. You are no longer moved by the blood, suffering, horror, and death of those around you. This is the reality of such a place. Such horrors become the norm. But when you return home, the situation changes. There is no violence and hatred in the form to which you are accustomed. Here there are only pitiful urban semblances, occasionally interrupted by manifestations of violence from maniacs or terrorists. There are no longer those who are obliged to kill you, and there is no you who is obliged to kill another. There are no enemies, weapons, and missions that must be completed at any cost. Many people have difficulty replacing individual components of the equation. The echo of war, like a restless ghost, does not let go, breathing the cold of death right into the back of the head. Suicide, binge drinking, or complete immersion in the openly criminal world. Tough guys, accustomed to killing without regard for moral principles, always remain in demand and are worth their weight in gold. Service in the Rapid Response Unit has taught Georgi Carlin to be unaware of surprise. After all, this feeling is a weakness that can cost you and your team your lives. You freeze in a momentary stupor instead of pulling the trigger, or you panic and miss, wasting your entire magazine. However, now, it was as if someone had ripped out a frame with mass executions of partisans or repressions to intimidate civilians, and instead of the usual urban landscape, inserted this terrible scene. Bodies. Lots of bodies. Blogger Necromancer. Trouble in the family. Good evening, my little fans of perversion and ultraviolence. Says Uncle Dead's voice from his regular column, How You Will All Die. Episode 1. What you are seeing now is a clip from my selection of pathetic mortal wretch. Did you catch the play on words? Corpse, and what else could it be? Corpse, of course. What did you think? These guys were sure they could stop the new god of death. Too arrogant. So that no one would doubt that I'm not just hanging out here, hop, and here it is, a typical zombie just like in cartoons. Pale skin, white trunk, pure horror. If we put aside jokes and attempts to somehow ease the last hours of your miserable existence, then this is the first stage of necroevolution. It is primitive, frightening, and falls apart before our eyes. But this is not always the case. What is the essence? It develops both independently and with my participation. This is the blood rain. Soon, when such lively creatures will walk the streets of your cities, you will need advice from Uncle Dead to survive. Perhaps you are thinking, dear and clever Dead, why do you need all this if you are a young dark god and your goal is to destroy our world? It's simple. The longer you fight, the stronger I become. The instant death of several billion people would raise me to a level inaccessible to your limited minds. But it would be too quick and boring. I like to stretch out the pleasure. And besides, I will have time to create an army of the undead and master new powers. Long live the post-apocalypse. Now let's move on to the zombies. This is a regular corpse, without modifications. Nothing special. As mediocre as you are, it can be easily destroyed with a strong blow to the head. And by strong blow, I mean complete disintegration to the molecules. Although this is unlikely to help while the blood rain lasts, even the most pitiful undead gain abilities that you never even dreamed of. Though not immediately, but gradually. At the very beginning of my personal zombie apocalypse, both civilians and fighters will be able to easily deal with this, killing such creatures in packs. Well, what's so difficult about that? This infection is not transmitted through blood or bites. You can only turn into them after death. Isn't it interesting? The more they kill, the stronger they become. And believe me, they have a ton of ways to develop and evolve. Take the boxer, for example. A huge, disgusting corpse. Monsters like these will soon start causing chaos around prisons and unmarked graves in the woods where you hide your dead. Anyone who has a lot of serious sins behind them can turn into a ghoul. Has the anxiety started already? Murder, rape, cannibalism, and much more. These creatures are much more severe than ordinary zombies. They will tear a person to shreds, which my team proved, along with several special forces. And yes, I will show footage of their dismembered bodies. I can do editing very well, but this is only the beginning of the general slaughter. Revenants may appear. For the uninitiated, these are embittered shadows of the dead, thirsting for revenge on those who killed them in life. And then, who knows, there will be even more dead people. Are you nervous? And that's not all. We haven't even started talking about the bone horrors, who are capable of dismantling an armored personnel carrier, piece by piece. At this point, you should be scared and starting to dig mass graves. But no. Everything is planned out in advance. The restless will crawl out of the dug graves, and the charred souls who seem to have completely shit themselves from fear will crawl out of the crematoria. And this is just the beginning, believe me. And yes, I will give you a bonus, because I am a sorcerer after all. The Death Needle is a great way to quickly turn a couple of enemies into a nutritious, almost diet salad. Did you see how riddled this man was? All the special effects pale in comparison. And here's the Scourge of Darkness. Whoops. Dismembered and decapitated in one swing. A fucking machine. In the next video, I will demonstrate the Ghoul,
and tell you how your suicide can affect your position in the world of the undead. Until next time, departed.
You mean to say that this jester is capable of posing a danger? To us?
To the whole country. Comrade Colonel, the specialists found no traces of editing, and the massacre in the city was real, not staged. The real corpses were Omon, SOBR, ROVD, and ordinary citizens. There were dozens of dead, and journalists were among the first to arrive there. The cybersecurity department is trying to hush up the conflict.
How serious is the situation?
Everything was covered in blood. They were literally torn apart. Even experienced fighters were smeared across the walls and... Continue. Reporters, they really did find ghouls. Already deceased, if you can put it that way. And it didn't look like disguise or makeup at all. They were real. Experts checked right on the spot. This is not fiction, Comrade Colonel. They really exist. Chapter 17. Ultraviolence. Over and over, I'm already tired beyond belief. Natasha, brother, are you a woman? Nar, father of monsters. Selected quotes. Everything went unexpectedly easily. I honestly admit that until the very end, I thought that my brilliant plan, which the voices in my head were coming up with, would definitely fail, and that suddenly I would see a neat hole in my skull exactly in the shape of a bullet from a pistol or a machine gun. Or that I would simply be blown to pieces if somehow a person with a shotgun or rifle appeared who managed to sneak up almost right on me, leaving not the slightest chance for salvation. Have you ever wondered how well the dead can see? This is a rhetorical question, and if you think about it, you can find several answers. Ordinary dead people cannot see anything for two reasons. Their pupils are shrouded in the fog of death, and their souls have most likely long since left their bodies, which have turned into rotten spacesuits. But the eyes of the living dead are completely different. The body, crushed and hung at the entrance, seemed to act as a video camera of a mystical nature, transmitting a live broadcast directly into my mind. After my guards, the Praetorians, the first undead warriors who followed me and meekly accepted my influence, appeared. Penetrating the right eye of an inconspicuous person turned out to be a simple task. It was almost like a fine-tuned operation. Death, subordinated to my will, penetrated the cornea and sclera, penetrating the lens and vitreous body, forming a single moving creature capable of seeing for many kilometers. Of course, I was unable to obtain an X-ray view, but this was still quite impressive. I made the hearts of two homeless people stop beating who drank dubious milk in some unknown place to such an extent that even the machine gun fire that was heard nearby could not bring them to their senses. Is it worth explaining that this milk is not a product of lazy cows? The failure to stop their life-giving force did not bother me at all. The heart muscles were fettered by my purest death. Why do this? These people are not worthy of pity and effort. Two sharp needles of death and two lifeless bodies, which are already rising from the damp earth with the help of my obedient dolls. Have you ever thought about how difficult it is to bury yourself alive? While digging a shallow hole is usually not a problem, keeping your limbs from sticking out from under the earth turns out to be a difficult task. The marginals lying down up to their eyebrows broke their nails, skillfully covered me with earth, then tamped the surface a little. I really didn't want to give myself away. To those who would soon respond to my crazy claim as a lone anarchist. From a physical point of view, given my updated abilities, all this fits within acceptable limits. However, the psyche. I can clearly feel my mind changing, replacing familiar concepts with more appropriate ones for a creature like me. Before, I perceived humans as a shameful failure of evolution. They are pathetic, insignificant, dirty and underdeveloped offspring of technological progress that is devouring itself from the inside. And although it is difficult to admit, I am one of them. But now, I grew taller. Death has cleansed me of the sins and vices of my past life. Men are but mortal creatures crawling at my boots. I will burn their shelters with the destructive flames of necrosis, corruption, plague, and decay. From the rotting, dying, and festering bodies of my faithful followers, I will create a new force that will elevate me to the throne of the dark deity. And once again, thick blood will stain the gloomy stones of the altars, and bony, death in the flesh will lead me into the pantheon of the Great Four as a minor god. There I will become an equal among the heroes of the Polygon, great and invincible, the spirit of vengeance for all the mad loners, the rejected and forgotten. But now, I'm still too weak, treacherous, and insignificant. Almost equal to these disgusting living ones, my mind was plunged into a panic unworthy of the dead. It was suffocating. Striving to break out into the light of the stars and the clean air, not realizing that it no longer needed it. I saw through the thickness of the earth, through the eyes of my servants. I saw the coming bloodbath, the fragments of bloody Drax's pseudo-consciousness, merging with my mind in a terrible symbiosis, sounded in me like a pack of hungry lycanthropes. I will devour the souls of men. I will rip their hearts out through their eye sockets. Sending Kostjan alone, supported only by Boxer, against a large group of deadly armed enemies, was a dangerous decision. However, my formidable dog showed the true maximum of his capabilities. The surprise, the limited space, and the complete lack of skills of the Special Forces in fighting the dead in extreme conditions played in our favor, turning them into fresh rooms for my future creations. The ghouls behaved much worse. I lost 2 assistants. Both made fatal mistakes, succumbing to the frantic thirst for blood that completely captured the remains of their minds. The first was torn in half, while 2 bodies, a resurrected from the dead and a strong guy with claws piercing his chest and stomach, collapsed on the floor without signs of life. Do you want to know what the most amazing thing about necromancy is? What will prevent me from using a body that has already been spent again, combining it with fresh meat? The second one got a powerful charge of lead in the chest, literally from several barrels, almost point blank. He was literally blown to pieces, leaving only shapeless shreds of muscle and separate parts of limbs. I just like watching blood. My creations burst forth from the fiery Gehenna, manifesting in the form of an ordinary multi-story building. They immediately plunge into the crowd, an unfairly bloody mess, as if a laser mixer rolled over the molten mass of the human crowd. I saw through the eyes of the monsters, led by the bloody Kostjan. I observed the endless screams stuck in the throats of those who died in the first seconds. It is like a tank ledge, a horse avalanche, a battering ram, a tsunami. Heads, limbs, and bodies fly in all directions in the flabby leather shells of which not a single whole rib remains. Blood. Excited gunfire. But can a normal person match the speed of those whose strength is multiplied by the blood rain and the number of corpses behind them? Did I mention that death only completes us? Blood. Blood. Lots of blood. This bloodshed brings me back to a state of intoxication. This carnage, this local genocide. I immerse myself in all its moments. I enjoy them, rubbing them in thick handfuls over my own ecstatic mind, frozen in the amber freeze of unimaginable pleasure, destroying the usual ways of perceiving the world. It tears out by the roots the joints of that pitiful, hunted, insignificant fragment of everything human that remains in my soul, exhausted by uncontrollable rage, in order to give them, together with the shreds of the immoral decay of modern society, to the wild dogs of primeval, uncontrollable rage. Rome has fallen. I stand here, dirty and bloody, my face scarred by cruelty and barbarity. Barbarians surround me, wielding axes and dragging severed heads across the fiery ruins of a former, unattainable glory. There is no order, no justice, no right or wrong. Only the will of the dark gods rules, and I am their guide in this world. I am the king of these lands. I am the master of life and death for all that falls under the veil of this reality. The dead now reign here. There is not a living soul here. Only they, the dead. Their pale faces are like spots that burst from the sight of my greedy minions. They gnaw off hands, drink blood, devour entrails, extract bone marrow and open skulls to enjoy the fear-filled convolutions of the brain. Simple zombies with trophy weapons are coming out of the entrance, leading new victims of my experiments with the space-time continuum and the perverted nature of Homo sapiens. Only the last of the living fell, and bloody Drax opened a new page, or rather a paragraph, of his boundless knowledge. The ghouls throw down pieces of flesh and rush into a sprint, the final goal of which is the neighboring houses. The hunt is not over yet, damn it. This is just the beginning. A warm-up. The living dead, twisting their arms, lead 3 of them to my temporary shelter, a liquid informal, with a bright fringe and an earring in the form of an inverted cross. A regular guy, and who the hell is he? A plumber? An electrician? A car mechanic? A fragile man with narrow shoulders, a brush mustache, and work clothes with a completely erased inscription. I don't care. My consciousness seemed to emerge from the dark abyss of mortal oblivion. Death is not an obstacle and does not mean the end. It is only the first step on a path that is infinity long. And what my heart muscle, which has long since stopped in my chest, sings about, my brothers in spirit will continue. They will complete the song that I did not have time to finish. These they are not loners. They are not those who live in constant struggle. But why not once again convince yourself of the inferiority of Homo sapiens, while at the same time slightly advancing your long-term plans? I watch with the eyes of my obedient, silent dolls. People stop trying to escape from cold, feeble fingers, seized by a cadaverous numbness, as soon as they saw my masterpiece of violence, its essence, revealed to me at this stage of evolution. The people exuded horror. Wild, panicky animal fear. And the helplessness of sacrificial lambs, who no longer dared, even in their thoughts, to fight for their existence. It's time to reach for the stars. And I rise from the grave. Terrible, sinister figure. And my image is much more frightening than scenes of mass slaughter. The Middle Ages have always fascinated me, not because of the romanticism of castles, princesses, and glorious knights. No, my interest was connected with its dirt, ruthlessness, greed, and duplicity. Why not resurrect this time here, in this town, imposing on its inhabitants the burden of petty feudal lords who subjugated with sword and fire those who could not fight back? They tremble, cry softly, and sob pitifully as I approach their worthless bodies. I place my hand on the forehead of the first one, digging my fingers into thick, deep red hair with dirty roots. My claws leave marks on his skull, thin beads of blood sliding down his neck, along with his pain and growing terror. I say calmly, I make you my vassal, mortal. His fear is so strong that he loses consciousness, literally being suppressed. The imprint of my palm is like an acid burn, eating into the skin and bones of the skull, creating an ominous sign and imposing basic prohibitions. He will not be able to harm me, either directly or indirectly, including inaction and unwillingness to act. I do not interfere with his mind, memory, or feelings. I do not have such skills. But I understand human behavior well. What will such a small boy do? having received the opportunity to create the simplest spell of the Needle of Death. This is the very first manifestation of necromancy, with no chance of development. No more, no less. Looks like things are going to get interesting here soon. In the meantime, after I found 2 more lifeless bodies, I obediently took the smartphone handed to me.
An interesting idea had ripened in my head. How to become at least a little more popular among a limited circle of the general public.
My semi-relaxed state, together with the sharp psychedelic surge from the many people almost destroyed by their own hands, will certainly serve as an impetus for this.
Since childhood, I have not been a fan of long conversations. But now, the situation promises a good phrase to remember.
Chapter 18. The Sinister Grin of the Graves. Stupid young idiots. When the hell will you learn this simple truth? There is only one AUF, and that is fucking Dre-Oaf. Nar, father of monsters. Selected aphorisms. Note: Dre-Oaf means we butter the bread with butter. We settled in an abandoned area of private houses. It is difficult to understand what made the previous residents either die or leave these places, leaving the land unsold by cunning and nimble people. Yes, we dealt with 3 houses closer to the evening, 4 ghouls to boot, and an ever-expanding network of frozen zombies. I didn't have the resources to create something that could autonomously maintain the appearance of normal life, with simulated breathing, conversation, and other features that distinguish my undead from the average person. Actually, I should thank Drax for initially offering me the recipe for the spineless zombie, and not, say, the hungry dead or some other abomination. Yes, believe me, there are countless varieties and subspecies of the same type of undead. Zombie, end of The hungry dead is a ghoul that is rather weakly controlled by my will, although it is in the form of a man who is just beginning to disintegrate. It is much more independent than the will-less, who are only capable of following direct orders and need my constant control over their actions. They are faster, stronger, and quite smart in their field, doing anything to get food, preferably human flesh. I have planted the seed of the hungry into the bodies of the dead that cover the ground of my new territory. It is not difficult. A simple weave, like a cancer, will infect every cell, muscle fiber, and tissue of their bodies. The blood rain, along with the bundle of necro-energy that has settled in their skulls and chests, will do all the work for me. I won't gain power over them, at least not immediately after their rebellion from the bony halls. However, maybe I should stay here? Africa can wait, and it's going to be terribly hot here in the coming days. My knights, whom the will-less carried away to the most remote corners of the city from my bloody feast, will soon regain consciousness. And guess what they'll do? I'm willing to bet on Kostian and all the ghouls. I'm sure at least one of them will take the path of violence. When you have powers beyond mortal comprehension and are full of ambition, gathering a gang of cruel thugs around you against the backdrop of the collapse of human civilization is not a difficult task. Slick cutthroats, greedy for profit and flesh-hungry creatures of necromancy. It's really fun. Perhaps they will try to arrange a massacre, sending a couple of battalions of cannon fodder with firearms and armored vehicles. But this is just a manifestation of agony. Once the dead begin to rise in all countries, we will most likely be quickly forgotten, with all armed forces concentrated primarily around the elite that rules. The work of domestic and foreign intelligence should not be underestimated, especially when it comes to a large-scale information war of such an order that it will be impossible to remain silent. Television, the internet, and newspapers will cover only one event, forgetting about previous financial problems, sanctions, trade, and diplomacy. There will be nowhere to go. Imagine what will happen when creatures appear from morgues and cemeteries that, having reached for living flesh, will spare no one and will terrorize entire cities and provinces. Even animals will not remain on the sidelines. What if a bear cub or a lion from a zoo breaks through security and destroys its relatives? This will lead to an outbreak of unrest and local anarchy. And I'm going to make the most of this situation. Isn't it strange that I have begun to think of harsh and merciless survival? Imagine disparate groups of angry and hungry people fighting each other on the ruins of the old order. They remember their royal times. But now, the planet is under the control of a new ruler. I will come at night, taking their souls along with their lives. They will fear me and pray for me to spare them, although this time they are not promised mercy. I don't understand it myself, but such thoughts seem to make something rise in me, and you won't believe it, but it caused a feeling close to panic. In the short period of my wild antics and indecent actions, I even seem to have forgotten about this peculiarity of my body. And now it is pulling at the fabric of camouflage pants that were taken from some corpse along with the combat boots. It's time to unbuckle your belt. Hell, I'm certainly a giant in that regard. Kostian and the ghouls obediently turn their heads in different directions. Human norms of decency are still alive inside me. Such a strange paradox of thinking. Mercilessly destroying people is normal, but showing it among your essentially tame hamsters is already unacceptable. Oh, bring me a ruler. Wow. By eye, it was about 25 centimeters long. From a muscular sac hidden between the pelvic bones, like a giant boa constrictor had crawled out. And these 25, not a single Korean film with tentacles even came close. The triangular head without foreskin, on a pale pink shaft, pulsates. Ribs are visible on the sides, resembling small, blunt spikes. Feeling like a schoolboy, he carefully touched one of them with the pad of his finger. Soft, wet, elastic, and enough. I quickly hid my newfound toy back in my pants. Do you know why only real necromancers become liches or something like that? While all the cheap show-offs turn into stereotypical vampires? A true necromancer strives first and foremost for power. Deep knowledge in the art of necromancy, greatness, and glory. And then for the rest of the list. For him, the immortality of the undead is not the final goal that can be achieved and everything else forgotten. It is just a means to continue further searches. Do you really think that those who are capable of turning entire planets into dust are not capable of attaching a strong bolt to themselves and going on a crazy journey on a wave of the strongest drug intoxication? This is too naive. Often they consciously refuse the joys of a past life in favor of power and wide opportunities. If you think with your mind, and not under the influence of hormones and chemicals, then your plans become much more thoughtful and effective. Fewer temptations. As for vampires, it must be admitted that there is a large group of those who simply enjoy life. Having fun in every possible way, from extreme BDSM orgies to dreams of world domination, which raises their inflated sense of self-importance. There is nothing terrible about this, however. Imagine being able to fully control your genitals. If you want to, they immediately become fully alert, or hide deep inside to avoid an accidental knee strike. Moreover, you can control them like a handy tentacle dot. Tie knots or turn on continuous stimulation mode. In fact, this is an advanced version of self-satisfaction, but in which you do nothing, but only enjoy the waves of endless orgasm, scattering semen around. By the way, if you have sex with a living partner, will there be offspring? And if so, what kind? I went into thought. In general, this is too risky an option. Remember the experiment with mice, where stimulating certain parts of the brain caused feelings of pleasure? The moment is too intense to lose myself in bliss, spreading across the floor as a formless, quietly moaning creature. The desire is there, of course, but it is impossible. Let's get back to the daily hustle and bustle and dirty work. The information wave powerfully rolled across all news platforms. I was supposedly recognized as popular. Several translations into English were made. Reviews appeared on Twitter, where the majority consider me another idiot,
trying to earn hype on someone else's misfortune. As expected. Dusk is falling. It's time to clean up. It's about time. Or not? The radius of my influence on the undead is limited and has very clear boundaries at this stage of my gift. If I leave for another continent, the dead won't switch off. Of course, unless I want it to. They'll rather go into autonomous mode. I can plant a few simple algorithms in their subconscious that will work until their heads are smashed in. But, well, why not? It's almost night already, a long raid with many corpses. Several of them should be brought here, turned into ghouls or recreated as hungry ones. And I myself, together with a mobile group led by the matured Kostyan, should head south. The people in power now are mostly reasonable, with the exception of a few. They will soon find out for sure that Bloody Rain, the children of the graves, and a certain character nicknamed Dead are connected in one logical chain with those who rose from the graves. If they do not try to destroy me, they will certainly take me for experiments. I did not believe in the negotiation options at all. For the powers that be, ordinary people and undesirable individuals are just dust under the pressure of the state machine. Why not pay them back in kind? Thoughts are swarming in my head like fat, slippery cockroaches. Why do I need Africa? Maybe I should go to Moscow or St. Petersburg. I've never been there. The risks are huge, but the reward could be worth it. Or my consciousness starts to boil. And this is completely abnormal. I don't understand what exactly I want and what I need to do. Opposing desires are fighting inside me. Quiet, dead, calm. Pull yourself together and get a grip. So, if you think about it logically, what is your number 0 main task? Become the god of death. Appropriate answer. And what is needed for this? Kill, die, be reborn and kill again. Obviously, although the second and third points may be difficult, in the end, it turns out that the more you destroy or enslave, the better for you. Right? Yes, eventually the humans might unite, or the blood rain might create those undead who refuse to obey me, or some demon might sneak into my domain, hoping to feed on souls and trample the nascent dark god into the bloody mud from which he emerged. What's stopping you from storming into a city of 1 million people, bringing goodness and doing justice? Statistics? I'm sorry? The fact is that unlike the United States, where there are 120 firearms for every 100 people, we don't have that situation. That doesn't mean you can just create corpses indiscriminately. I need liches to hold off massive bombardments. I need bone horrors to destroy tanks. Something like vampires will be needed to destroy infantry. I'm too weak. I need an army and a center, the capital of my future empire. This raises the question, why not establish it here? Are you serious? I've already expressed my point of view on this matter. In general, I agree, but I hope you realize that success directly depends on the efforts made. What do you mean by this? You spread a rumor that you are heading to Muscovy to organize a kind of carnival there. It's clear. And you yourself remain here, creating a group of the dead or trained zombies under the guise of a spontaneously formed gang. The plans have changed. Now there is no need to urgently exterminate humans. When demons, angels, or alien races that have found inner-world portals come here, you will already be ready to fight back or leave. You remember that only small groups of colonizers, conquerors, can be sent to worlds touched by the hand of the four. Full-fledged tank divisions come much later. Now this sounds like a serious idea. That's right, friend. As soon as those very same dead people or monsters start to emerge from the ground, the usual order will completely collapse. The police and the army simply won't be able to physically cover the vast territories of the country in such a way as to destroy every zombie that crawls out of the ground. In my opinion, civilians will be driven into the big cities,
where the streets will be closed and cordons, barriers and checkpoints will be set up. In the countryside, mere mortals will be powerless to cope with the chaos. All power, money, and influence will be concentrated in limited and isolated enclaves inhabited by new, terrible creatures. The question arises, when will the struggle for power begin there? In some regions, the existing socio-political system will remain unchanged, while in others, an armed coup will occur, and these groups will begin to quickly strengthen their power, expand their influence, and absorb nearby settlements. If you find yourself in a small hole where most of the inhabitants have died because of the dead, you can simply lock yourself in a relatively fortified shelter and try to survive. This will not surprise anyone anymore. Over time, such groups will appear. They can simply be captured, overthrowing the leader and making him a puppet. This way, you can control the living while simultaneously directing hordes of zombies against the rest. How difficult it is to make long-term strategic plans when your head is not quite in place. In fact, I am simply a concentrate of your own thoughts. You have created a double of yourself in your brain, for which you yourself are responsible, hoping that this will help calm the chaos that is going on in your head. Yes, some time has passed, Knights of the Dead. Listen, boy, come here. What, died? Are you from another planet? You are clearly a down-and-out college student. What the hell? It seems it's time for you to die. Moth, what the hell is that on your face? Maybe you should leave with your questions. What the? Quiet, sit down. Motliara, have you ever been told what happens when you insult me? I don't care, I sent you in your mouth to hell. What are you going to do to me? You put on a jacket and you think you're cool? I'll lay you all out here. The boy has lost his way. You know what to do with that. What? Now I'm in charge, cockerels. Questions? Yes, you. A corpse. Is there anyone else? No? Look, it's clear to both of us that we shouldn't do this. You took my children. You took my house. You took my money and 16 years of my life. I don't! And you will die, for the glory of the dead God. Chapter 19, some memorable chapter title. The desire to create a bone horror was enormous. It could make me the undisputed king of everything and everyone within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Great temptation and serious risk. But I abandoned this idea. The time has not yet come. But you can already immerse yourself in a VR RPG with a fully immersive effect. My personal graveyard has almost reached the point where a lifeless piece of flesh turns into a hungry creature, thirsty for meat. I can hardly control them all at once, but what's stopping me from taking control of one? And then the rest will follow. The part of my aura, separated like a severed finger in a human body, became a bloody fragment of flesh and bone that had recently been an integral part of me. The wounds will heal, and in place of the severed one, a new one will appear, more perfect and effective. Theoretically, I can try to reattach it. Surgeons and traumatologists will confirm that such a thing is possible. Or, I will connect it to a power supply, and the muscles will begin to contract because physiology is physiology. I entered the mind of one of the dead. Not that I merged with the consciousness of the dead man, absorbed his thoughts and feelings until the moment when he tried in vain to avoid Kostyan's claws, which had barely touched his throat. No, I literally plunged my hand into the chest of the awakening consciousness of the revived corpse, which had just begun to realize that it would be nice to taste his brains. There, I felt his coldly frozen heart muscle. Plunged my fingers into the viscous, slippery substance to which the control threads leading to the ends of his limbs stretch. I perceived what he saw. I heard what he heard. I felt what he felt. It was a time of famine. My temporary shelter is quite secure. We left behind a minimum of traces, at least as much as is possible for fighters, armed to the teeth and claws, living in nightmares. The ghouls, located next to me, like dozing dogs, lie on the dirty concrete floor.
They do not need sleep or rest. They listen attentively to the monotonous sounds of the city streets,
bound by fear in the weight of weapons. The unfortunate ones, armed only with guns and the remains of bulletproof vests, hid in the most remote basements, waiting for their time. All this resembled a web, woven from a few individuals, intertwined in a simple network of horror. And in the center of this web was me. The creation of the leader took a lot of time, which increased due to the distance that separated us. I stopped the rise of the others and directed several almost ready clots of my necro-energy, fused with the ghoul's corruption and smoldering in neighboring bodies, into the body of the leader. And now the question arises, who is this, the leader or the chief? By evening, all the remains had been sent to the city morgue, which was surrounded by a dense ring of police and military units. Forensic experts were bustling about at the scene of the bloodshed, along with serious intelligence officers who were guarded by a company of soldiers. A state of emergency had been declared in the city. Patrols, checkpoints, and citizen information had been organized. I had managed to leave behind a worthy legacy. Perhaps my defeat began at the very beginning of my daring plan. You must admit, who would not have noticed how one of the dead men, who should have been lying quietly and decomposing, began to be covered with small bone plates, reminiscent of dark, gray, reptilian scales. Small horns all over the bald head, knee joints turned in the opposite direction and ending in almost bird-like paws. And the elongated arms acquired narrow claws about 7 centimeters long, with a matte black shiny surface. However, there were too many dead people, and not enough service personnel. Here they are, the guide of the dead. In fact, there are countless of these creatures, and the subspecies of the steppe Aldor is not the most impressive in its characteristics. But in my situation, there is no reason to complain. I open my eyes. A partial transfer of consciousness with full control of the guide occurs. Everything goes the same as with Kostian. The threads of obedience pass to me through the body of the leader, who serves as a connecting link and is able to perform the assigned task more or less effectively. Without my direct intervention, I give the command to remove the restrictions, holding the hungry ones back from the final stage of their transformation. Let the carnage begin. The guide's consciousness, not my own, splits into many fragments. Some of them are completely subordinate to him to the depths of their bones, while others only partially obey and follow where food can be found, or where a horde of relatives leads. Have you ever woken up right on the operating table? Imagine an elderly, fragile woman in a faceless green robe and a medical mask, who is fiddling around in your internal organs together with a plump lady whose impressive size cannot be hidden even by a voluminous robe. On the other side are 2 strong men in uniform, and slightly behind is an elderly man with an aquiline nose and a look that immediately gives away a person with secret power. This is a real Chekist. The pale light is harsh on the eyes. Suddenly the lady notices that the pupils of the lifeless body have twitched. The open body, the insides of which are neatly folded into a separate container, suddenly rushes forward like a mad snake. His twisted, gnawed hand grabs the neck of the head of the pathological anatomical department of the Central City Hospital. Her throat is constricted. The elderly woman tries to hoarsely wail. Obeying the leader's command, the hungry body threw her aside. The puny head jerked powerlessly. A scarlet spot spread across the snow-white tiles of the wall. The second hand has already squeezed the handle of a thick knife, intended for opening the sternum. The hysterical female scream, confusion, and horror in the eyes of the soldiers present. Their army did not prepare them for this. Only one intelligence officer manages to react, the first to suppress the mad howl of animal instincts, calling to run as far as possible. A bony hand reached for the holster hidden under his arm, but blood splattered the operating table and the ceiling.
The soldiers raised their weapons, AKS-74 shortened. Haven't seen this little weapon in a long time. Almost simultaneously, the fingers on the bare triggers release the machine gun from the safety catch and switch it to automatic fire mode, then forcefully press the trigger. The woman, still screaming, hides behind a massive cutting table. Quick footsteps can be heard in the corridor. Shots drown out everything around. The animal is torn to pieces. One soldier of the dead legion is killed, as well as 2 people, the last of whom could have been quite an important figure. The Stipe Aldor Dead Guide is famous for 2 qualities. The first is unwavering vitality, which is closely linked to speed and self-preservation instincts, allowing it to send controlled troops forward and not rush into a brutal fight of all against all. The second quality is an aura for which they were created by a necromancer named Aldor. And we are not talking about those 7th-generation magic scammers who promise to cleanse your karma and turn black and white pictures into a gray-brown crimson palette for a certain price. But about the deadly aura, a very powerful necromantic spell that is similar to the famous zombifying virus, repeatedly exaggerated by the media. However, this will not make you anything other than a simple walker after a bite. In fact, the situation is much more prosaic. You die under the influence of this spell, and the aura instantly introduces into your body an elementary set of curses that turn you into a will-less zombie. At the same time, in the brain, at the subconscious level, there is one single command built in, which cannot be cancelled, and is capable of convincing even the most experienced necromancer to kill all living things. In addition, the aura also affects survivors, weakening them with strength, causing weakness, increasing fear, and increasing intracranial pressure, which quite often leads to vomiting, fainting, and many other negative manifestations. The bodies of the dead rise from the narrow, hard bunks, from the floor, or from each other, where they have been piled up due to the lack of space to accommodate them all. The guide proves to be able to manage small groups of such dead quite effectively, and I am downloaded into the brain of a state security officer. After all, who else would you trust to manage a zombie apocalypse? To rip a knife out of my own neck, piercing my Adam's apple, cutting my carotid artery, and lodged between my vertebrae. The soldiers change magazines of their Kalashnikov assault rifles. The rate of fire is not bad, so the frightened newcomers loaded 2 rounds into the dead men without even getting to their feet. Leaning on my free hand, sliding through a puddle of blood, in the same position I rush to those who could potentially become fighters of the leader squad. The blade, sharpened like a razor, opens the fabric of camouflage pants, skin, and cuts into soft flesh, tearing muscles and cutting the femoral artery. Fuck! The second one had already changed the store. The black barrel of the gun seemed to be looking straight into my soul. Boots slide through blood, mine, ours. The old witch is already cleaning the fat off the woman's face. It is obvious that this is not an ordinary soldier. I didn't even notice how the victim, confused and not understanding anything, turned into an experienced and deadly fighter. Sometimes even the most experienced and battle-hardened soldiers cannot cope with the first moments of shock when something happens that does not fit into their usual perception of the world. It seems that the privates were simply not warned about the possibility of reviving those who have already stopped breathing. Or, this statement was received with complete distrust, considering it an invention of some high-ranking officer who went crazy, making up a gang of terrorists who carried out a massacre in a fairly large city. Zombies. Zombies. Yes, of course, along with unicorns and fairies to boot. A short burst pierced my body, which jerked to the side and covered itself with the machine gun, which was already dying down. A bullet in the shoulder, 2 in the chest, 1 in the stomach. In any case, it's a 200th, but I'm kind of already dead. A dash forward, moving into a position reminiscent of a wrestling stance. The hot barrel rests under my ribs. He pulls the trigger while my teeth are biting into his throat. Blood on his teeth, on his tongue, with the meat. It flows in thin streams down his collar and splashes on my face, but he won't survive. I hit him in the nose with my forehead, a wet crunch of cartilage, a muffled, plaintive gurgle. His head jerks sharply to the side. I plunge the knife into the area of his right kidney, over and over again, until the blood covers the floor. He died. An old woman with a blood-smeared, exhausted face and a medical mask hanging on her left ear stops gnawing at the already moving fat woman. Tripping over her own feet, she hobbles toward the door. The clank of the lock. Why is there a shutter in an operating room at all? So that ordinary people don't see what's happening to the bodies of their dead loved ones. The hungry rise from their seats. Growl, screams, random shooting. The soldiers slowly rise to their feet. Damn, how I love this fuss. The checist, under my supervision, dips his palm into a red puddle, and with wide movements applies a slightly crooked prayer to the fore, in the sign of the dark gods, a circle enclosed in an inverted triangle, to the wall. I lived. I died. I am resurrected. A little lower down was the inscription. A dead man has been here. Greetings from the children of the graves, bitches. The tension was just beginning to build, and I, along with the team, had already set off on my journey. A much more promising place for my experiments was found. Chapter 20. The Bottomless Abyss of Anal Oppression. Luring mutant vegetables. Here one could talk about a settlement, or even about a small town, or about an outpost of mad pioneers who clung with all their being to the frozen, wet flesh of a land, merciless to everything. A couple of 9-story buildings, tightly pressed against each other. And that's all. A grocery store in one of the entrances, several sheds, colorful patches on broken Avtovaz cars, a communications tower, telephone, television, internet, and electricity, and also an indescribable smell of despair in which some of the locals are slowly rotting. No hopes, no bright expectations, only a meaningless, half-soulless existence. But people live here, although calling it life is too loud. Young people who could have won the lottery of birth, having turned out to be not the stupidest to study for free, not too lazy to move to another city, and not brought up in the spirit of grandfather died here, father died here, and I will die. Here, you will die, your children will die, and I don't care about your opinion. Baby, you are still too young to teach adults about life, have long since moved far away from here, appearing only occasionally to look at the crumbling remains of former days. Childhood and youth are a wonderful time, stained by the rust of immorality that corrodes the human soul. My fighters drove into this unusual place in a gray-blue Police 9. I, hunched over in a fetal position, hid in the trunk. The dogs and the rest of the volunteers, hiding in the landing forest belt, tightly surrounded the town with the sonorous name of Cucchino. I eliminated the policemen carefully, so as not to damage their uniforms and bodies. The zombies cleverly overpowered the inexperienced guys from the outfit who were sent to plug the holes in the city's lockdown plan. They emerged from the morgue, a low concrete structure on a man-made hill overlooking the city's huge central hospital, the Hungry, led by the dead guide. Each was examined with a concentrated death needle striking the head. The hole looked like a gunshot wound. The dead flesh was healed, masking the fatal injuries, and the lesser whites were raised. They are essentially the same as the will-less, but they retained some reflexes that are not vital, such as the ability to turn a steering wheel or handle a firearm at an amateur level. Their car was joining our small caravan of stolen cars, the owners of which were bitten by Kostian, which after a while would turn them into uncontrollable cannibals, aggravating the chaos of what was happening. We left the city without any complications. all armed and law enforcement officers. Hearing intermittent hysterical screams on the radios, were gathering at the hospital. The journey took about a day. We are now somewhere northeast of Arkhangelsk. The exact position is difficult to determine. The navigator and maps were missing. However, my updated memory extracted from the depths of my mind a detailed route of an old trip from point A to point B, where the transit point was Kupchino, which fits perfectly into my plans. There was a danger that someone could follow me. But in the near future in this place, there is no time to worry about a handful of inexperienced greenhorn policemen. The leader from time to time sent me vivid images of brutal reprisals against everything that came across his night patrol. I reconfigured it, along with my own nights, spending more than half of my magical powers, because I do not need an internal slaughter among my own, at least for now. One of the policemen with a fake sign, Zenchenko SG, under the control of my consciousness, abruptly pressed the brake and put the 9 on the handbrake. We found ourselves in a peculiar village square, in the center of which stood a tower, to which the crumbling eyes of the windows were directed. Around was a cracked asphalt surface, which after shaking on the potholes of the broken dirt road, seemed like a real miracle of technology. Dear citizens, this is Senior Police Lieutenant Semyon Gennadievich Zenchenko speaking. In fact, this guy was just a private, and I didn't know exactly what his initials stood for. But who cares? Urgently go to the main square to conduct a briefing on the emergency alert program came from the loudspeaker. His voice sounds hoarse and broken, as if the letters were coming from the long, damaged speech apparatus of a lower undead, stricken with necrosis. I'll have to practice recreating it. Resurrecting this pair took about as much energy from me as a full session of increasing Kostyan's lethal training. But the loudspeaker smooths out such trifles. People began to emerge from their shelters in the entryways. These residents are hardened. Fires and floods often occur in the region, so they are already accustomed to such situations. City dwellers gather in noisy crowds near the tower. The second servant comes closer, trying to clarify what is happening. People freeze, listening to the words of a tall, thin young man in a police uniform, armed with that effective means of crowd control. A shortening. There was a gas pipeline rupture. There is a leak, he said first. The Ministry of Emergency Situations will arrive soon. Calm down, this is being done for your safety. Then followed the usual official speech. The first one continues to shout into the loudspeaker without stopping. After controlling a whole pack of ghouls in black magic, when my vision was broken into hundreds of small eyes of a biting cannibal, controlling 2 ordinary people of standard build turned out to be much easier. At the same time, with the undead, things are easier than with the hungry. I scan the buildings and boxes of houses with X-ray vision. Indeed, everyone went out into the streets. It's amazing. Seriously, the noose of my subordinates is slowly tightening around the neck of the one who decided to commit suicide. The policemen quickly raise their machine guns, carefully removed from the safety catches. Without giving the slightest warning, they begin to shoot. Point blank, into the crowd, with 2 barrels at once. The result is deadly and truly impressive. Screams are heard and panic begins. Cannibals burst into the square. The massacre begins. Those who manage to quickly or successfully escape from Kostyan's gang fall face down on the asphalt, struck by short bursts from the police's updated machine guns. A few minutes pass, filled with horror, pain, and the smell of blood soaking into the air, and I become the rightful master of this town. The weak-willed pile the bodies scattered around the area into one pile, forming something like a pyramid. The dead, having abandoned their machine guns, generously wash themselves in puddles of blood and, following my will, outline simple geometric figures around the dead. For the weak and true geniuses, ritual is an opportunity to create something impressive with a minimum expenditure of magical energy and with the help of movements that are not very clear to ordinary people, and sometimes deadly dangerous,
especially for the caster. About 20 minutes and the symbol of the rebellion lights up with a crimson light so that a clot of the power of the blood shower passing through my energy source penetrates the shot. Riddled pieces of flesh. Second, and the flesh grows together, rising in the form of the will-less zombies. It was high time to test this ritual created by Drax. I hand over control of the newly arrived undead and experienced old-timers. The ghouls disperse into the basements of apartment buildings. Kostyan, possessing the professionalism of a bodyguard, stands behind me, guarding me. I look for shade at one of the entrances, saving myself from the scorching sun. I carefully study the intricacies of managing my dead servants. I designate the points of my subordinates flickering with death, distributing them into squads, and transferring part of the functionality from my gift. Kostyan reconnects. From that moment on, he becomes my confidant, a menacing face, and the commander of the sabotage and punitive detachment. Boxer and Rocker, the one who appeared after the death of my first altar, under the influence of the Needle of Death, a punkish youth who almost turned into a semblance of a ghoul, received the positions of junior commanders, under whom the rest of the ghouls serve. I divide the ordinary dead into two categories, veterans and recruits. While we were moving, I managed to work with some of them, and they are noticeably superior to the ordinary weak-willed dead in abilities. Each of the experienced ones is assigned several newcomers, and the old-timers themselves are under the control of the whites. It would not hurt to increase their intelligence, strength, and agility in general, improve them in all parameters. I pass on detailed and precise orders to my smartest subordinates, who then relay them to the rank and file with simple, "Go there and do that" instructions. The dead are dismantling cars and garage structures into their component parts. Rebar, metal sheets, bricks, cinder blocks, and furniture fragments. The work is in full swing, and I, sprawled on a faded, unpleasantly green bench, stare into the void, from time to time correcting the actions of both individual soldiers of the construction battalion and the groups united into a single whole, responsible for the execution of specific tasks. I suddenly thought about it, going over my skills in my head like a deck of cards. Needle of Death. Everything is clear here. As with other spells, there is a large set of variations and modifications. There is even a constructor that allows you to create something unique. Now this is my most frequently used weapon. Ideal against light infantry. Launch a fan of about 10 needles and prepare a bed for the dead. Scourge of Darkness. Used only once for one video. This construct, which drains my strength quite a bit, is a tentacle of endlessly black, billowing smoke, ending in a bone spike. It is capable of destroying even a medieval knight in full armor, along with his horse. Raise dead. Theoretically, I could create an archlich right now. Or rather, I could try to do so, but the consequences for me would be extremely dire. For example, the guide appeared thanks to the many corpses nearby. Improve dead and control dead. I think there is no need to explain what they allow you to do. Disembodiment of the dead instantly pacifies anything lower in the undead hierarchy. From the section of ritualistics, we can highlight the rebellion of the weak-willed, strengthening of death, conversion and destruction of death. With the first part, everything is more or less clear. If you strain yourself hard and literally twist your spine, you get the opportunity to revive dozens of bodies, turning them into obedient dead people. Fortification of death is applied to a servant or a building, after which it becomes more durable, strong, and resilient. The degree of improvement depends on the power invested. The appeal creates so-called knights. This ritual allows you to transfer certain skills and impose extremely strong mental blocks in the consciousness of the chosen person. It is effective either against the extremely weak, against the ritualist, or on your subordinates. By the way, you will need to include Kostian's Needle of Death in the collection. This will significantly strengthen the arsenal. Death's destruction is the exact opposite of the enhancement, and is different in that it can be turned into a ranged weapon. For example, a stone with such a rune, you activate it, point it at the intended victim, and if the forces are too strong, it explodes like a grenade, destroying all life around at the molecular level. This set of rituals is quite good for a start. To gain more powerful abilities, I will have to transform my body, since my soul is originally human and not a necrotic entity. Otherwise, there is a high risk that I will not withstand the stress and fall apart. The work was completed towards evening. It looks like there is a way to become significantly stronger. I'm not sure if there is a settlement with such a name. If so, any coincidence is accidental. Dear merchants, you have nothing to do with it. Oleg Sviridov, Mommy's Avenger. Oleg was sure of one thing. He was capable of taking a life. Not just any man, a random passerby caught by his eye from the crowd just for the opportunity. No, just one, and that was more than enough. The blade of a kitchen knife, narrow and as long as a palm, together with the handle wrapped in electrical tape, brought the cold of the metal to his forearm. The tool was not cheap to break after a few blows to something that resembled a muscle frame under a layer of fat. But it was also not so valuable that it was a pity to throw it away after the task was completed. Oleg prepared as thoroughly as his means and resources allowed. On a Tuesday evening, there was hardly anyone here. An empty kiosk, one shabby surveillance camera, one man behind the counter. This man was the one who was going to die today. His old sneakers pinched his toes uncomfortably. They were dirty and long since trampled. He hadn't been seen in them for the last 2 years. A tracksuit in a faceless black Adidas, bought at a flea market from a hunched old woman in a bright headscarf. Thin gloves and a medical mask under dark sunglasses. The hood covered the back of his head, the top of his head, his forehead and his eyebrows. He walked, hunched over, his head down, through the dark, deserted alleys. In the gloom, he was barely visible. Calm. Inhale. Exhale. Oleg is not worried about the fact that he will soon kill a man by sticking a knife into the victim's neck. No, this abomination is already too familiar to him. He desired it, dreamed of it at night, and constantly played this scene over in his head, in the smallest details. He will not be afraid. At least in this situation, it is excluded. He doesn't have his phone with him. A sports bag with spare clothes is lying in abandoned houses, scattered closer to the outskirts of the city. There is also a pit there, where he intends to burn things. And a plastic bottle of gasoline, for 1.5 liters, with the label torn off. He intends to throw the knife on the way into an open sewer hatch, the lid of which has disappeared thanks to homeless people or drunks. How long it will take before it is found, and whether they will try to find it at all, does not matter. Oleg is smart enough not to leave fingerprints on the murder weapon, and dirty water, foul urine, and waste spreading on half a face will do their dirty work, clean up bloodstains. Death is not so important to Arthur that he will organize mass searches and meticulously study any suspicious details. Inhaled, exhaled, forward. Right sign, white plastic door. A 24-hour store that sells alcohol with added cigarettes and products that go with dishes before and after is always one of the most popular products. Through the glass, Oleg noticed that there was no one in the room except for the salesman, who was also the owner of the establishment, and whom he really didn't want to hire to sell the disgusting drinks he was offering. Don't give in to the urge to run away. Don't give in. Don't give in, he repeated to himself. Then he made up his mind and opened the door. The ringing of bells echoed overhead. Arthur looked up and saw only a back. Oleg made a special gesture, as if he was making sure the door was locked with particular care. He took a few steps forward. Deep down, he felt despair and disgust at everything that was happening. The room was cramped, leaving virtually no room for escape. Oleg turned his entire body towards the potential victim, as if preparing for the decisive step. A few seconds were enough for the victim's brain to realize the impending danger. Suddenly, he raised his hands. But there was no room to retreat near Oleg, especially given his large build and stocky figure. He leaned his stomach against the dusty counter with a light green surface with white stripes, knocking off a stand with an advertisement for salted sunflower seeds. A knife suddenly slipped out of the sleeve of his turned hand and confidently lay in his palm. His fingers clenched so hard that his knuckles began to ache. Oleg had been training for a long time. He had no right to make a mistake. At this decisive moment, if one were to believe the familiar cliches and scenarios, something was bound to go wrong, or humanism and compassion would suddenly awaken in Svirdov's soul. But it didn't happen. He grabbed the target firmly and firmly. The one-sided blade easily pierced the thick neck, just to the left of the hanging double chin. The gypsy's blood spurted like a fountain onto his fingers and forearm, confirming the blow that had been delivered. Arthur's whole body twitches helplessly, and an incomprehensible wheezing sound is heard mixed with choking blood. Second strike. Third. Oleg strikes with such speed as if a high-speed sewing machine were working, leaving no chance for salvation. Bloody drops splash across the mask and goggles. The heavy body falls to the side. The fingers unclench, releasing the shoulder joint. It falls to the floor with a loud sound. The revenge is complete. Jump over the counter. My knees are shaking and my hands are trembling. Collect the crumpled bills from the damaged box under the counter, discreetly hiding them in the pockets of the trowel. Close the lock quickly. It's just a robbery. Some drug addict in withdrawal decided the best idea was to break in here with a shiv. That's it. Nothing more. Now it's time to leave. And now the most important question. How much was Oleg Svirdov shocked when the warm hand of an already dead man grabbed his ankle? Chapter 21. I hear vegetable voices. My Chekist, wounded by bullets at point-blank range, uncorked himself from the leader's gang, and is now slowly eating up those who were too beaten to rise. The volunteers. This ordinary corpse, while I was getting to cappuccino and the guide of the dead was bustling about, managed to hide in the farthest and darkest warehouse of the morgue. There, hiding between boxes and jars of formalin, he plunges into a transformational hibernation. I missed this moment and was never able to determine what the voluntary one was turning into, so the choice was left to him himself. Night Hunter Dungeon. In 2.5 hours, a creature will appear in Metaphysical, inspiring horror and fear in the dark depths of the night. Quite impressive. He walked over his subordinates. The leader hides in the sewer labyrinths, from where he controls the terror among the civilian population and military units. His retinue has been replenished with more serious fighters. The rudimentary Dead Shield and Corpse Ripper look impressive. The leader of the city's criminal chain took the main place, sending his people to rob stores and store the loot in honestly seized warehouses. Guys with AKS-74U and AKS-M weapons appeared in the ranks of the fighters. In addition, his gang, hardened by the deaths of the most rebellious, entered into an alliance with the Redheads and the Church of the Dead. It is not difficult to guess that these last two factions were created by the remaining knights. My surprise was great when a group of people began to sincerely pray to the locksmith, who proclaimed himself a prophet of the dead, the dark god of death, and killed a priest on the outskirts after executing his ex-wife. We'll have to throw him control over the dead. Why not? Robbers, rapists, and murderers, along with deserters. The level of panic, like a cancer, quickly spreads everywhere, infecting more and more mortal minds. The blood-rain plague only grows stronger and stronger. There are more and more discussions on the internet about the fact that the mysterious character called Dead is not crazy at all, and may even be telling the truth.
Most social media users were shocked by the video recorded by a cemetery caretaker, which shows the moment when an old, disfigured corpse crawls out of the grave. With pieces of earth sliding off the exposed bones, torn clothes, knuckles breaking the lid of the coffin, and empty eye sockets with absolutely nothing in them. It is truly scary. China and South Korea, a group of teenagers, inspired by the murder of a military man nicknamed the Swollen Wanderer and my video, decided to appease the dark gods and the stray, powerless, and hungry, who had recently appeared on the streets of large cities. Why not? A few days later, one of the seemingly adequate and reasonable people stooped to human sacrifice, killing a girl, together with a crowd, who had previously been tormented and bullied by all the school children. The ritual was found somewhere on the internet, originally intended for other purposes, but who carefully reads the small print in a poorly Google-translated Latin dialect. The beautiful catchy name stuck in their minds for a long time. A surge of necro energy and the fragile girl comes to life, with the help of the hungry dead with terrible fangs instead of lost teeth, and sharp claws piercing flesh. A closed room and a crowd of terrified teenagers ended with 7 dead, not counting the victim herself. No longer a person, but something that was once called a Korean woman named Chon Soo, has evolved several stages forward. The location of the ritual, although primitive and flawed, has greatly accelerated the necrotic metabolism, fueled by hatred for those who simply sacrificed her without any remorse. The initial stages of the Midnight Hunter are brutal, a combination of different factors, and the cunning, fast creature will stop at nothing to take revenge on those who, in her opinion, are to blame for her tragic past when she was still alive. A squad of brave police officers, who responded to phone calls about wild screams and strange squelching sounds, immediately found themselves face down on the ground, brutally dismembered by a monster with several flexible and deadly tentacles made of sharpened spines. Having abandoned her eggs, or rather having spewed them out, Chon Soo disappeared in an unknown direction. And yes, the undead are capable of reproducing in the form of offspring, and not only by the principle of kill and resurrect, bone hybrids, pseudo-flesh, etc. There is no data on the further fate of the unborn creatures, but everyone knows where they were most likely sent. In India, they tried to conduct a similar experiment with dogs, but the consequences were very sad. In museum halls, mummies come to life. Ancient bones tremble slightly. The ashes of the cremated dead boil in urns, and drowned people emerge from the muddy depths of rivers and lakes. Piercing cries that cannot be extracted from the throat of a living person are heard over the swamps. Haitian voodoo shamans hastily leave their domains because the dead and Loa have stopped answering them with words. Now they burst into consciousness, foreshadowing bloodshed between all sides. Revenants are beginning to appear in prisons and on the streets of problematic areas. Conflicts between the White Brotherhood, the Negroes, the Yakuza, the Brotherhood, and other groups, especially in unstable times, often end with a significant number of deaths in a small area of space and time. Crime is not becoming more daring yet. Most often there are showdowns between themselves, as well as in some places internal strife. However, such incidents are observed only in cities with cemeteries, mass graves, or where a group of penguin Satanists is active, engaged in ritual murders. These people, like relatively successful maniacs, strengthen the influence of the blood shower. How would you feel about a skeleton walking along the streets of the capital of Latvia? Just a naked skeleton, devoid of any flesh, attacking every passerby? France and Germany close their borders after 163 bodies are found in the ruins of ancient castles. Martial law is declared in both countries. Our government, ours specifically, completely refuses to give any comments. On TV, they say that the situation is under control, that radicals are organizing pogroms and riots. But there is no need to worry. Strong guys in uniform will sort everything out. There is no need to panic. And this is only after a couple of days. I even feel proud. After all, I am the main organizer of this chaos. The broiler, his cloudy white eyes sunken deep into his angular horned head, his gaze full of fanatical loyalty, stares straight at me. The recently slaughtered dead guide twitches slightly, smiling widely with his sharp, toothy maw cutting through the skin of his cheeks as my ritual dagger barely touches his sunken chest. Not from fear or pain, he positions himself so that I can better cut out his black, cold heart. This is why I love the undead and being a necromancer. Your creations carry out any order, completely unconcerned about what they will have to sacrifice and what consequences it will lead to. A dagger, a sturdy hunting knife, brand new, gleaming brightly in the light. I found it in the room of a guy who had recently acquired a hole in his skull, like a vent. A gift with a card, and they said that you can't give weapons as gifts. His birthday ended rather well. The blade fits under his protruding ribs, although piercing the guide's heart is not fatal. Who said I didn't improve the knife's properties? Minus 2/3 of magical energy. The energy quickly evaporated. I weakened and fell to the side from dizziness. The decaying flesh rapidly thins, as if under the influence of time. In an instant, a naked skeleton appears at my feet. Both items have been removed from my blood-stained sweater and black t-shirt, pale and unconscious. I lower my face to the asphalt, close my eyelids, and seem to see myself through the eyes of the dead. The veterans carefully remove the necessary pieces of dried bone tissue, and the whites fuse them back into my body. There is no pain. I have long since become accustomed to the absence of sensations. Only a grave cold pierces the body, from time to time interrupted by rare phantom visions and receptors that distort the perception of tactile, taste, and olfactory signals coming to the body. From the outside, it looked terrifying. Skull, spine, ribs, hands, all of this, like a cold wind from abandoned cemeteries, is carefully applied to my skin, covered with protruding dark vessels. Flesh is torn apart by the decomposing mass so that bone grows together with bone, strengthening my skeleton at the same time on a physical and dark magical level. Have you really thought about why evil sorcerers kidnap young boys and girls at night? So that their joints do not creak, and their backs do not suffer from scoliosis. The procedure lasts several minutes. At this time, the Holy Father Anatoly, the first priest of the great and terrible dead, appears, shuddering in the middle of his passionate sermon about God's punishment for our sins. The fragility of the human psyche is amazing. Simple influences, like a carrot and a stick, are capable of grinding it into the finest dust. They fall to their knees. If you turn to God, what prevents him from hearing your prayers? And in my head, I can clearly hear the voice of the dark deity, vibrating from the walls of my skull. This is my voice. Author's note. Yes, this is the same city that was mentioned in The Ring, in spite of death, but we are talking about a completely different reality. Chapter 22, Fear and Loathing. Basically, I'm supposed to be the villain, right? Or at least an anti-hero. The strong young men with shaved heads from the gang of Glist, the self-proclaimed Shadow King of Matovsk, tried not to show fear. But the convulsive gleam in their eyes and their pale skin gave them away. When you have been breaking the law for a long time, and often, have lived for several years in a regime from one call to another, have been saturated with despair, pain, and the hopelessness of prison walls, it is difficult to surprise you. And it is even more difficult if you are not just a pawn, but a person who at least a little understands this dirty business. You have the ability to kill, rob, and maim. But when your boss, who can kill people with a look, orders you and your guys to deliver a box of weapons to a certain place, and there you are met by the living dead, everything changes. And these are not a few corpses killed in an internecine fight between gangs. These are real, living dead. Glist was not distinguished by his simplicity of mind. At least he had enough ingenuity and resourcefulness to surround himself with people who were nevertheless reliable enough and well-versed in the intricacies of this complex matter. Delivering weapons is a dangerous and expensive task, but if the shipments are measured not by tankers, but by just a few cars, and the delivery occurs not across many borders, but within the territory of one state, then there is an opportunity to change the usual order a little. Worm's predecessor, the Knave, was famous for his fits of rage and cruelty, which is why he easily drove the black tax from even the most stubborn. But he had his own weakness, paranoia. This happens when you climb to the top of the corpses and find yourself at the top of society, and not by honest means. Caution is never superfluous. He became a real king of his swamp, but did not try to climb beyond his circle. The closer to the biggest feeding troughs, the more serious the competitors, and their forces can easily destroy your team somewhere in the wilds, or turn it into ashes settled in the crematorium. Sometimes it's worth just stopping where you've been and strengthening your position. Valet gathered small dealers and their friends' friends in Matovsk, those who could get hold of practically any weapon. The range was really extensive, from PM, APS, TT, and OT's 33 pistols to Kalashnikov assault rifles, Venturas, and grenades. The main thing was to have enough money. The best strategy is not to be impudent. This quality has ruined almost as many players as greed. The inspectors and soldiers were probably very surprised when they suddenly found out that after the change of power, the local lower classes were now capable of not only cornering a weak passerby in a narrow alley with 3 men, but also of releasing a line from an entire store, exactly where their master said. Respect, fear, and reward are a deadly recipe for maintaining the loyalty of their people. And when the investigation revealed that the clawed and toothed creatures roaming the night were not just the inventions of teenagers, but real horror in flesh, and blood, capable of tearing a person to pieces, but for some reason not favoring those who serve the worm, then loyalty and confidence in their leader gradually begin to turn into fanaticism, which Father Anatoly carefully develops together with his assistant Nefor, who is currently leading the smallest of the recently created groups, the Redheads. There are exactly 24 hours in a day. There are 60 minutes in 1 hour. There are 60 seconds in 1 minute. It seems like a long period of time. In 1 second, you can take a person's life. In 1 minute, you can completely change your views, reject imposed dogmas. In 1 hour, you can organize an uprising with pogroms, executions, fires, and a mountain of corpses falling into the bloody mud, fighting for someone else's dream. In 1 day, you can destroy the world to its foundations, splitting the planet into many fiery fragments, helplessly floating in the endless cold and indifferent abyss of space. However, only a few people realize the full depth of this perception of time. It seemed to most that the chaos that had seized the usual measured rhythm of civilization by its sharp claws had appeared quite suddenly. The period of time necessary for the thin film of the eyelid to descend and close the eye, after which it rose again, revealing the already moist organ of vision. The 21st century, what do you want? Life turns out to be incredibly complex and unpredictable, because sometimes it accelerates sharply, sweeping away everything in its path, then slowly crawls, like a viscous thread of saliva coming from the cracked lips of a mentally retarded person. How much time has passed since the first drop of scarlet blood fell from the sky? 3 or 4 days, no more. And how many people died, whose destinies were cut short by the terrible paw of the undead? About 1,000, if we look at the entire universe, and society in particular, from an extremely cynical point of view. It seems that this is an insignificant number in relation to the population of the planet, which has long since exceeded 10 billion. And is it worth reminding how many deaths there are every minute? But what is important is how exactly these people met their death. Let's be honest with ourselves. When the news flashes stories of children dying of starvation in some remote place you'll never visit, we don't care. We don't care when people are killed just because of the color of their skin, their religion, or just because they happen to be in another country. We don't care when our actions are driving the world toward destruction. We don't care even though injustice and cruelty have wrapped themselves around us in their harsh, thorny embrace, like a stinging bush whose branches penetrate our skin and suck our hot blood. It seems that this is exactly my goal. Every real villain needs his own goal, his own motives, ideals, philosophy, and a special view of the world. I don't feel sympathy for people, and you must admit there are reasons for this. I am closer to the dead. They do not have many human vices. What do ordinary people see when they meet Kostyan? They see a monster, because he does not fit into their ideas. But for ghouls and hungry Kostyan is almost like a father or an older brother to whose image and strength they strive. And what do I see? Try to think for yourself. What do I notice when I look in the mirror? The fusion of a cynical killer with images of an idealist, dreaming of a utopian future. It feels like it's happened somewhere before. I will wash away the sins of the living, because the dead are freed from such husks, and are morally cleaner. They are better. Fear and loathing is a broken nod from the mutating will-less one. Faith and honor, the hoarse growling voice of the Chekist behind his back. The criminals, like puppets, controlled by my mind through the chieftain's processor, carefully examine the weapons. Some of them show almost no signs of death, while others clearly show wounds incompatible with life. These guys, who came out of the prime of the 90s, stare at the Night Hunter. It seems that one of them is praying to heaven. He prays to me, replenishing my strength with a small stream of faith. I find it particularly enjoyable to observe this human duality. The hunter is able to see through clothes, muscles, and skin. His vision is designed to instantly identify the most vulnerable points, such as large vascular nodes. The praying man's arms, chest, and back are covered in tattoos. There is negative, stars, domes, and orthodox crosses, and the last one is not inked on the body for no reason. He rejected his faith as soon as the world became too cruel. Do you still doubt my conclusion? Until now, the most terrifying things I had ever known were me, Chonsu, and the ghostly souls of those buried alive within the walls of medieval fortresses. The number of reports of the stray, the will-less, and the hungry is growing. As expected, the authorities have tried to immediately suppress any attempts to spread information that could undermine public order. But if there are already many videos at the same time, where a skinny old man, having survived a heart attack on Red Square, having risen weak-willed, begins to gnaw off the face of his granddaughter, then what kind of secrecy can we talk about? America is gripped by excitement. Stephen King's cherished idea has come true. Dead Indians have risen from their graves. While there are few of them, they are almost not dangerous. But in the vicinity of Haiti, an internal conflict has begun, where about 20 people have died, and we understand perfectly well that those Loa casters who have not gone far will not stop. There, There are riots again in Africa. But today, the usual Kalashnikov assault rifles are no longer decisive. Children, please understand. Before you throw albino babies into mass graves, I strongly recommend that you shoot them in the head, preferably the entire clip at once. Otherwise, the nearest huts near the burial will be destroyed by a real flying skull with a spine, which is constantly bleeding, smoking blood. Call of slaughter is an extremely unpleasant thing, believe me. Somewhere in California, a mentally unstable woman brutally killed her lover. She inflicted about 30 knife wounds, deep, all the way to the hilt, twisting and pulling. After the body tried to bite her ankle, she finally lost her mind and began feeding him raw chicken, pork, and beef. The brave police officers arrived after neighbors complained about suspicious sounds of growling, wheezing, and chomping coming from the garage of the private home of the same lady who had not been seen for a long time. The woman decided not to save money and bought a lot of food at once, to the point of no return. Not noticing the strange changes in her dead lover, the lesser flayer tore off the chain that chained him to the wall and tore his mistress apart, eating her body, and then started on the supplies. The police officers who arrived at the scene were also destroyed. This creature had jumped over several stages of development. An experienced flayer against the patrolman in one number? These creatures do not die even after a direct hit from a shotgun at point-blank range, let alone a traumatic weapon or tear gas. In Siberia, a bear that woke up after a long period of numbness killed 3 hunters. In Mexico, 2 drug cartel fighters were torn apart by the dead lizard of the underground. A tall, hunched figure in a tough suit of bone plates, with a flexible, spiked tail and sharp blades that became its fingers, hands, and forearms. You thought the zombie apocalypse was slow, dull slabs of dead flesh? Not in this story. Stories are circulating in Japan about a phantom flyer who snatches children from their cradles. In reality, this is a complete lie. He doesn't want babies at all. He rips out their hearts and leaves families in despair, with the icy bodies of lifeless babies. Skinheads seem to have disappeared from the post-Soviet space, but suddenly they reappeared, shaving their heads and actively attacking migrants. Clashes broke out between Caucasian, Roma, and Armenian communities, which immediately led to significant losses on both sides. Several market stalls, shells, and stalls were damaged. At the moment, only 3 cases of death among skinheads have been officially confirmed. One of them was mutilated, having his testicles cut off and stuffed down his throat, which led to his death from profuse blood loss. Another had his head chopped off and hung on the chain of a children's swing. A third was kicked to the point of being a shapeless mass. In response to the burnt stalls, cars were set on fire. The police try their best, but they themselves become victims of bullets fired by particularly daring young people. If you give people the opportunity, they will definitely start tearing each other apart. Father Anatoly, having gone on a pilgrimage to my monastery, received control of the dead and strengthening through death. Returning to the borders of his fiefdom, temporarily left in the care of Nefor, he again began to convince the locals, those who had not yet died or fled far away from trouble, to swear allegiance to the dead. He sends missionaries to different cities and creates provocative videos, demonstrating his abilities granted by the Dark God. These videos, along with my 2 new visions of the undead, quickly went viral, collecting several tens of millions of views. Several people also tried to join the topic, but against our background, they were quickly lost. To be honest, I didn't expect recognition to come this way. After joining the core of the Dead Guide, I lost consciousness for almost an hour and a half, during which nothing particularly remarkable happened. I seemed to float in the darkness for a few moments, and when I emerged from it, I felt that my strength had increased significantly. A small update to combat weaves. Now the needle can be turned into a death arrow at will, and a choice between blood, dust, and bone has been added, which is a classic combination. The possibilities for combining different directions of necromancy have expanded significantly, allowing you to create completely unique combinations. New abilities have entered the game. Bone Shield, Curse of Silence, Blade of Darkness, and Flaming Skull. Among the rituals, there is now Body Fusion, and an option for an improved Raise of the Willis, which is now simply called Raise. But the final essence of the summoning has been changed and depends on the selected option. More advanced undead have appeared. They act smarter and more autonomously. Kostjan has acquired new abilities: Needles of Death and Scourge of Darkness. Sometimes, people from nearby towns that border Mitovsk rush past the edge of Kupchino, alone or in small groups. Most of them are paranoid survivalists who have prepared for the apocalypse and are now trying to escape as far as possible. These are thoughtful individuals, and those who have crossed paths with my children who rise up anywhere leaving the big cities. The more remote the place, the less likely it is to fall into a trap. In some settlements, real chaos reigns. Looters seem to be in abundance. The main forces are directed to Moscow. Several military units are stationed in large cities. A state of emergency has been declared. Small settlements, especially villages, hamlets, and farmsteads, do not particularly worry anyone. Thanks to the mass media and the general fascination with the zombie apocalypse, a clear picture of the future has already formed in people's minds. A lot of death, tyranny, anarchy, and a harsh post-apocalypse. Although there are still a few undead and they are being actively exterminated, this is of little comfort to those who have been taught since childhood to blindly trust television personalities and officers, and people in general as a biological species. The followers of my name are fanning the panic among the common people in order to attract even more people to believe in me. During the night, we killed several lone travelers. I just sent the ghouls at them because there was nothing to spare. It was hardly a coincidence that we got our hands on a high-class trophy. A military backpack, equipped with everything necessary for a couple of months of relatively comfortable existence in the forest, plus provisions. A reliable tourist axe, carefully wrapped in a samizdat glossy magazine Mein Kampf. A Makarov pistol with 2 magazines and a machete, damn it. A real, professionally made and custom-made machete. You could say it's a hybrid of an impressive cleaver and a one-handed sword. 1/2 meter of carefully sharpened steel with serrations on the back. An aggressive silhouette, blued steel. A comfortable, rubberized handle, engraved with skulls and an exquisite Gothic inscription. Blut und Ehre. If memory serves, this translates from German as blood and honor. Apparently the motto of the Hitler Youth. You can smell the blood and death on the blade. They certainly managed to kill at least 2. He ordered the body to be brought to him. The simplified concealed body armor and camouflage windbreaker had already been removed and handed over to the most trained of Umstrev's confidants. The guy was bragging about swastikas, SS chevrons, and barbed wire encircling his biceps. Damn, I thought I'd never meet anyone like him again. What a thing. His exhausted comrades turned him over onto his stomach. Now the inscriptions in English read blood and honor, and just below that, jedem das seine, which means to each his own. Am I the only one who wonders why such serious characters, who were not killed because of such stripes, leave the cities, instead of fighting for power in them? Maybe this is a spy, an outcast, a traitor, a defector. He scratched off the inscription Blut und Ehre with his claw. The bundles of death needles came to life in his hand, transforming into blood needles on the move. We have a different motto. I can't stand Nazis. Why does any group think they are superior to others? Humans, with rare exceptions, are equally insignificant in the face of the dead. 4 deities. 3 directions, 2 chances, 1 life. The words stretch along the blade, dimly glowing in letters filled with bloody magic. Always dreamed of having my own sword. Vlad, just crazy Vlad. I know for sure that someone will die today. I know where, I know how. I'm not a fortune teller, but a maniac. Just a positive track. Vlad liked pain. Not mine. My own has long since become boring and too painful, but someone else's pain beckoned, excited, made the blood boil with adrenaline. Vlad tried sex with girls, guys, animals, and even objects. Tried alcohol, from ethyl alcohol and moonshine to aged cognac and whiskey. Tried drugs that were available without the risk of going to prison or to the next world because of a poor quality product. Vlad has experienced a lot. He was drawn to the voice of the discoverer, the explorer. He craved the pleasure that his mind had dreamed of since it first understood the meaning of those words. But more often than not, what he imagined was brighter and more colorful than reality. This was probably not normal. But who cares about other people's problems? Vlad enjoyed feeding the dogs. Fresh bread, still warm and soft to the touch. He would break off a piece, feeling his fingers press into the flimsy crust, fill the pulp with broken glass, small stone chips and shoe nails, and then throw it to this exhausted dog. Hunger. It clouds the mind to the limit. The dogs ate despite the pain, torn mouths and shattered teeth. Wounded tongues and bleeding lips were no obstacle for them. They simply thirsted for food. Their howls, growls, groans, and sobs made you think. Have you ever watched dogs cry? Vlad found special pleasure in this. This was perhaps the only bright event in his life. Setting up a shelter on the territory of an abandoned enterprise turned out to be not too difficult. Everything had long been looted and carried away. There was nothing valuable left here. Even the punks and stalkers who walked everywhere avoided this place, because it was banal and boring. In the deep corner of the warehouse, invisible to outsiders, there was a metal door to the basement. Vlad stumbled upon it by accident. These could have been either warehouses or a bomb shelter. Who knows? A winding corridor with peeling and faded walls, old pipes and traces of rust. The floor is uneven and frozen. At the end is a small room, about 3 by 4 meters. Empty. The corridor continued for about 20 meters, but ended with a persistent smell of urine and excrement, as well as a barricade of half-rotted garbage. Vlad carefully walked around the room from all sides. He equipped it at his own discretion and found there not only need, but also entertainment. Do you know approximately how many homeless dogs can be found in an average city? When the number of petrified bodies exceeded several dozen, Vlad felt a growing hunger. It was almost the same as in dogs, who painfully swallowed a painful feeling, covered with a thin layer of imaginary satisfaction and short-term peace, snatched from death itself. A feeling of pleasure, born of the suffering of cats and dogs killed in the basement, gradually faded, ceasing to excite the blood as before. All this turned into a bland and meaningless routine. The colorful colors of life returned after the first homeless person appeared. Who would look for a tramp, an addict, or a person without a home? No one cared. There were 4 bodies hanging on Vlad now. 4 human corpses that had died in his cage of suffering and had been hacksawed into pieces, then wrapped in bags and foil to be buried secretly in vacant lots. Sooner or later he would be caught, or he would simply run out of patience. But in front of him lay another butchered dog carcass. The bucket under the table was filling with entrails and broken bones, with blood flowing out. It seemed like nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, tenacious fangs pressed into his weak neck, tearing skin, muscles, veins, throat, and Adam's apple. Blood flowed. The rebellious dogs remained near Vlad's body and gnawed it to the bones. In the coming days, the dogs buried on the factory grounds dug their graves and returned to the place of their tragic death. Vlad was resurrected. But now he was no longer just Vlad. He had become the master of the dead pack. His loyal servants, their presence a disfigurement of life itself, permeated with death and suffering, rushed in all directions like a wave of nightly cruelty. They tore apart defenseless mortals, devoured their flesh with pleasure, broke and splintered their bones. They devoured their living brethren so that they could join the army of the dead. And Vlad remained lying on the floor, a motionless mass of bones in a pool of dried blood, decorated with the remains of skin that even the rotting bodies of pets had abandoned, suddenly no longer needed by their masters.
Chapter 23. Faith and Honor.
For Victor Zemin, the last week seemed like real hell on earth. Of his squad, only he and Well Am I Screwed survived, who was lucky enough to get over the balconies to the roof of a multi-story building. There he sat, clutching his rifle until his joints hurt, taking aim and watching this madness. The rest, it would have been better if they had stayed to decompose in the ground at the cemetery. There were many bodies lying around, lots of blood, and endless pain. The sniper came down from his observation point, where he had spent several hours unsuccessfully trying to call for help on all available frequencies, and noticed the captain. Several floors of concrete floors below him resembled a terrible necropolis. The cruel fate of the creatures that had risen from the graves overtook everyone who was unlucky enough to be in the apartments. Women, children, the elderly, the disabled. Now they can all be considered dead. Those very eyes that cannot be missed began to clearly appear on the face of the fighter, Priamoy. When terrorists explode along with those around them, blinding the face with heat, knocking down with a shockwave and splashing with human remains, hatred awakens in the soul. Only one question sounds in the head. Why? For what? For what? How much more? Many meanings can be found, but the essence is always the same. He's on the verge of a breakdown. If something like the appearance of mutants like in Chernobyl walking around in daylight happens in the near future, then he'll completely lose his mind, and what happens next is anyone's guess. The radio was silent.
So what, am I alive? The youngest of the pair pulled a broken phone out of the cooling rubble of bodies.
He called headquarters. The following days became a blur, a dark and disgusting spot from which it was impossible to single out a single specific detail. There was a morgue. Everyone who was saved was transferred there. The machine gun and bulletproof vest lay nearby. The nervous grins of a sniper standing nearby with similar equipment flashed, twirling a crumpled cigarette in his slightly trembling fingers. So, did I get it? Never had any problems with coordination and precise hand movements. Besides, he didn't smoke. There were no conversations. What is there to discuss at such moments? Is it worth talking about hoping for the best? Or remember the dead? Or that we are still alive, and the bodies of murdered brothers and scoundrels are being examined by gloomy pathologists under the strict supervision of state representatives? Silence reigned everywhere. It ate away at the thin layers of the brain with its unfamiliar emptiness, evoking in thoughts eerie images of cracked asphalt, which was hidden under the slippery and damp cover of fallen bodies. But even this silence was preferable to unsuccessful and useless attempts to switch attention with empty conversations about the weather or other trifles that hardly interested anyone, even on peaceful days. Zemin was not an ordinary person in the structure. So he was formally assigned to the checklist. There were not enough management resources. Special forces were already being sent to Matovsk in columns, reinforced by a detachment of strong guys in full combat gear. Priamoy was finally able to look at the monsters closer, more carefully. Fear of the unknown, disgust and genetic hostility intertwined with paranoid and morbid scientific curiosity. How were they built? How did their bodies function? Where did they come from?
And the main question that all thoughts boiled down to: what is the most effective way to destroy them? The first body, the best preserved one, was decapitated. When Victor saw this corpse, it immediately became clear to him that the creature that had nearly sent him to heaven, hell, or Valhalla could well be the ancestor of what the soldiers called ghouls. This creature was much more menacing, terrifying, fast, and ferocious. Perhaps this was just a trick of perception. And after overcoming the initial horror of seeing a dead body, it looked less threatening than it actually was. The body height was approximately 170 to 180 centimeters. The humanoid creature looked painfully thin and had unhealthily pale skin. Almost dystrophic, its bones and tiny drying muscle fibers were clearly visible under the skin, which resembled a rather coarsened epidermis. The protruding cranium, far above the narrow nasal slits, was missing. Fragments of bone covered with grayish brain matter and black blood. On the sides of this formation, like a burst overripe watermelon, protruded pointed ears that bore little resemblance to the usual human shells. Comparing it with the head of the second creature, which was torn to pieces by the chaotic shooting of the Special Forces soldiers, who were desperately squeezing their triggers, having fallen into a stupor due to the appearance of a nightmare that had become reality. One could roughly imagine their appearance. The face was shaped like an inverted triangle. The head was bald, the eyes were dull, as if flooded with impenetrable darkness and deeply sunken into dark sockets, and the skin was so thin that it seemed as if it was about to tear at the bones of the cheekbones and chin. The lower jaw jutted forward slightly, and was covered with dry but strong muscles that moved it. The gums were a dirty brown color, randomly strewn with curved yellowish fangs, the length of a finger phalanx. The narrow wrists and thin hands had black claws 3 to 5 centimeters long, slightly curved, thick, and sharp. The nail plates were fused with the bones. The head of the pathology department noted a very unusual fact. Even after a long time after death, the fangs and claws still secreted certain specific fluids. The gums glistened with transparent saliva, which slowly flowed down the sunken cheeks. The metal surface of the cutting table was covered with brown rust, from the brown pus that oozed from the fatal scratches. But the most terrifying thing about this creature was that it was dressed in ordinary clothes. Worn-out jeans, sneakers with toes torn by claws, a tattered dark sweatshirt,
and a black t-shirt with an imprint of a cracked skull.
This
Zemin had no academic degrees or higher medical education.
But he had clearly once been a man, whose blurred outlines could still be discerned. What could have caused this? Rather, it's not what, but who. It is very difficult to keep news that has stirred up the entire internet and the public, a secret from ordinary employees. He is dead. It all comes down to him. Night. The third cigarette, causing a burning sensation in the throat and lungs from nicotine, and suddenly shots rang out, and the dead began to rise from their places. Artyom, a security guard at a morgue in another city, not in Metovsk, Artem Strigov, who was called Tema, as well as Artemka, Temik, Strig, and even Hey You, initially did not feel fear of the dead. He did not feel sick or want to run at the sight of bodies in any state of decomposition. A whitish body as if made of wax, a withered eye, old bones, a terrible mass dug out of the ground, where it is impossible to understand where the earth ends and the decomposed flesh begins, or a construction set neatly laid out on a table in the morgue. He did not care at all. There is no need to fear the dead. The real danger comes from the living. Tema had a sound mind and managed to get rid of superstitions, fear of bogeymen under the bed, astrological forecasts and signs. He believed that if there is no ironclad proof of something, then it simply does not exist. Or humanity is not yet ready to realize this.
and it is better not to get involved ahead of time. This view of things is quite sound. This is especially important for a guard at a morgue. Working at night and among a lot of remains quickly turns you into either a completely indifferent person or completely breaks your psyche, leading to constant paranoia and incessant fear. What is the scariest thing in the cemetery? Watch pornography. The reason is simple. Imagine yourself doing this, carefree, and suddenly you get a message saying, "Hot girls 100 meters away from you are waiting for affection." Over the course of almost 3 full years of service here, Strigg gradually became a walking book of dark jokes, one way or another connected with the theme of death and morgues. In general, working with the bodies of the dead can become a worthy alternative to other areas of medicine. The 2 most profitable ways to use land are toilets and cemeteries. We need to stop with this. It is no longer just a joke. But a cruel reality is emerging. But a security guard is a real relief, because you don't have to climb into someone else's entrails. And you don't have to strain yourself too much. Who would dare to rob a morgue? It seems that there were no Satanists or necrophiles here. And if there were isolated individuals, then the most they did was hang out on vile drawings on the internet. Totally sick in the head. Artem also liked the medical staff. He was incredibly lucky because most of the people he interacted with at work were divided into 3 categories. Elderly female doctors who constantly fed him something tasty. Tough men with tired eyes. These were security guards, male doctors, or students doing their practical training. From them, Viktor Anatolievich Strikov learned many funny stories and acquired the habit of smoking. And of course, his favorites were young female students. Not just female students, but female students. Otherwise his tongue would not turn to call them that. Viktor Anatolievich Strikov came to the city from the village, a remote, impassable area, like a village where cows, chickens live and children play with sticks, on which they make simple toys, and in the meantime giant tractors drive everywhere, and these herds wrap them with their bodies. Artem liked only one feature in the city. How exactly to describe it in one word, he did not know. But having visited different corners of the country and succumbed to the desire for adventure, he came to the conclusion that this feature is directly related to the population density. This is the kind of pun that turned out. In such megalopolises as Moscow or St. Petersburg, this characteristic is maximally expressed, and it seems to have lost all sense of proportion. But it is not a matter of contempt or arrogance towards people from the village who found themselves in the capital, often in the company of visitors from Central Asia and the Middle East. Rather, it is a matter of a certain fairy tale. Such individuals can be found in remote villages, but there are far fewer of them. Among the residents of large cities, such people stand out like bright parrots against the background of gloomy crows. The life philosophy of Artem and many of his acquaintances was built on the fact that the prospect of further existence seems extremely limited. Social injustice, poverty, alcoholism, drug addiction, mass moral degradation and stratification of society. All this was part of everyday life. Viktor Anatolievich Strikov's friends chose to stay where they grew up, because no one in the capital particularly needed them. Some tried to leave, but quickly crashed into the harsh realities of class inequality and the inability to adapt to the frantic pace of life with constantly changing people and affairs. And the locals? Artem understood that he was unlikely to become a dollar millionaire. He understood that his life would go awry if he did not break out and win his place in the sun. He knew that his parents would die sooner or later. He knew that he would not live long for them. He knew that there was a high probability of going crazy from alcohol or drugs or committing suicide. Life seemed to him a giant pile of dirt scattered along a highway, and we are just small worms in this dirt. You can step on corpses and become the king of these worms. But in reality, you are still stuck in the dirt, and the wheel of any car that passes by can crush you into dust without even noticing it. But Artem surprisingly often came across, let's say, optimists. They believe that everything would work out fine for them, that there will be money, that health will be strong, that the business will be successful, that the family will be strong and large, that there will be many children and they will not need anything, that you don't have to work until you drop. You can just lie down and rest, earning a good income. Simply put, they thought that everything would be all right for them and they wouldn't even have to work hard. If there was no need to do anything, why deny yourself the joys of life? And these were not the golden youth at all, but people from the very middle classes of society. Guess who was especially prone to such frivolity? In students. There were few people in the village. Everyone knew each other by sight, so the option of no strings attached sex simply did not exist there. Why did it take me so long to start with this? Well, to be honest, I don't know. So in our new regular column, how surprised was Artem when, returning for a second round, with a hot, slender blonde, he suddenly noticed that her insides were being devoured by a damned ghoul. Attention! The correct answer is, he was truly stunned. Chapter 24. Freedom, duty, ideas come in different forms, but they are all equally insignificant before the power of the monolith. True good. Real. Pure and immaculate. This is when you respond to evil with even greater good. This is how you show a person that you are not such a person who adheres to the principle of blood for blood, death for death. But this works most often only in beautiful quotes and situations with young idealists whose hopes have not yet been shattered by cruel reality. Blows of fate from a hot soul inevitably fly straight into the face. Breaking lips, knocking out teeth, breaking noses, confusing thoughts, and shattering rose-colored glasses, from which only tears of pain and disappointment remain. Weak-willed zombies, submissive zombies, loyal zombies, obedient zombies, dutiful zombies, hard-working zombies, zombies swearing allegiance, servant zombies. This is roughly how the development scheme of my most numerous units looks. At the zombie servant stage, if you do not deviate from the combat characteristics and gradually transfer them to the category of zombie guardians, without going into the details of the diversity of each modifiable necroconstruction, you get a kind of autonomous surrogate of artificial intelligence, with a large set of commands, capabilities, and skills for independent execution of tasks without detailed instructions. We must admit, this is quite interesting. Recruits assigned to the young one of the undead, report on the movement in the forest. The ghouls who are positioned at the entrance to the gate, in the form of cold corpses in blood and dirt to create a special atmosphere, gradually move from a dormant state to a semi-active one, ready at any moment to engage in a fierce battle with anyone in sight. Automobile column. About a dozen small cars driven by a huge Frankenstein creation from the world of Avtovaz. The body of a familiar gazelle truck covered with an awning, welded to the front part of a gray loaf, which looks evil thanks to someone else's radiator, broken headlights, and a mysteriously attached red door from a 7. Added to this are the impressive wheels of an SUV, installed on an unsuitable suspension. I'm even afraid to imagine how and for what purpose this monster was created. The car park is assembled well, except for a car assembled from various spare parts. In the center of attention is a Gaz 66, known as Shishiga, with an open body, bouncing over the bumps, where gloomy men with guns smoke hand-rolled cigarettes on wooden boxes. Of the passenger cars, only a black Pajero in decent condition stood out. Everything else is domestic scrap metal. Several not very high-quality Japanese cars and German cars driven across the border. The veterans, under the supervision of Ment, the second white, emerge from their homes. The newbies mostly have axes, knives, hunting rifles, and pistols, while the experienced members with whom I worked after updating my main strike force, including Kostjan, Rocker, and Boxer, had machine guns and body armor in their hands. Most of which were brought by my self-proclaimed apostle, whose group removed this equipment from the cold bodies of the dead. And yes, they brought a couple of corpses to me too. The zombies are in great shape. I did some prep work on them and also added some cosmetic details. Now Kostjan and his company are sporting spiked decorations, and the regular representatives look thin and pale, with barely noticeable emotions that appear on the facial bones of the skull. The leader of the convoy made a sharp sound of brake pads. The men seemed hardy enough. They were mostly children and women mixed with men who had only box cutters for weapons, but the main fighting force numbered about 10 or 15 men aged between 20 and 50. The equipment was almost identical to that worn by new recruits. They piled into the cars in heaps, huddled around supplies and whatever they could grab: money, papers, clothes, weapons, etc. The radiators and sides of the cars are covered in dents and scratches from claws, mixed with bloodstains. A strong, bearded man with a shaved head came out of the Frankenstein. He raised his empty hands and carefully took a step towards us. On his belt hung a combat knife and an APS pistol. He was wearing urban-colored camouflage pants, a light bulletproof vest, and a dark canvas jacket. At my command, the chain of newcomers, like a wall blocking a narrow gap between buildings, filled with still fledgling barricades, gradually moves aside. Yes, there weren't enough resources to build a full-fledged gate, and I'm not an expert in mechanics or electricity. The barriers are a deep ditch and an earthen rampart, topped with a wall of scrap metal, concrete, brick, cinder blocks, and metal sheets, about the height of a person. This is pretty good because this is not Moscow, where you can build a castle with several floors of cars and traffic jams inside the Moscow ring road. Therefore, pointed stakes made of reinforcement and anti-tank hedgehogs made of the same material look decent, especially with the additional equipment for my assistants. A young man and two experienced fighters walk out onto the street, armed with Kalashnikovs, wearing bulletproof vests and military uniforms. My defenders look much more serious against the backdrop of the city's destruction. Some kind of emblem or stripes should be made to emphasize their unity. The weapons are calmly aimed at the cracked and dried earth, but the safety catches are off, meaning automatic fire is possible at any moment. After a while, a living person stands next to the van. Real zombies are nearby, and fingers are on the triggers, a little behind. It seems like we are doing a pretty good job of playing the role of wary survivors. At the dawn of the apocalypse, the young man is silent, giving the floor to his bearded comrade. Hesitating a little, he begins to speak quickly. "My name is Fyodor. We are ordinary people, and we came in peace. In the cities, real hell begins. The dead attack the living. We were heading where there are fewer people. We have wives and children with us. He tried hard to look confident enough, at least to himself. However, his slurred speech and tense glances at the new machine guns gave him away completely. Perhaps he really did serve, or was into hunting. But from my feelings, it was clear that these guys were ready to open fire on anyone who came at any moment, or even engage in hand-to-hand combat, so as not to waste ammunition. "Do you need shelter?" Fyodor flinched slightly from the voice of the deceased, which at that moment I pronounced through his lips. "Yes, we have mechanics and shooters, in general." And then the question arose before me. Should I drive them to Kukchino and sort things out there, with the help of the ghouls? The surprise of the attack, together with the inexperience of the civilians and their obviously weak equipment, would provide an opportunity to stock up on the necessary material for future research for a long time. Why not play at being a normal society? We will provide you with housing, protection, and food in exchange for your service and loyalty. The conditions are acceptable, with an excellent regime. Everything is aimed at survival and the destruction of monsters. I nodded towards the corpse. The rules are clear and civilized. For the murder of a person, sabotage, betrayal or diversion, execution. Duties are equal for everyone. Raids for resources, spare parts, and searches for other survivors. Any questions? The young man clearly tensed up when he heard about the shooting, as did his comrade in the car, which was audible throughout the entire conversation. What struck them most was the overwhelming sense of fatalism that permeated every word. They were now confronted by a group of heavily armed scoundrels who had completely and utterly accepted that the old order could never be restored, no matter how hard the army, the police, and the cruel fanatics who were lucky enough to have the seam not available, lethal equipment and courage to destroy the living dead tried. But what choice did they have? Execution, came the answer. One man went crazy, and because of him 6 died. They turned to us. We don't repeat mistakes. Sounded convincing enough. It was as if I could hear an outdated stereotype being broken in their minds. They are not yet accustomed to the rapid changes in reality. Humanism. Morality and justice are a thing of the past. Now there is only the will of the dead God. That is, mine. What about the children and women? They asked. Everyone participates in the common cause within the limits of their capabilities. We do not overburden, oppress, or exploit. So far, there have been no conflicts with other groups, if that interests you. We are satisfied with everything. Then come in. The cop will familiarize you with the rules in detail. The dead man turned and headed towards the gates with the talk's learned job veterans. The recruits were already dismantling some of the barriers, allowing cars to pass. People drove in under the watchful eyes of sentries with machine guns, standing on the towers, if, of course, that's what you could call the broken car bodies placed on the wall. Well, to complete the ambiance, one of the camouflaged monsters, lying motionless under a thick layer of camouflage made of earth and rags, suddenly breaks into a run. Its target is the tail of the column, which has already half-penetrated the Cupertino district. The sound of breaking glass is heard. A clawed paw tears the upholstery of the seats, reaching for a woman who is hugging 10-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. The driver, frightened, sharply turns the steering wheel to the left. The passenger in the front seat tries to grab the old Yarrigan with trembling hands. The new arrivals did not have time to react. A double shot from machine guns is heard. Black blood splashes onto the side of the car, hissing and foaming. A young man next to Fyodor and his tall assistant Sania gloomily spits on the ground and says, "The devils are resurrected." "Does this happen often?" the assistant asks in a trembling voice. "Periodically," the dead man shrugs. "Have you encountered such ghouls?" "Just briefly," Fyodor replies. "One tore 3 apart." These creatures will tear a company into small pieces in a pack. And if one ghoul appears, you have to immediately press it with a machine gun. Ghoul. There are no signs of Kostyun's relatives yet. The ghouls are spreading in the region only through the salivary connections of those we prepared before leaving for Cupertino, and those corpses that were best preserved. For now, this is a rarity, unlike the hungry. But soon, very soon, the real fun will begin here. How many prisoners are there in the country? No one knows the exact number, but it's probably about 500,000. The ghouls appear from the bodies of criminals. Do I need to explain the main idea? The same creature, only larger and more frightening. And you. They took one out and he came back with a whole pack. Stubborn, nasty, a police officer. "It's me." My creation appears next to me. "Explain the rules to the newbies." "I'll tell the guys what they can and cannot do." "Understood." Overall, everything looked rather unusual to absorb information with all my brain cells, without stopping. Receiving data from many eyes and ears at once. I spoke different words with different mouths, and controlled different bodies. This is what real necromantic magic means. When your creations become a natural extension of your hands. I drove my physical shell, hidden in the basement of one of the buildings, into a semi-comatose state, minimizing activity in the necromantic realm. In fact, I just slept, and my sleep was the dead. Those who are capable of killing at least the hungry become recruits. These are the guys by the wall. Those who can't cope go to the civilians. Veterans are the elite. They have the right to give orders, which you are obliged to carry out, just like the orders of me, the young and the senior, but without fanaticism. So there are no problems. Only on business. You can't be cheeky or show off. It is forbidden to drink alcohol, fight, sleep on duty, steal, kill, hand over information, be lazy, and eat for 3. Not listen to me, the young and the senior, as well as many minor violations. Punishment varies from a reduction in rations to exile or execution. We will dismantle the most broken of your machines, the young said that you have a mechanic. Yes. Have you seen the movie Mad Max? No. I was watching, Senya cried. Excellent. We'll remake the cars for them. Soon it will be impossible to even go out for bread without such equipment. Any objections? None. We fully support it. Your weapons remain with you. But you are only allowed to use them in the camp during training or against the undead. Our guns must be earned. Any civilian can become a recruit. But first, we will check his capabilities. The senior is in charge of distributing duties. Excuse me, it's clear with the elder, but who is the hungry one? Dead. A little stronger than the willless, but inferior to the ghoul. Have you seen Dead? Whom? This is, let's say, a new god of this world. Well, why not? The faith of mortals only strengthens me. The game settings are set to the most difficult settings. How many people are there on the planet now? Probably more than 10 billion. More blood, death, and mayhem are needed. Do you think it will be limited to the undead? No. Demons and angels will arrive, if these clever creatures have not appeared yet. There will be a real massacre and bloody slaughter. The birth rate of Homo sapiens, with unusually fast maturation, will increase. In a few years, the number of human lives will double or even triple. But we are evil in the flesh. And not for fun. So we will strictly cut the final figures. The primordial chaos will appear on this earth, taking the form of unseen creatures. Many tens of thousands of strange monsters will settle into the destroyed earthly ecosystem, begin to multiply and fill the space. Centipedes, with the disfigured faces of babies, gigantic in size, comparable to a passenger train. Winged killer octopuses the size of a tram. These are only the most harmless of the creatures that I intend to name. I need my own admirers and followers, living or dead. Without their support, none of these creatures can survive, and I cannot take my exalted place. It's time to create your own monolith, where there will be both excitement and the spirit of Stalker. Give the mercenaries full cups. John Hardner didn't consider himself a particularly smart or lucky man. However, he knew how to kill without difficulty, and that was enough to live without any problems. Born into a family of a minor knight from the remote corners of the great English kingdom, he knew from childhood what poverty and hunger were. His mother died in childbirth, and his father, who served in the baron's retinue, was often called to war. Outrageous gangs of robbers attacked merchants, endless quarrels of young baronets with burning blood, or new skirmishes with the French. John's upbringing was undertaken by Richard Hardner's faithful comrade, One-Eyed Bill, a man who lost an eye in a drunken brawl with sailors and a leg in the French fields, defending the honor of the king and the nobility at the cost of his own wounds and the lives of his sons. Despite his age, close to 40 years, Bill remained strong and full of energy. He taught John how to fight and kill, with an arrow, a fist, an axe, a spear, and a sword. One day, Richard again responded to the Baron's call. 3 months later, messengers reported that he had died of leprosy. and was buried on foreign soil with his comrades in arms. John was then 16 years old, the age when a young man becomes an adult and must either take up a sword or place his palm on the breast of his future wife in order to bear heirs. But the post-war unrest drove him out of his home with an iron heel. The service people were completely burned, and Bill and others were hanged at the gate. The neighbors took revenge for the plundered villages. Hardner was left with no home, no land, only chainmail and a sword. And hatred. One person does not have power and authority, unless there was something dark, scary, and gloomy stuck in his mind. Rage, a desire for revenge, and an overwhelming thirst for blood. Bishops and priests preach about the way of the Lord, about humility, about turning the other cheek and cleansing the soul from vices. But times change, and old truths crumble to empty dust. John stabbed the first priest 6 weeks after the fire. He was a fat wimp in a dirty tavern, sprawled on a bed that smelled of cheap booze and a harlot warming his blanket. Night, moon, stars, dagger. They died quickly, without suffering and without making a sound. 3 days later, the young baron, who had recently taken his father's place, met the judgment of God. Killing those who rely on the protection of money and power is often easier than taking the lives of the exhausted street rats who cling to it with all their might. The debts have been paid. The house was destroyed. Friends died. John no longer has any reason to stay in England. He may resort to robbery at crossroads or turn to the service of the king. Perhaps he will go to conquer foreign lands, or he will run to his forefather to find support. Hardner's luck smiled on him. His Majesty and the high nobility were once again arguing over a trifle that served only as a pretext to bite off a piece of someone else's territory. The most valuable resource at all times is people trained to kill and maim. He was accepted into a mercenary unit. There were battles, skirmishes, and drunken revelry. There was much joy over the spoils and sorrow for fallen comrades. Warriors appeared from nowhere and went into endless bloody fields, strewn with columns of thick smoke from burned cities and villages. Each had his own fate, but the same fate. It did not matter in what guise death came: hunger, arrow, sword, or disease. Mercenaries rarely die in comfortable beds. More often, they are killed by the dagger of an enemy and not a calm and comfortable old age. Money clouds the mind and turns into drinks and entertainment, until again you are left with only armor and weapons. There was a siege of an unknown city. Arrows were flying, screams were heard, orders, fear, hatred, pain. Everything repeats itself. As always, John scrambles up the rickety ladder, sagging under his weight. Ahead of him, a tall, broad-shouldered man with an axe in his hands and a brightly decorated shield bandaged to his left forearm has already reached the top of the wall and is leaping through the broken battlements into the crowd of would-be victims. The axe pierces someone's neck, severing their head from their body. A young man about 17 years old holding a spear. Hardner's sword finds its new home between his ribs. In one fluid motion, he pulls it from the trembling, dying, and rapidly blood-filled flesh. In that moment, he suddenly realizes that he is dead. John didn't have time to notice the blurry movement of the heavy mace. The blow followed. The skull was crushed like a prostitute in a harbor. Blood and jelly squelched in the brain and eyes. Pain. Hardner's dead body falls through the stone barrier and plummets down the wall. John had long since gotten used to death. A mercenary's life is short, and death often stands nearby, like an old woman with a scythe, waiting for the right moment. It gets tired of you still being alive. No one likes the lucky ones. He swims in the darkness, impenetrable, thick and bottomless. And suddenly, he heard a voice. Or rather, 4 voices. The gods offered him a choice. And John settled on the one he liked best. Peace. He floats in this darkness again, lulled by the whisper of its invisible, inaudible waves. He falls asleep with the hope of never waking up, dreaming of warm and bright memories of those times when everything was good. But suddenly, after a day or even several centuries, the darkness receded slightly, allowing him to see the horizons of a new reality. He was dead. However, this will not stop him from continuing to kill. Chapter 25. The monolith is near us. Debauchery, damn it. Terrible vulgarity. They stuck their boobs and manhoods on a tank. On a tank. Can you imagine? Are you completely crazy? Of course. I'll twitch too, but with condemnation. Nar, father of monsters, selected sayings. See? There's the ghoul. And there's already the hungry one. Damn it. Exactly so. The policeman smokes a cigarette. Found somewhere in the abandoned apartments. Mint, and with a capsule in the filter that, when pressed, squeezes out nicotine mixed with even more disgusting chemicals. But the dead man doesn't care. He, like the willless, breathes only for show. The recruits deftly swing their axes and fire off the issued cartridges. Each of them has significantly reduced the number of the undead, whose bodies now lie in the custody of the elder, a thin old man whom I have chosen as the nominal ruler of these lands. But we know very well who the souls of these people truly belong to. Necromancy weaves its webs in corpses and clings with its burial shroud to the minds of those who have not yet had the chance to experience the joy of death. Not to the rotting spacesuit of weak flesh, not to tears or crumbling memories, but to that very moment when the human essence breaks away and goes into the halls of the Four. My brain slowly begins to boil from such sophisticated maneuvers. It is really not easy. My assistants do not have sufficient qualifications to, independently, without my constant supervision, imitate ordinary living people. Part of my consciousness is constantly busy maintaining the active behavior patterns of the living dead. The ghouls, together with Castellan, as well as Rocker and Boxer, who have already turned into real ghouls, almost completely exhaust the energy of my burning fire in my chest. Filled with the mortal gift of the Necromancer, suspended animation sets in. The regular people had integrated into our group quite successfully. The traces of the last massacre had been carefully eliminated. The base was equipped and relatively well fortified. There was a sufficient amount of weapons. What did they have to worry about? The cop and the young one. Or rather that part of my personality that, while controlling them, carefully played the roles of different characters, distributed the duties between their squads and the living soldiers. You could say that I was playing with dolls. A training ground and shooting range were organized for training. Hand-to-hand combat, physical training, and learning how to use firearms. All food was taken out of all the apartments. A warehouse was set up on the ground floor in one of the rooms, with 2 veterans assigned to guard it. The remaining elderly fighters either rest or patrol the inner territory. We don't go beyond the walls yet, at least not in large groups. Small squads of the recently formed Undead Raider unit roam within a radius of several dozen kilometers, occasionally delving into more remote areas. We carry everything we need in the back of our cars. Medicine, building materials, weapons, and clothing. At such moments, I activate a couple of ghouls to strengthen the fighters with deadly force in close combat. Who would blame a group of fighters for simply taking the spoils from the viciously torn bodies of the undead? The squad leader, That is, the officer, whose brain abilities are temporarily enhanced and whose processor is charged with coordinating the actions of ordinary scouts and foragers, regularly has to go in search of military loot. At the same time, the beginnings of necrotic growths of ghouls are implanted into his flesh. Several corpses and a figure standing above them, from under whose nails large drops of blood ooze, look very creepy. After some time, the underground ghoul wanders through the forests and roads, keeping those around him in constant tension. This has its advantages. Due to persistent marketing and similar tricks, more and more refugees come to us, having heard about a fortified outpost that reliably holds off the hungry creatures thirsting for flesh. As I said before, small settlements are divided into 3 categories. The first soon perish, swelling the ranks of the undead. The second are reliably fortified, surrounding themselves with improvised barricades on all sides. And the third desperately leave their habitats, sensibly deciding that it is better to flee far from danger than to die in your own home. In someone else's, it is an entirely different situation. Eventually, there will be no more room for living people to settle, and upgrading defenses takes too much time. Sure, I have a few ideas, but how would my living followers feel if I destroyed several of their brothers, sons, or fathers, to use their relatively fresh bodies to create undead that looked like an excavator? My prophet, together with several of his closest assistants, fulfilling a mental instruction, arrived in Cupertino again, transferring his vassals to Nefor's group. The redheads, whom he controlled, already posed a serious threat to the unprepared troops, approximately on the level of Somali pirates or Cuban guerrillas. More and more often in the consciousness of this branch of the Church of the Dead, ideas arise about merging religion with the eternally relevant ideas of anarchism. There is no power except the dark gods, and, it must be admitted, this sounds very attractive. In the most brutal and dark events, society did not notice Father Anatoly, especially against the backdrop of the horrors committed by the guys from Glista, so he joined our ranks without problems. His ability to control the dead, reinforced by my video materials and frank hints among veterans, significantly shook the confidence of most ordinary people in their understanding of the real conditions of the apocalypse. Think about it. When a person with a certain charm can miraculously save you from certain death, the cause of which you can't explain, and at the same time asks only for loyalty to a dead deity. This reflects the nature of the human psyche. Most ordinary people simply need a guide who will take all the decisions upon himself. They don't care at all that among this crowd there are those who would like to determine their own fate. Borders and rules become blurred. The opinion of one person has no weight if he is not able to defeat at least a dozen dead people. Besides, have you watched social experiments on YouTube? People are deeply herd creatures whose behavior largely depends on instinctive reactions suppressed by civilization. How much time does it take for an ordinary person to sacrifice a friend for the sake of his own survival and not die of hunger? How little time does it take for you to step over the bodies of your dear children, spouses, and loved ones on your way to salvation? How easily are those found guilty without the slightest participation? How easily do people begin to hate the truly worthy and literally worship the bastards? You are surprised by a semi-fanatical cult during a zombie invasion, led by a man with unusual abilities. Some of the newcomers have moved away from the careful instructions and heartfelt conversations, but they have not left, because there is simply nowhere to go. Under the walls, crowds of ghouls are constantly rushing about, and panicked cries are heard from the cities about a new, unknown creature that no one cares about how to make it return to the earth. However, it cannot be assumed that the stories about the dead do not affect them in any way. The leader moves inexorably towards Moscow, sealed in its own shell. So far, he has only reached the outskirts of Arkhangelsk, but we continue to believe in him. The worm has thrown the noose of his cruelty over the nearby areas and settlements. Some authorities themselves fall under his influence, having seen the power of the needle of death.
in the middle of the criminal community, which is slowly turning into a semblance of a military organization, Anatoly's followers have appeared.
The Godfather did not object, because in his position, he cannot refuse the help of his deity. The method of reward and punishment is considered one of the most important inventions of mankind, along with a hammer and duct tape. I did not take away his miserable and insignificant life as a miserable vegetable-like figment of evolution. On the contrary, I gave him a power that raised him to a new level in the criminal hierarchy. Now he is almost a king, capable of taking lives without using weapons, just with a glance, which significantly increases his influence. Partially merged with his mind, and passed on the knowledge of gaining strength through death, along with certain instructions. After 5 victims, and the appearance of the first gray hair, he acquired a rune of protection that occupied his entire chest, as well as a complex ligature of shorter symbols writhing along his forearm. Such an analog of a dark magic vest would not be superfluous. And yet, I am capable of killing him. The appeal opens up boundless possibilities for the imagination when your power is fueled by the faith of mortals who sincerely appeal to you. I could make his heart stop, make his blood boil, pierce his skull. I can treat his pathetic living body as I wish, and he is fully aware of it. He knows that all this influence, power, money, drugs, women, and alcohol appeared in his possession solely by my will, and I can easily turn him into a helpless piece of flesh, which will be gladly torn to pieces by his own subordinates, who learn of the dictator's fall. Pocket leader of a gang of insane criminals? That's a pretty serious statement, I tell you. My brainchild was rapidly developing, seething and gaining strength. It seems that demons, or their analogs, have already settled in our world. The effect of the blood rain directly depends on the incoming impulses. The more uninvited guests come to this semi-closed world, the stronger its dead inhabitants become, in order to deserve a chance to fight for their rightful place. The internet, thanks to the recently invented satellite system, will function for another 20 years or so, even when the entire surface of the Earth turns into hot glass, allowing you to more than satisfy your inflated ego with fresh information. South Africa is under attack from the night owls. The laboratory of Korean researchers where the eggs of the famous Chon-su were previously studied has turned into a real cemetery. Several human sacrifices have already occurred in Egypt. Ethiopia has started a military conflict with Somalia, Syria, Afghanistan, or maybe even with all of Asia. The main Ethiopian leader has gone mad after the buried and risen destroyed his entire guard, family, and neighbors. This makes it difficult to predict the direction of his policies. On the west coast of America, there are still occasional groups of drowned rising with the tide. A religious conflict is brewing in the red states, where the followers of a twisted and broken branch of bibliophiles who await the coming of the horsemen of the apocalypse have entered into a struggle with the suddenly emerging cult of my name. Now I have become persona non grata in all media and in many laws of various countries. People ask me for help, and sometimes I really do save them. Because the night creatures, feeling the imprint of my aura that hovers in the air during the retribution to the dead god, retreat. Faith in me grows, and from this I receive strength. Television shows, reports, and interviews that are more reminiscent of chaos and nonsense. Everything is happening according to a well-worn pattern. Some claim that the situation is under control, while others optimistically predict the imminent death of all mankind. The number of undead, in comparison with the general population of the planet, remains extremely insignificant. But the information resonance from their appearance surpassed even the events of September 11th. Imagine The Walking Dead. Zombies, mother of them. Among Us. The living. There were several videos from guys who were fanatics of the zombie theme, who without any special skills amputated their limbs after close encounters with the hungry.
or the willless. Their enthusiasm deserves respect, however. Apart from the usual complications after bites of various animals, there would be no problems. This is a completely different type of undead. Mass unrest is raging in France and Italy. Emigrants and illegals, incited by radical groups of all stripes, are setting cars on fire, smashing shop windows, attacking civilians, and even engaging in a fight with the police, as if counting each other's bones. The Vatican, together with like-minded church associations, is spreading an alarm signal throughout the world. The relics of saints have begun to show signs of activity. Mexican drug cartels are taking timid steps to consolidate their power after a bloody shootout with one of the undead who had blades instead of hands. And also the amazing fact that during violent deaths, these dead rise much faster and stronger. The White Brotherhood, ruling under the banner of racial purity, provokes conflicts in most of the prisons accessible to them. Cosa Nostra sometimes slides into obvious open arbitrariness. The Yakuza and the Brotherhood are arguing over areas of influence after the recent upheavals. The exchange rate is fluctuating rapidly, stocks are falling, companies are going bankrupt, and the financial market is collapsing. Any large-scale event inevitably affects almost every person who has something to lose. The end of the world, predicted by many, can be considered a global disaster, affecting people of all walks of life. The confrontation between skinheads and blacks has reached a new qualitative level. The number of victims is already in the tens, and the bodies of those who desecrate the purity of blood with their presence are found as charred ashes in city parks and forests. There is an opinion that in addition to brutal beatings and torture, applied on racial and national grounds, pagan rituals of violence also took place. The situation in Colombia is simply catastrophic. So horrific that there are not even detailed descriptions of what is happening. Everything can be described as complete chaos and horror. Spain, an enraged motorcyclist trampled by a bull, could not bear it any longer and broke the animal's skull to get the brain. In Argentina, on the contrary, by all comparisons, the situation remains relatively calm. In Belgium, a young and weak guide of the dead created a small group of recently deceased old men who beat 3 people to death with broken pipes. In the Black Dolphin penal colony, a ghoul killed 2 guards. People are starting to disappear from the forests of England. Sometimes all that remains are their gnawed bones and broken skulls. In several backward states, a series of armed coups d'etat took place, replacing autocracies with dictatorships, and these, in turn, with military juntas. In Siberian penal camps, 3 to 5 prisoners committed suicide almost simultaneously. The revenants thus freed up several places for new visitors. It is difficult to understand what exactly happened, but during the beating with a belt, the weak teenager had a breakdown and strangled his parents with the same belt. After that, he dismembered with an axe those who tried to get up, depriving them of the will to resist. The schoolboy with a repeating rifle was probably shocked when he walked into the classroom, intending to cause a bloodbath, only to be suddenly grabbed from behind by hands like the dead security guard who lay on the floor, with 4 holes in his chest and bloodstains smearing his uniform. Not far from Moscow, a hungry man burst into a university lecture hall. One of the students did not lose his head and bravely broke his neck with a chair, and then, without wasting time, killed about half of his classmates with a folding knife. An era of chaos has arrived, where rules no longer apply. According to official data, 6 people died, not counting the dead man and the teacher. Berlin pedophile, eaten by his own victims while alive. In Chelyabinsk, 2 homeless people were found dead with stab wounds in an abandoned warehouse. According to unconfirmed reports, the following inscription was carved on their bodies:
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The investigation into the disappearance of 7 first graders continues in Astana.
The conflict between Israel and Palestine is once again escalating and taking on new dimensions. The most cruel and despised, even in the Muslim world, branches of Islam, blackening the pages of the Quran with their cruelty, declared jihad.
A criminal gang called the Skulls has formed, which unites orphans, street children, and troubled teenagers who escaped from an orphanage during an attack by a small pack of ghouls.
In their area, 23 thefts, 7 armed robberies, 2 murders, and 6 cases of rape have been recorded.
A drug-addled man stabbed 2 men and a pregnant woman to death.
In the southeast of the NATO bloc, ominous graffiti with messages about the wrath of the dead god, the blood rain, and the coming of the day of judgment are increasingly appearing on the walls. The same unknown perpetrators are conducting furious propaganda in the accessible media and social networks. There are suspicions of a connection with at least 5 corpses, and 2 terrorist attacks with victims.
Under the pressure of blackmail, publishers and journalists tirelessly publish newspapers with loud headlines about how only the dead god can save us. Law enforcement agencies are facing increasingly fierce opposition. A state of emergency has been declared in some regions, and the National Guard and elite special forces have been called in.
The news about a vampire who allegedly raped 9 bikers for his own pleasure, as well as about a man who strangled 48 women and a sorcerer who abuses tourists in order to create a superior race, are tabloid clippings and are far from the truth. However, there are those who believe it. Chapter 26. He sees the world through your eyes. What is the real difference between a poor person and a rich person? In fact, there is no difference. Everyone's blood is the same shade.
Nar, father of monsters. Selected expressions. Shards of glass crunch under the heavy soles of military boots. The third could walk barefoot through a thick layer of dried blood, copper shells, broken concrete, and glass. He was not afraid of pain, because he did not even understand what it was. He only knew that pain could weaken, or on the contrary, make mortals stronger. And how exactly this worked, his consciousness, similar to the brain of a stray dog, was unable to understand, and did not strive for it at all. He also knew that by killing enough enemies, he could absorb pain through his skin, becoming faster, stronger, smarter, and more formidable. A dark shell that restricts his movements rests on his shoulders, in the small recesses of which lie elongated boxes. They must be inserted into the machine gun that he is holding in his hands now, when the current box of cartridges runs out. Why this is necessary, the third does not know, because he is not the first, and does not understand the world so deeply. He simply wants to kill. And the machine gun for him is a good way to achieve his goal, although it does not give the same pleasure and internal satisfaction as tearing out a larynx with his own hands. Fuzzy movement. The jumble of disorganized chains of disjointed thoughts and blurred images that make up the very essence of the third are pushed deep into the subcortex of the brain, giving way to the complete control of one of the dead deity's algorithms, linked to the invincible heart of the first. The dead man picks up the AKM and pulls the trigger. The recoil hits the shoulder. A short burst knocks the living man off his feet. A bullet pierces the chest, 2 more the stomach. He's still breathing. The second and fifth rotate their skulls. The first one covers them. Loner. The third is already very close to the dying piece of flesh. It wheezes, convulsively clenches its muscles, choking on its own blood from the lead bullet that destroyed part of the lung and split the ribs. Dry lips, sunken cheeks, and piercing blue eyes. The sight stops on a deeply furrowed forehead. Shot. The body stops moving. There is too little blood and suffering. The third one wants to peel off his skin and wash it down with warm, still living blood,
spreading in dark spots across the cold concrete. But who is he to dare to contradict the absolute authority of the dead god that stands behind every warrior of the Legion? The children of the graves do not forgive mistakes, no matter whether you are alive or dead. But the will of the messenger of the dark gods will be fulfilled, no matter what the cost. Another first and another second are already on their way to them. The result was 7 bodies in 2 hours. A good result, especially after the massacre carried out by Kostyan's brood, which dispersed almost half of the townspeople. Burn in hell! He manages to turn towards the source of the sound, a flash of fire. The third one, limp, is thrown aside like a doll. He is dragged along the ground, his clothes and skin torn off. Shots are heard one after another. However, the third is already rising to his feet. The dead don't care about skin torn off, broken bones, pulled muscles, or dislocations. All these injuries only slightly hinder the body's movement, but do not prevent the mind from remaining clear and logical, keeping the desire to grab the enemy by the throat. His pupils are still blinded by the light. His cornea is bathed in light, through the veil of which only blurred outlines and general contours are visible. But the third sees through the eyes of the first. He sees himself and the one who dared to challenge the descendants of the dead. A downpour begins to fall from the sky, covered with bloody clouds, like foam. Red drops, like a spit of gasoline, ignite the just started to smolder flame, which flares up like a hungry ghoul and spreads to everything that can still burn. Guided by the thoughts of another mind, the third, like a fan, releases a long burst in the direction where another body is supposed to be. 2 bullets hit the stomach. The gun slips out of his hands and falls loudly to the ground. The living are too weak to stop the advance of the dead. The sounds of the Makarov pistol shots were never picked up by the third's hearing aid, muffled by the white noise of a light concussion. The left kneecap is damaged. The bullet destroys the meniscus, turning it into a cracked ring, which is covered with spots of rotting, almost stagnant black blood, not flowing, but rather souring in the veins of the renewed spineless zombie. 4 more metal fragments are senselessly crumpled against the plates of the bulletproof vest. The last few hit the neck area, unprotected by the collar, and a dark spot on the face, hidden under the balaclava, below the worn tactical helmet, removed along with someone's skin. There is one of the most widespread myths about firearms, that a shot to the face is guaranteed to turn the enemy into fertilizer for the earth. This is true if you shoot from a really powerful barrel, but with such pistols the result can be unpredictable, with a leg or arm blown apart by a bullet. The chances of survival tend to 0 without quick first aid and a quick trip to a field. Hospital where a loyal follower of Victor Frankenstein works. Even then, the risk of a fatal outcome is high. How many soldiers died on operating tables? And how many were left lying in the dirt forever, never having received help? Back on topic. A standard pistol, unless it's a very fancy model, remains a decent choice in many ways. It's compact, comfortable, reliable, and accurate. But it has its own nuances. The first shot hit roughly in the cheekbone area, spraying blood into the eyeball and destroying the facial bone structures of the skull. After passing through bone tissue and cold, soft tissue, the 9mm bullet exited the back of the third man's head. The second bullet struck the jaw, tearing off part of the cheek. Even with such damage, a living person, if lucky, can survive, especially considering several interesting medical and anatomical cases, such as how one man had his skull pierced by rebar and survived, only rumored to have suffered mental changes. Although this can happen to anyone. The barrel of a Kalashnikov assault rifle is aimed at the awkward figure of a young police officer who has decided to stand up for his charges, who are being attacked by some random criminals. However, the last shot would definitely be fatal. There are many critically vulnerable places in the human body, and the neck is one of them. 2 shots were fired. The blood-stained cap falls from the head of the fair-haired young man. Dark stains appear on his baggy uniform.
The body slowly falls to the ground. Brown eyes are wide open in disbelief, surprise, and almost childish resentment. What did he expect?
Did he think that he would take out the heavily armed scoundrels, stunned by the explosion of an anti-personnel grenade from who knows where, with 2 magazines? It was stupid and overconfident.
The dead from the death truck crew put the bodies in the back, after searching the pockets and taking the weapons. A hunting knife, a holster with a Makarov pistol and a spare magazine. That's all the property.
The Gazelle, rebuilt to meet the needs of the children of the graves, sets off into the magical distance while the first settles into the territory. The cities do not turn into deserts. Only individual districts, streets, and blocks become empty. People rush to the main squares. Perhaps in other places history is different. The third did not know this and could not even imagine. His only desire was to eat. A small provincial town, in a few days of their raids, quickly transformed into a community of those who managed to survive the horrors of the scorched wastes of death. It is incredibly difficult to remain inactive when television and other media report outbreaks of unrest that law enforcement agencies successfully eliminate near large settlements. And under your windows, a crowd of suspicious individuals in full combat gear gathers, immediately fires a warning shot to the head, then collects the bodies and takes them away in an unknown direction.
The motorized rifle company, which was desperately called out of the smoldering conflict, with the brothers who sensed the changes when the first encroachments of the hooligans on order were carried out by hangings on lampposts and the corpses, became prey for a flock of crows, lost 3 hungry, and received cruel damage from Boxer and Rocker. They had not yet invented a more effective weapon against the advanced undead, except for heavy machine guns and artillery. And under the leadership of the dead, the ghouls practiced stealthy night raids on camps, so, unfortunately, the death toll increased again, as always happens. Every city region in Russia has declared a state of emergency without exception. 2 ministers of internal affairs, killed by their own bodyguards who had an unfortunate encounter with a bandit in a bar while on vacation, can attest to the seriousness of what is happening. Revenants are extremely dangerous creatures, and it is better not to know what exactly these high-ranking officials were doing. That the undead obsessed with the desire for revenge dealt with them, ripping open their chests, and not with their killer. Tanks are already driving around Moscow. A curfew has been imposed, and all police officers and employees are being mobilized. By order of conscripts, high-speed trains are being sent across the vast country to plug holes in places where local authorities cannot cope with the situation, which can be described as complete chaos and real hell. A revolution broke out in the Balkans. And the third doesn't care. He disassembles a Kalashnikov assault rifle. What does the expression say? The optimist is learning English, the pessimist is Chinese, and the realist learns to disassemble a machine gun. The zombie hadn't heard this old joke, and the meaning of it about repairing and inspecting the weapon eluded him. But if this was the will of Zero, why argue with the messenger of the dead god? The driver of the coffin truck heads towards the forest. In the 90s and noughties, those who did not want to give up their advantageous place, voluntarily, were often buried here. Several of them are already resting in unmarked graves, and the evil dead wander the streets in search of successful businessmen who in those harsh times created a considerable fortune by piling up dozens of coffins and earning their initial capital at the cost of human blood and death. The funeral team has completed its work. The depth of the pit is 2.5 meters, and the width and length are 3 meters each. This hole is tightly filled with the bodies of the dead. Those of the dead whom the dead god has deemed most suitable are already moving slowly around in the form of humanoid decayed creatures. Thin and bald, with empty eye sockets, small, sharp fangs 3 centimeters long, and neat claws resembling jagged.
hooks.
Their dark brown skin is a combination of burnt muscle, dried flesh, and exposed bone, as if a corpse like a baked potato lies in a terrible fire and shows signs of advanced decomposition.
The undead named Zero, who leads all the teams responsible for collecting, transporting, and arranging the bodies, stands at the very edge. Nearby are several still living ones, muffled by cloth gags. They quietly moan, sobbing and choking.
Pathetic creatures. The dead are quickly unloaded and dumped, not too carefully, on top of an artificial hill of cooling flesh.
At this point, the wheezing of the dead is heard, and under the even voice of Zero, drops of blood fall on indifferent, unblinking faces. Save, but don't save. Once the spell and prayer to the dark gods is completed, the undertakers, armed with shovels, deftly throw dense clods of damp earth, intertwined with roots, garbage, rotten leaves, and grass onto the dead. Very soon, under the influence of death's noxious breath, the bodies will begin to melt like candle wax, merging into a single whole, the bones of which will become stronger than the metal itself. Eventually, these bones will turn inside out and form the terrifying spiky shell of a terrible, mutated, man-eating mollusk. While the dead creature is not yet capable of controlling creatures of the bone horror rank, nothing prevents it from giving birth to the embryo of an ungodly monster from the laboratories of necromancers, driven by a simple, barely perceptible thought about approaching prey.
Wait, Archangelsk! They are already close!
Chapter 27. For the Monolith Brothers, I am a weak, tender, defenseless, romantic, and extremely modest creature who will mercilessly destroy your entire family if you do not allow me to play GTA in peace, declares Nar, father of monsters. The height is about 1 meter, the shoulders are narrow, the back is hunched, and bony protrusions appear along the spine under the pale, flaky skin. The head is flattened and lumpy, with deep-set pale white eyes and an elongated mouth studded with triangular fangs. The tail is flexible. The knees are turned back, and the skinny front legs with splayed, clawed fingers resemble predatory spiders dragging along the ground. This creature was once a dog. Until recently, Yevgen considered himself a completely adequate, normal, and psychologically stable member of society. What interesting things can be said about him? With a certain amount of luck and desire, he could take revenge on particularly impudent representatives of the criminal common people's circle by knocking out a couple of someone's teeth. He was fascinated by the bright imagination of the Japanese-Korean animation industry. He had a bright green torn fringe, a 2-room apartment, a tattoo on half of his shoulder, and a remote job with decent pay in a town that wasn't too seedy. He loved listening to carefree pop music, along with hookah rap. Or perhaps he was very attracted to slender mulatto women, and their plump lips were featured on the main page of his Pornhub account. But all this paled in comparison to the most important thing: his faithful companion. A good-natured and cheerful dog named Goose, known as I'll Get to You, who mixed the blood of ancient German and Caucasian shepherds with a strong admixture of ferocious mongrels, passed away to a better life. Unable to cope with a rare disease that even expensive vaccines from the veterinary clinic could not defeat. There were sounds of sobbing. There was mental pain, hysteria ensued, and later the arm of the scoundrel who dared to steal something within a kilometer of Yevgen was broken, and he was justly punished. Remember, there are few things in the world that can bring an ordinary man, brought up in traditional ways, to bitter tears. Although you wouldn't guess from Jekka's appearance that he was more often punished with a belt and the phrase, "We were beaten, but we grew up normal." Deep down, he felt a connection with this layer of society. And just don't let them get hurt at such a moment. The consequences can be much more dangerous than from those who look with disdain at 1,000 yards or relive terrible memories of wartime. His parents and sister were cut out of his life forever several years ago.
There are very few close friends left, and fate has scattered them to different corners of the country. Only Goose always remained nearby in the darkest and most difficult moments. Faithful friend. It may seem strange to drink whiskey next to the body of your departed pet, quietly singing along to the evergreen song, $2,000 for a cigarette. Of course, this music was not Evgeny's favorite, but what could better express his bitterness at such a terrible hour? My old friend. He has been gone for a long time. But memory suddenly reminds with a sharp blow how he could float while looking at the screen. He loved to dream and could give up for the sake of a bet. $2,000 for a cigarette. And I wouldn't regret even half my life for it. Just have a little smoke, and we'll fly until dawn to give it back again. $2,000 for one cigarette. And it's not a pity to give up even half of your life for it. Just to smoke a little, and then fly until dawn, paying that amount again and again. Those $2,000. 2,000 meters. 200 minutes before dawn. 20 seconds to make a decision. Exactly 20. Pain. Sadness. Longing. Dejection. A feeling of emptiness. Hopelessness. Despair. Devastation. Burnout. Thoughts of suicide. But there comes a time when, at first, Evgeny thought he was going crazy. But that was not the case. His goose was gone, replaced by a pile of fallen wool and some bald creature. The guy was so drunk that he couldn't clearly understand what was happening. And so after a few sips, he accepted the transformation of his four-legged friend into something hellish, without question. He even tried to play with it, which led to unexpected discoveries. Firstly, this creature, similar to "I'll fuck you up," perceived Evgeny differently than his mother, father, brothers, and children put together, trying with all his might to show love and care, bringing cans of beer, snacks, and so on. Secondly, different musical genres affected him differently. Heavy rock like Cannibal Corpse plunged him into a state of complete bliss. Works similar to the work of Varg Vikernes, who is unfortunately better known for burning churches than for black metal compositions, led the character into an apathy, reminiscent of melancholic philosophical stupor. But pop music and street rap turned him into a real whirlwind of irreconcilable aggression and rage. And finally, about the latest events. They were not confirmed in practice, but rather remained mere hypotheses. Nevertheless, the appearance of Goose V binary .0 clearly indicated its purpose for killing. And it seems Evgeny's intoxicated brain understood perfectly well how to use this for its dirty and selfish interests. Chapter 28. Freedom! "The field must be plowed tightly," they exclaimed. "If that lunatic shows up on my hemp plantation again, I'll rip his liver out," added Nar, father of monsters. Selected quotes. Welcome to the realm of packaging. Soulless, lifeless creatures. You are the ones who created this world. Wedding ceremonies are more important than the marriage itself. Funerals are more significant than the deceased. And the decoration of temples is more important than faith. Your deities turned their backs on you long before the blood rain and the troubles it brought with it. Where were they when wars raged across the land? Where were they when babies died in agony immediately after birth? If they are so just and holy, why did good people drown in their own filth, suffering and slowly dying, while worthless bastards feasted on lobster and black caviar? Where were they during the days when they cut each other's throats during the crusades and jihads? Where were they when the Third Reich exterminated millions? Where have they been all this time? Where the hell? You may ask, where was the dead one? He has not yet been born. But now the moment has come for retribution, and retribution for sins. The righteous will receive power and eternal life, and the wicked sinners will join the ranks of cannon fodder in the legion of the dead. Do you hear? Do you hear the hymns of the scions of the graves? They call to your souls. It is time to plunge into righteous violence against all who refuse to accept the foundations of the new world. The sun of the apocalypse is reddening on the horizon. Its rays will burn those who fail to adapt to the changed conditions. The four and the dead are near us, so do not disgrace their attention. The angels will sing hallelujah to our legions, and the demons will tremble before our advance. Remember, murder is like birth. I am both father and mother. I open the gates to a completely different world for people, granting the beginning of a new life. So go and open all the doors you can, because the names of these scoundrels are already marked in the book of the dead. Accept the gift of death from the hands of the Lord of the dead, or fall into the bloody sludge at his feet, where scavengers devour your remains. Magen, this is an excerpt from the sermons of Holy Father Anatoly, the founder of the Church of the Dead God and a member of the Children of the Graves faction. He is recognized as an international terrorist. Chapter 29. Duty. Father, tell me the most important wisdom of your life. In games with shooters, choose female characters. Their model is much smaller, and it is harder to hit them. Nar, father of monsters. Selected sayings. Pavel Sotnik, a military veteran who has served under contract in the Russian army for over 15 years, had never held a flamethrower in his hands. Only the usual firearms, from a pistol to a heavy machine gun and a sniper rifle with rare impurities of home production created by skilled partisan fighters and terrorists. As for the flamethrower, he doubted that they even had anything like that in their arsenal. If they did, then most likely it was something like from documentaries about world wars. A bulky cylinder on the back and a hose leading to a metal element in the hands, which pulls out a narrow stream of flame for 15 meters, or something like that. But no. It turned out that such junk was stored in army warehouses, or at some generals, whose dachas were being renovated by conscript. There were rumors that law enforcement officers were involved, who had full control over all issues related to solving problems with the dead, since the device looked quite modern and had recently left the factory, and before that, no one had heard of such a model. Even the most knowledgeable Google preferred not to make the information public. On the Centurion's forearm hung a bloated piece of iron with relatively small containers, which had to be inserted into a special mount under the massive part of the barrel. After that, the little dragon began to quietly hiss. Those who were nearby screamed loudly, but not for long, from pain and fear. Pavel had only seen a similar device on the computer screen of his son, who, thanks to the peculiarities of their family, had a youth rank in boxing and shooting, as well as a passion for spinal brain-crushing shooters, with rich, bloody pictures on. Powerful gaming equipment. This thing showed itself quite well in one of the games that talked about madness and burning cannabis. As far as he remembered, it was Far Cry 3. Pavel even played that mission several times. First to get closer to his son, and then he liked that hellish rap music. Flashes of flame and screams of Voss pirates in red t-shirts with skulls. In the following days of their vacation, he and Dimka did nothing but smash bandits and mercenaries, preferring not to tell their loving wife and supportive mother about the scenes with the crazy priestesses of the tattooed aborigines who had gotten their hands on modern 21st century weapons. But virtual battles in games are one thing, and reality is quite another, in which, with each passing day, the voices of the immediate superiors sounded increasingly alarming. From the very beginning, the Centurion had a hard time believing that the dead had actually risen. Probably, such information was not planned to be communicated to the rank and file and junior officers intentionally, so as not to cause panic and prevent mass refusal to serve. However, several dozen dead, hundreds of wounded, and rumors spreading everywhere are difficult to hide, especially when the government is shaking under the weight of inflated bureaucratic ambitions and indifference. A couple of briefings were held, supported by video footage of a certain dead man and low-quality photographs and videos taken by ordinary eyewitnesses. But let's face it, who would actually believe that? During the coronavirus outbreak, caused by some slant-eyed man infecting a bat, hardly anyone began to seriously understand the details of a global pandemic. Most of the population stubbornly did not believe in the seriousness of the situation and ignored calls to wear medical masks, antiseptics, get vaccinated, and keep a distance. And then suddenly the dead crawled out of their graves. Seriously? And then another sensation-hungry journalists decided to make good money on this, inflating the theme of the impending apocalypse. Among wealthy countries, makeup and cosmetics cost mere pennies, with the help of which it is easy to convincingly create images of a zombie, a vampire, or Cthulhu, as cosplayers can confirm. However, soon Pavel came face to face with the undead, more precisely, with an evil grin emanating from empty eye sockets, a sunken nostril and exposed teeth, shrunken lips and cheeks devoid of flesh and skin. This happened extremely rarely, but Sotnik lost his composure and, seized by panic, fired the entire clip like an inexperienced recruit who had wasted his ammunition in vain. Such a creation should not appear in reality. In video games, cartoons, literature, songs, movies, yes, please, as much as you like. But in reality, just recently, he was overcome with thoughts of how he would shed a stingy, manly tear when his son won the Moscow Region Boxing Championship. First, second, or third place did not matter. Even if he did not win a prize, Pavel would be proud of it. And now he wanders between the graves of the Kovanskoye cemetery, jumping over fences, flowers, and benches, plunging into flames everything that is not hidden by granite tombstones. Behind him, two stern men breathe heavily. One holds a Kalashnikov machine gun, and the other a foreign shotgun, capable of turning a person's ribcage and part of the spine into a bloody mess. There are dozens more such squads on duty around. Where did society go wrong? The end of the first book with a slight hint of a continuation in the form of violence. My vision is clouded. Nar, father of monsters, BTR 80. 13.5 tons of pure combat power, clad in a durable steel hull. 260 horsepower under the hood. Maximum movement reaches 80 kilometers per hour, while the crew with the landing force can pull up to 10 fighters, not counting those who will ride on the armor. Armament includes fire support inside the hull and a 14.5mm Vladimirov large-caliber machine gun and a 7.5mm Kalashnikov tank machine gun are installed on the turret. This is a really powerful machine. The main-wheeled armored vehicle that plows through the mud is part of the motorized rifle units of the ground forces of several CIS countries, and from time to time appears in African banana republics when some cunning trader manages to steal it from old warehouses and sell it to local leaders. And recently, it has become a formidable destroyer of lightly armored targets, anti-tank guns, and enemy manpower. This is an unexpected and very successful play on words. It now serves as a shield against inanimate forces. Most zombies were destroyed with one sure shot from a PM or a lucky strike from a crushing weapon. However, there were individuals who swallowed the bursts of Eukarot without any problems and still steadily moved towards their target. In such situations, the use of armored vehicles and heavy weapons came to the fore. The spikes, fangs, and claws of the dead left scratches on the armor, but did not penetrate to the living entity controlling the metal monster. Machine guns, no matter how resilient the necrotic transformation was, it is extremely difficult to continue to injure and turn into pieces when the body has turned into something resembling melted butter rubbed on a piece of bread. Only instead of bread, asphalt, and walls of multi-story buildings, and butter is the remains, crushed with lead, turned into mince, devoid of anything in common with the usual DNA chain. Armored personnel carriers and tanks were deployed in all important directions, creating a thin but reliable cover of soldiers for the major settlements, who carefully equipped machine gun positions with sandbags and torn barbed wire. Civilians were moved closer to the centers. Barricades were built, fortifications, barriers and walls were erected. Nearby villages and towns were urgently evacuated. Officials, the rich and various representatives of the elite, gave alarm signals, and criminal elements from the bottom to the highest echelons of the regional level, together with their henchmen, completely plunged into lawlessness and chaos. Basically, army units together with spontaneously formed militia control only squares, highways, main streets, major junctions, and main transport arteries. The dead, like rats, have a nasty habit of slipping through any weak points in the defense. Not like in horror films with zombies, when they attack in one huge mass, but one by one or in small groups. Suddenly, 3 extremely disturbing circumstances were discovered, significantly complicating the situation against the background of an ever-increasing fight with various marginals, acting according to the usual scheme: rob, rape, kill. The first is that zombies change, they evolve, and they do it frighteningly quickly. This means that frivolous shootouts with slowly moving corpses will not drag out the survival process for long. The second is that all the dead rise to their feet without exception, and not only those that were lying in cemeteries, but also those who died after the start of the blood rain that caused this chaos. And the third is that if a living person is killed by a dead person, then he rises even faster. Imagine a clever dead person who managed to slip into one of the shopping centers, overflowing with refugees from areas where a real civil war is already going on. That's what happens. However, when you think that things simply can't get any worse, and you've prepared yourself for the worst scenario imaginable, reality begins to present surprises that are several times harsher and more frightening than your expectations. A split second before creatures with claws more reminiscent of scythes than sharp blades tore through the armor of the armored personnel carrier that once inspired fear in Afghan fighters. Like wet paper, a split second before the radio was filled with a wild cry of unspeakable horror. A split second before his death, the brain of Lieutenant S.G. Fedorchuk absorbed one phrase, as if it had become ingrained in his flesh like a bloody scar, clearly carved on his barrel-shaped chest under the name of Bone Horror. After all, this is exactly his path.